In this amazing world, a new nation was created to protect people from the dangers of cruel nature. It was named Blue Moon. Its leader was a wise and kind man who ruled the country justly. The citizens of the Blue Moon lived peacefully and harmoniously under his patronage. But one day, when no one was expecting anything, there were no prerequisites for a tragedy. The worst happened. He was disgustingly and brutally murdered in a coup d'etat. After the assassination of the ruler, it wasn't long before this uprising spread throughout the country. The land became a burning hell, filled with hatred and the ashes of the dead. There is no trace of the wonderful world that existed long ago. Many people have lost their future to cold blades. It was then that people lost all hope because of those insurgents who interfered with their peaceful life and wanted something they did not know. It seemed to them that now they would forever hide in caves and be afraid of every rustle. But one day a man in a red mask appeared who had the courage and strength to kill the rebel leader and put an end to the war. This news spread very quickly to all corners of the destroyed empire, and the man in the red mask became a folk hero, and he was nicknamed Red. 100 years have passed since the end of that brutal war. The school principal reads this story from a special book. The girl with red hair had a logical question. If the war had ended long ago, why did they live in the slums and not in the Blue Lagoon? The boy who sat at the desk with her answered her question. In this story, they are the rebels, the scoundrels. The director continued that, as many of them already know, the truth is this. They were the type of rebels who once almost destroyed the largest country, the Blue Lagoon. The school was surrounded by woods, and after the history lesson, everyone went to lunch. One of the teachers, Mr. Kim, was in the woods picking berries for lunch. From a distance, he saw a whole group of children approaching him, and he was very pleased and cheered up. Those children, along with the principal, came to his aid to help him get to lunch as soon as possible. But there were children who did not like everything. This red-headed boy was tired of eating beans. The girl who was sitting with him advised him not to make a big deal out of it and just eat it. But he was simply relentless and, without hesitation, simply threw them over his back. The girl sitting across from him loudly told him that he could not be so picky. She did it on purpose to get the teacher's attention, and she succeeded. He just turned around, and the teacher was standing behind him and started telling him why he should eat beans. But one of the boys beat the teacher to the punch and said that people live in slums and die of hunger every day. They simply have nothing to eat. So they should be grateful to the school for the food and eat without complaint. The teacher was a little embarrassed by this abrupt answer, but added that it was all right. But beans are very healthy and give you a lot of strength. Meanwhile, another boy was impressed by the story about the usefulness of beans and began to pick them from the ground. The teacher immediately rushed to dissuade him from this foolish idea. Well, the principal was sitting next to one of the students and eating quietly, not paying attention. This teacher's name is Kim. He has a rather unusual name, but it's quite a common job for a teacher in the slums. In the so-called slums, this is the only school, but most likely it is more like an orphanage than a school because children study and live here. It turns out that there are only 9 students in that school, 1 principal and Kim's teacher. For the children, he is their whole world. In this school, he is a teacher, a cook, and a builder. He does everything to make these children feel good. In their free time, the children played heroes and wore a red mask that corresponded to a red man. It always caused problems because children could not share the role of the hero. They always quarreled when they played with this mask, and The teacher had explanatory conversations with them. Among the 9 children was a boy named Maru. He was one of the older ones, and the teacher asked him to play with them on the playground. He was very calm and read a lot, and understanding the situation, he didn't hesitate to play with them because he was older. When the children left, the teacher stood there thinking that he had to clean up that mask. He held it in his hand and began to stare at it intently as if he had begun to imagine something in it. This mask was a very big symbol of the past. Suddenly, he felt afraid of the teacher who was standing behind him and saw his mask in his hands. He was very scared. The director assumed that one of the children had taken his mask again, and so it was. The teacher told the principal that he did not understand why this boy liked this creepy mask and why he took it at any convenient time. But the principal looked at it and realized its importance. When the principal asked the teacher why he thought the mask was creepy, he replied that when he picked it up, his heartbeat accelerated and strange thoughts came to him. For a moment, the director imagined that this state was like an angry bull, but then he turned his phrase into a joke and said that he would never have believed that his teacher would look like an angry bull. After a while, they noticed that it was going to rain. We had to collect the clothes of all the children who were drying on the street. While they were doing this, the principal told the teacher that he had recently heard some very strange rumors. The teacher was alarmed and told the principal that he didn't think they would come to such a place because there were mountains around, but as their guardians, they had to be careful and should warn them in advance. Meanwhile, children in the street continued to play soccer. That red-haired boy was very fond of soccer and kicked the ball with all his might so that it spun from his blows. And the boy, who was the eldest of them, was the goalkeeper, but he didn't have to do anything because the ball was flying in different directions, but not into the goal. After this blow, another boy ran to fetch the ball because it had gone quite far. When he came to the ball, which I had stopped at the gate of their school, I saw that there were 3 large trucks behind the gate. A little time passed, it got dark, and it started to rain heavily. The principal, along with a teacher and one girl, managed to gather all the things before the rain and carried them to the rooms. But then the principal and the teacher were alerted by a loud noise in the corridor from afar. Someone was running very fast toward them. A boy named Tenish appeared out of the darkness. He was all ragged and covered in mud. The teacher immediately rushed to him and asked what had happened. He assumed that he had fallen while playing soccer, but the boy's answer shocked him. The boy cried and said that something much worse had happened, that some men had grabbed the other children. The teacher was shocked but tried to hold on. He tried to find out more, who exactly they had managed to steal and who they were. Suddenly, in the distance, in the moonlit corridor, a man stood and said that they were not strangers and were human. The boy turned back and was horrified by what was happening. The teacher began to ask him who he was and how he got here. He slowly began to approach them. He said he was a scientist sent by the Blue Lagoon and that he might be called Noggle. He looked very unpleasant. He was there to find exceptional young talent to help the city. He is not very happy that he was lucky enough to find 9 children in such a slum. The boy was very scared. He felt calmer in the hug, and the vile stranger said that he would have expressed his joy, but unfortunately, he had no lips or eyelids. He looked like a real monster, and the teacher told him that it was he who had kidnapped the children. Suddenly, several people in black suits appeared in that corridor, and one of them told them that they were really engaged in human trafficking, and now they will kill him and take his children away. That vile man went to that doctor. I told him not to reveal his identity so easily, And he told me that he just couldn't help but create a little horror here. That leader had a big scar on his face. He said it was strange to think that such young children could escape so quickly. Then he ordered his soldiers to capture the boy and girl no matter what. And then the principal stood up for them. He shouted Kim to the teacher to take the children and get out of here as soon as possible. The teacher took the children and began to run away, and the pursuers continued to run away, but the principal stood between them. He said that they would not pass. A few minutes later, I heard a very loud sound. I think it was a gunshot. Someone shot the director directly in the chest. At the same time, they were talking and calling him very stupid because he tried to stop the fighters alone. That leader was shooting at him. He started to tell him what to expect, and then he thought, why all these dramatic scenes? And he just got angry and started to empty the whole magazine. He told him not to waste time and just die. It was just a terrible situation. After he killed the principal, he also fired several bullets at the teacher who was running away, which made them fall to the ground, and the children started crying over their bodies. Then he ordered them to grab the children and leave before dawn. His order was quickly executed. An hour later, 3 trucks were leaving. In that school, the bodies of a teacher and a principal lay in dead silence. The teacher was lying there, exhausted, looking at his broken glasses and thinking about what it would be like to experience something you've only heard about. He could never have thought that this would happen to him because no one comes to this God-filled place. It was only them. It was their paradise. They could wander around the ruins left by the war. They thought they had finally found happiness and could not live in peace. It was his deepest desire, but on that day, he completely collapsed. The principal stood up with the last of his strength and began to crawl closer to the teacher and said that it was real. Every day, thousands of people die in the slums, so he built a school in the mountains to protect the children, or so he thought. It's a pity, but he didn't manage to fulfill his mission, which he wanted to fulfill throughout his life, and he started to take out that red mask from his inside pocket. The principal reached out and told the teacher that he had to protect the children and save their future. He spent his last strength crawling to the teacher and putting the mask over his face. As soon as he managed to do so, he died. Some time passed. The mask was already on the teacher's face, but nothing happened. And then, a few minutes later, something incredible happened. The mask seemed to come to life and merged with his face, and his eyes began to blush very brightly. He screamed very loudly because of the changes that were happening in his body. 10 minutes passed as trucks with children left the school. They stopped, the captain got out and told the other one that they needed to split up because they were being followed. Several children were loaded into another truck, but everything was ready. The driver called his assistant to sit down, but at that very moment he wanted to smoke. At this point, the teacher was already watching him. He thought to himself that smokers do not realize the danger they are in. When that guard saw the teacher in that red mask, he became numb. The driver, who was waiting for him in the cab, felt a jolt in the car and immediately became very alert because he remembered saying that someone was watching them. When he looked out the window to see what had happened, he was no less shocked than his partner. The teacher, under the influence of the red mask, was simply unrecognizable. He had tripled in size. His muscle mass was simply at an incredible level, and his strength was such that with one punch he simply tore off the guard's head. Then he abruptly turned to the driver, and the latter screamed in fear and started shouting what it was. Immediately afterward, he reflexively pressed the gas pedal to escape from an unknown man who had severed his partner's head with a single blow. He couldn't drive far because he slipped on the wet road, and it wasn't hard for the teacher to catch the car and show his true strength. He lifted it into the air with one hand and got even angrier. He threw the car to the ground, shouting that how dare he kidnap his children. After a moment, the children started to come out of there because the door was thrown open by that blow. They were not badly hurt. There was a very big noise, and the child looked in that direction and was surprised to see it. In the pouring rain and heavy blows, a man in a red mask who looked like his teacher was holding a guard who had kidnapped him by the throat. He was slowly strangling him and asking where the children were, and he was in a state of shock, only interested in what kind of monster was in front of him. His anger just broke through because these bastards destroyed his paradise where he was happy. I told him who he was, the teacher of those children, and he struck an incredibly strong blow. There was nothing left of him but his legs and a little bit of his torso. The social role of a person is not defined at birth. It is in them that the noble blood of the blue moon flows. 113. Propaganda in the corporation was in full swing. They did not instill different ideas in their population. 114 people who were citizens of this Blue Moon Corporation did not have free will. 115, they were mere cogs in the system, and if something happened, they were replaced by others of conscience. 116, the teacher came to the school and was horrified to suspect that the mask I had given him with enormous power could not be removed. 117A, little more, and he would have torn off his head to take off that mask, but it was glued to his face. Yes, this mask gave him superhuman strength, but he also noticed that he was angry all the time. It is very difficult for him to control himself. The child he rescued thought he had turned into a redhead, but he emotionally showed her that he had become a monster. 120, he tried to speak softly and without emotion so as not to frighten the child, but it didn't work. And just to diffuse the situation, he rested his head on the floor. This was the only way he could calm his emotions a little. 121. He told her that he was still not himself and that she should give him time to come to his senses because he did not know what to do next. 122. After a while, he cooled down and decided to bury the director. 1, 2, 3. He sat by his grave and recalled the moment when he put the mask on him. He did not understand why he did it. Then he began to remember his past life before he became a teacher at this school. 124. In the slum where he used to live, he was constantly beaten by people like him. He was forbidden to visit certain places. 125. Those who constantly beat him noticed that he was quite strange because when he was beaten, he did not show any emotions. Thus, they did not enjoy beating him, and such actions left an unpleasant aftertaste. 126. And on one of these occasions, he was lying almost unconscious, and someone came up to him. 127. It was the director who told him that he was in a very bad condition and it would be very difficult for him to survive in such a place. 128. The future teacher told him that she could not do anything about it, and the principal said that as long as he was alive, he would always be in great danger in this place. 129. And by chance he realized where he would be better off and invited him there. 130. The principal showed him the school, and he was very surprised at how calm it was. He could not believe that someone had offered him to teach and look after younger students. He did not like this offer very much. He followed that director because he had nowhere else to go and immediately thought of running away. 133. But after a while, he got used to it, fell in love with the atmosphere and peace that prevailed there and decided to stay. He also recalled a conversation with the director when he asked him why he chose him, because there were many more people in the slums who were better than him and needed it more. At first, the director said that he chose him because of his special eyes. Then he said he was perfect, and then added that he was also very weak and kind and a fool, but this is all a good thing. 137, he realized that as soon as he was given wards, he would do everything to make sure they had the best, and he would do his best to protect them from what he had gone through. 138. After he sat by the principal's grave and reminisced, he returned to class. The teacher and the girls warned her that he would leave, but she cried in response because she thought it was very dangerous and he was the only one she had left. 139. He began to explain to her that these children were their precious family and he had to save them. She hugged him and told him that he had to come back. 140 into the slums, the place where he used to live, very dirty and creepy, where people live and do not know why they live without any purpose or understanding. 141. He decided to walk along the main road and see if he could see anything. 142. He had to put on a worn cloak to hide his abundant muscles and the bright red mask that was already visible. He then approached one of the trucks that was passing by and asked him about the trucks that had passed by last night. 143. When he asked this, he licked his lips close enough that he managed to see it and was horrified. He immediately started saying that he could not see anything and repeated this many times. 144. He walked the streets and wondered where he could find those trucks, because people in suits and trucks are very rare in such places. He came to the realization that some very serious organization was involved in this case. He decides to look in the red light district, 145, but then he recalls an important detail from the conversation in the corridor when they were shot. 146. That vile doctor said he was sent by the Blue Lagoon and was looking for talented children for the city. 147. Then he realized that they were not just criminals, and this Blue Moon Corporation is involved in all of this. 148. When he realized this, a fierce rage arose in him. He just wanted to kill everyone in his path. Now he decides to head for the entrance to Blue Moon. 149. Although it was blocked by a huge wall and equally huge gates, guards stood in front of them and on the walls. 150. It was at that moment that they received a report about the trucks that had left the gate for the slums and had not yet returned. 151. One of the guards was surprised that the truck was not there because he was supposed to deliver lunch. 152. It turns out that these guards knew what their purpose was with the trucks. They were cannibals, collecting stray animals and then eating them. 153. Their conversation was interrupted by the rapid approach of a large body which was very confidently walking toward them. 154. The commander of that unit went to meet the teacher. He thought it was just another vagrant who wanted to ask for something. He ordered him to stop immediately. 155. When they met face to face, the chief said that this was the main gate of the city of the Blue Moon and where he was going, and the teacher told him that he was looking for white trucks. 156. The guard became alert, stepped back, and asked why he needed these trucks, as a simple beggar should not be interested in them. 157. The teacher immediately snatched the note from the guard's hands and read what it said. Gourmets with children have come here. 158. The guard started shouting at him to return the note as soon as possible, but he did not know who he was talking to or what was about to happen. 159. The teacher quickly brought the note to his head, grabbed his head with it, and hit the ground with all his might so that it cracked. The other two guards were shocked by what they saw, and one immediately started pulling out a gun. The teacher began to ask them which of the two knew about the trucks and where they were going, and if they told him, he would give them their lives. 162. But the guard, who immediately pulled out a gun, opened fire on him, shouting for him to die. 163. Unfortunately for him, he did not even have time to pull the trigger. He shouted his catchphrase for a very long time and was thrown back against the wall with a quick, strong blow where he was glued to the wall with a strong blow. And the teacher said that when someone says to interrupt, it is very rude. 164. Then he asked the third guard if he wanted to help him and stay alive. 165. He immediately replied that he would be happy to help, but there is one very big problem. This gate only opens from this side, so they will have to wait. 166. In fact, he knew when they would open. It was to be a moonlit night. He had a plan to call for reinforcements at that very moment. 167. But he did not have time to think through his plan in his head. His hat flew off and he was flying up the wall. 169. With great ease, the teacher, holding him by the neck, jumped several times and ended up on top of the gate. 170. The watchman had never experienced such fast movement in his life. For a human being, this is simply supernatural ability. 171. He raised the guard over the precipice and held him so that he could better see the city beyond the wall. 172. But he was twitching all the time and did not understand why he was hanging over the edge. Then the teacher told him to look carefully ahead. He asked the guard to show him where, among all the ruins, was the luxury goods store. 100 years ago, when the rebels failed to take over the country, they were exiled to a special area and had to live in poverty to pay for their actions. Over time, their friendship was destroyed, and they began to fight each other for the tiny resources that were available in the area. Time passed, and their paths diverged completely, and they created certain neighborhoods, the ghetto district, the fashion district, the red light district, and the cemetery district, and altogether it was called the Cruel Streets. Meanwhile, the descendants of the heroes who saved the country from insurgents received medals and awards. They live in large houses, built on the ruins of the old world. They feel safe hiding behind a high wall. As a symbol of great glory and wealth, they founded the city of the Blue Place. Meanwhile, the teacher looked at that city and wondered why people called it the city of all people's dreams, because all he saw there were solid ruins. He also said that this place is very large, but he sees nothing but ruins. They continued to walk deeper into the city, and the teacher said that he had heard that in the city of the Blue Place, all the houses were built of gold, and the guard was surprised to hear that it was probably a simple fairy tale. He was still frightened, but he explained the essence of the division of the city's territories, that no one lives near the Great Wall because those houses cannot be rebuilt, that everyone lives in the city center but he noted that a gourmet food store had bought up a lot of land near the Great Wall. The Greats, at that very moment, he realized with disappointment that this was his biggest problem at the moment because there was no one in that city and no one would save him. That guard suddenly realized that he could increase the chances of survival if he showed the way to the city center. And immediately afterwards, he said that the teacher should go straight ahead and then turn left. But suddenly, the guard got very scared because a voice came from the side saying that this was not the right way. It was some girl, and she said that they already had to turn left if they wanted to get to the gourmet store. He was very frightened. He turned his head slowly and thought, "Who is this?" While the guard was breaking out in a cold sweat from the fear of what was about to happen to him, the teacher became alert and thought that the girl was another guard, but he realized in a moment that she was a simple person and abruptly grabbed the guard by the face and threatened him for trying to lie to him. The guard was scared to death and begged for mercy, saying that this would never happen again. The teacher thanked her for her help and asked her who she was. She said that her name was Panda and she was a middle school teacher from a fashionable neighborhood. She also assumed that the masked man, judging by his clothes, was from the ghetto neighborhood. The teacher asked her if she was sure she was from a fashionable neighborhood. The panda replied that she was not surprised that he did not believe her because their neighborhoods did not border each other at all. She said that in her neighborhood there was a headquarters of an organization called the Chain of Fingers and asked the teacher who he was. He told her that his name was Kim and he was also a teacher, but of elementary school in the ghetto neighborhood. And when she heard that, she ran over with joy. The poor security guard was even more shocked to hear Panda say that he and Kim had the same job and were going to the same place. He has already accepted that his life is over because the crime that those two committed and he was unable to stop them is very punishable. They continued on their way, and the panda immediately noticed Kim's baldness and asked him why he was so bald. There was a girl there, shivering with fear and cold. It was a large room, it was dark, and on special platforms there were some objects that had been wrapped with a special blanket. She recalled the situation when she was returning home from school and white cars appeared out of nowhere. Then she remembered that she and her sister had been lured by unknown men. She realized that her sister had been taken to another place. She also realized that her hands were tied and she could not see anything because it was so dark. Her heart was pounding with fear. That sound was getting closer to her every second, and suddenly that sound of footsteps stopped. There was a big metal door, and behind the mini, you could see some big silhouette. Suddenly, a burly man who looked more like a monster walked into that room. She managed to see him and was horrified by what she saw. It made a very scary sound, which scared her even more. That monster started to approach those platforms sharply, and he had a knife like a butcher. Accompanied by very scary sounds, he began to throw those objects on his back. He was able to take 3 objects with ease, but suddenly one object began to fall to the ground. And in a moment, there was a loud bang. That girl just stopped breathing at that moment. He fell and the fabric was damaged, and a dead man's head appeared. She saw this and almost started screaming for help. Immediately after that, the butcher came very close to her to pick up the corpse, and at that moment, she just froze. But he took that corpse and just started dragging it along. She was very scared and trembling with fear. That butcher quickly left that room and left a trail of blood behind him. For a second, she relaxed and wondered if there were other people there. After that, she realized that the corpses of people wrapped and stacked in that room were all corpses, But right after that, that terrible sound of someone coming to the door returned, and when the door opened, it was a masked man who immediately said that he had managed to find her. He asked her if her name was Ray and that he had come to save her. He showed her some kind of sign on the inside of his jacket. Did she think it was a finger sign? He came up and said that the building was very large, and that's why he had been looking for her for a long time. But she need not worry because he would get her out of that terrible place. She started to try to tell him about the butcher, but her mouth was closed, and the man started to release her and said that she must have been very scared because she was just a child. She kept trying to give him a sign, and he asked her to be quiet. He heard some noise in the corridor and quietly told her that she must not be discovered. But just a second later, that door opened abruptly, and a head with a long neck appeared. It was just terrifying. She said she smelled a man she didn't know, and he was scared because he didn't think he would be discovered so quickly. He said that it was a real monster, and he had a bad feeling, and it came true, and he got ready to fight. But that scary face started to open up, and many teeth showed. She said that he was not a familiar man, and she could kill him. And in a second, it opened up completely and flew at a very high speed. Attack! In the meantime, the teacher, they arrived, and in front of them was a large sign of a gourmet store. The guard said that this was the place they were looking for. They were met by a consultant from that store who told them that they sold food with unforgettable taste and affordable prices, and that this was their main store. They began to move forward, and Panda was amazed at the large selection of goods, and the guard also noticed that it was his first time in their main store. That consultant told me that they sell products that have passed the highest quality control. Also, in order to expand their branches and increase their scale, they recently signed contracts with the company Grandiose Food. He took a closer look at those people and asked them if it was their first time to come to them, and the panda immediately told him that he understood everything correctly. Suddenly, the consultant said that they were closed for ordinary people that day, that Monday was a day for special clients, and suggested that they come back another day. The panda said that they were a little confused that day, and at that moment the other sellers started to address that manager. They said that those people had already come and that they were ready to sell them what they wanted quickly. He was confused and didn't want to break the rules, but he asked them what kind of products they were looking for. Did the panda culturally thank him and say they were looking for human meat? At first, the guard was surprised to hear that he had never heard of human meat being sold. And in a moment, he realized everything and was horrified by what he heard. The guard asked the panda with great surprise what she was talking about. Who would buy human meat from them? Kim was silent and analyzing. He was almost sure that they were the cannibals. After that, he became alarmed and said that they were selling human meat, but their customers didn't ask such questions. Other sellers began to look strange and started to approach the manager. They all had some weapons in their hands. They suspected something. They all gathered in a group, and the manager asked them decisively who they were. And in the midst of this, Kim threw off his cloak and shouted that even they, in the ghetto, did not stoop to such a low level. His anger just tore him apart. His mask even began to crack. He furiously asked where they were keeping their children. The panda immediately stopped him and told him to calm down, because as far as she knew, the gourmet store did not consider children as food. Kim was even more angry, and the panda said that the children he was looking for had not yet been killed. And she needs to hurry up because they are looking for children who are older. He said it didn't matter. They needed to find all the children quickly. The panda noticed that the mask had a strong influence on him and that it could change his face and affect his mood. Kim said that those children are terribly scared to be in an unfamiliar place and hopefully expect someone to save them, and they need to hurry. The manager said that he realized that those people were the guardians of the children who were brought in yesterday. He also does not understand how they managed to get so far. But those children are a special product and they will not allow them to be returned, and he sent his salesman to attack and kill them. They were all flying at Kim and armed with different knives, but with just one punch he knocked out 3 sellers at once. The impact sent them flying into the sky, and Kim shouted that he would take those children away at any cost. The other vendors continued to attack him with great quality and said that he was like a bull, and if they all attacked at the same time, they could destroy him, and so they did. The sellers with knives surrounded him in a circle. At that moment, they behaved like real monsters, not people. Kim took a lot of blows to his own body, and at that moment, those sellers stopped abruptly. They were shocked because they noticed that his wounds were not bleeding. They were amazed because they saw red threads emerge from the deep wounds, and these threads began to heal Kim's wounds. And after that, the knives that were stuck in his body just fell off and fell to the ground, and Kim said that even bullets could not hurt him. In response, Kim began to destroy them with great anger, saying that, of course, those monster salesmen did not know about his power. When he destroyed them and scattered them in different directions, he heard their cries. They said that he was immortal and that his wounds healed. Quickly, the panda saw his great strength and understood why he was going to that place alone, and that guard was very scared and said that Kim looked like a devil. Afterwards, he asked her what they should do, and she told him that they should help Kim, and they started running closer, trying to help Kim somehow. But then he realized that he couldn't really help them. He thought he was crazy because how could he help the offenders since he was a city guard? He had a big question in his mind. Who should he help? Meanwhile, one of the vendors ran out to meet Panda, and he was armed. He approached sharply and struck, but the panda skillfully dodged that blow. She was small and very nimble. A second later, she turned around and kicked the man in the face. That blow did not destroy him, but he did not expect it and became even more angry. But before he could say anything else, she hit him in the head with a case. The guard saw this and told her that she was very good at fighting, and she told him that the streets were quite dangerous, and if you want to survive, you have to be able to fight. She also said that in order to protect the children, the teacher must be strong, and urged him to smash those sellers together. As soon as she said that, she turned around and saw a large group of vendors with guns running at her, and they were very angry. Although she is strong, she cannot resist dozens of crazy men with guns, so before the guard could realize it, Panda started running in the other direction. As a result, he ran after her. He realized that those crazy people would definitely not believe him, that he was a prisoner all the time. Meanwhile, in the basement restaurant of the gourmet store, there were many visitors, and they ate the special dishes with great appetite. There was also a special man there, and the chef prepared a new dish for him. When he started trying it, his unusually sharpened teeth were visible. When he tasted that piece, he immediately spat it out and was outraged that it was tasteless and not fresh. And tomorrow, a very important guest was coming to that restaurant. That man threw the plate at the cook and said that he wanted that guest to experience a taste of strata like he had never tasted before. He said that they had recently brought in a girl, that maybe they should use her. He was the head of a gourmet food chain, and his name was Hayalo. The chef said he was sorry and that he didn't want to disappoint Hyalo, but that girl was picked up off the street. Hyalo asked the chef what he meant and told him to bring the girl because he had to give a good reception to tomorrow's guest. Meanwhile, she was sitting in the same place, trembling with fear. At that time, the male salesmen on the floor were flying in different directions. They would be seriously wounded, and Kim did not have the task of killing them. The main thing for him was to neutralize them. That guard and the panda were amazed at what they saw. Kim stood there like a rock, and those male salesmen seemed to have learned to fly. That manager was very badly beaten and just shouted that Kim was a real monster. But as soon as he said it, he felt a very strong pain. Kim gave him the final blow and said that those who eat people are the real monsters. He did not expect to behave like this. He was disappointed because he couldn't control his own body because of that mask and couldn't ask that manager where they were keeping their children. And Panda comforted him and told him not to worry because she knew where they were. Kim was shocked. How could she know that? And Panda smiled, and suddenly she pulled out a chain of fingers patch. She said that thanks to it, she had telepathy and could find out where they were. This ability is in those patches thanks to the head of the fashion district. He has superpowers and puts them into those items. And she started running and shouting that she already knew where they needed to go. At that time, that girl was already on stage and everyone was evaluating her. She was even more scared and cried the whole time when she heard them say that her leg was worth 5 million Yulvens. She was terrified. The host went on to say that you have to pay 9 million Yulvens for your buttocks. She wondered why they were doing this because she was a human being like them, but at that moment, they were blinded by the desire to try a new dish. Hialeah was pleased. The cook said that teenagers are hard to come by and the prices are just unbelievable. They sell almost everything, and what you buy will be cooked by the chefs right away. A little more time passed, and the host said that the bidding stage was over and that the most interesting things were coming up. He shouted that they were presenting to the public their butcher who would do everything. When she turned around and saw that burly man, she was stunned. She tried to back away from him, but her legs would not obey her because of the incredible fear. She was crying and mentally begging for mercy, and that she did not want to die like that. That butcher was very cruel. He had no mercy, and she thought that the death of the man who wanted to save her had no meaning, and what would happen to her sister. When she saw the smear of that big knife, she mentally begged for someone to save her. At that moment, Kim was breaking through to her. In a moment, the ceiling in that room was destroyed, and only a red thread was visible which flashed in a split second. Kim rushed into them with lightning speed and killed the butcher and the guard with one blow. She was shocked and embarrassed by what she saw. The head of Hialeah was also confused. It was just a shock. His tongue fell out. She thought it was red. She didn't realize yet whether she was being counseled or kidnapped again. In front of her stood a burly man, very strong, and wearing a red mask. She remembered the story and thought that it couldn't be true because it was a fairy tale about a man in a mask. Kim looked around and asked loudly if it was here. Meanwhile, all the visitors were also very surprised because this was the first time in their lives that such a cycle of incomprehensible events had happened. Kim looked up and shouted to Panda that she said his children were up there. She put her head down into that hole and said it was very strange because her patch pointed to that very spot. She just noticed that her student was there and she shouted to her. She was very happy when she spotted Panda. At that moment, she was sure that she was saved. The panda deftly and quickly descended to free her. The panda decided to make a joke and asked the student how her excursion went. The student ran to her and said that she never wanted to go on such an excursion again. At that moment, Panda told Kim that she thought his children were in the wrong place. She added that she was very sorry. Kim said it was a stupid thing to think that their dates could be linked. Hialeah said that it was a real mess, and that's why you shouldn't mess with kids from the trendy neighborhood. The panda was surprised to see him. She said that the man was the head of a gourmet food store chain, and Kim asked her if he caught him, would he be able to find the children? Hialeah smiled and asked what he was going to do. He smiled evilly and said that the inhabitants of the Blue Moon don't even look him in the eye and he wants to catch him. In a flash, he was surrounded by guards and told them that if Kim wanted to talk to him, they should make an appointment. The guards were ready to fight. They were well trained and said that Kim had nowhere to run. They were already armed with real weapons, and one of them called Kim an unclean blood. And in a moment, they rushed to attack with great speed, and they did it all at the same time. Dozens of swift strikes were made in a second. Those guards thought that after their joint attack, they had destroyed him. But Kim stood there and did not even move. But in a moment, the first blood was shed. Hialeah didn't think Kim was a threat at the time because he had only killed one guard. In another second, Kim got to the other one and said to Hialeah that he would be happy to make an appointment with him. A few more moments passed, and all the armed guards were meters away. Immediately after that, all the visitors realized that it was no longer a joke and began to run away in a panic. Hialeah did not follow the battle closely because he was drinking a red liquid, and when he noticed that all his guards were killed, he was surprised that it happened so quickly. He decided to use his special bodyguards and called them in. They were two twins, and they quickly approached Hialeah and said that they would destroy that man. They were much stronger than those simple guards, and with lightning speed, they took off. This time, Kim decided not to stand still and rushed to meet them. Those guards did not use weapons. They fought with their bare fists, just like Kim. Kim also put his hands out to meet them, and they clashed fists with great force. But in a moment, one of them's fist began to crack into pieces. At the same time, the other twin's fist was also cracking, and they were in tremendous pain. And Kim only increased his strength and his weight as reached their faces. At that moment, there was a very strong pop. Kim put extraordinary force into that blow, and the two of them flew into the wall with great speed. They were completely destroyed by that blow and did not even breathe. Hialeah stood up abruptly and said it wasn't funny anymore because those twins were his strongest bodyguards and he had never even seen them beaten. Kim could barely restrain himself from killing him and abruptly grabbed him by the throat. He lifted him into the air and asked Hialeah where they were keeping his children. While Panda and the student were standing there, Hialeah said that the child was standing on Kim's ass. But he replied that he was not asking about her, the other children. After saying that, Hialeah said that although they took them from the ghetto, they looked very appetizing, and he also said that they were not there and that Kim would never find them. He asked what Hialeah was trying to say, and just at that moment, a blow of extraordinary power flew in Kim's direction. It happened very quickly, and the student barely had time to shout for Kim to turn around, and Hialeah shouted for the butcher to cut him in half. Kim, being confused by Hialeah's answer, did not have time to react, and the butcher, using a huge weapon, cut him in half. That butcher was a real monster made of different pieces of flesh. After that, Hialeah decided to tell me where those children were. He said that they were now in the hands of people who were much stronger than him, that they did not want children from the blue place. They were looking for children who did not have counselors so that if they went missing, no one would even look for them, and Kim's children were just like that. He threw Kim's body part off himself and added that all he did was take into account the needs and delivered the children to them. Hialeah told the butcher that after he destroyed Kim's body, he would not let any uninvited guests in. But suddenly, he felt a great pain, and the hand that had almost fallen to the ground clutched Hialeah's neck again with great force. At that second, he looked at Kim and he showed no vital signs. But just a moment later, he opened one eye and asked loudly that his children were not in that place. Immediately after that, his body suddenly rose and began to pull up another part of his body with the help of red threads. And Hialeah was trapped. He didn't have time to escape. The panda and the girl were shocked because they could not believe that it was possible to recover from such wounds. Hialeah, too, could not understand how this could happen because he was cut to pieces and survived. When Kim started killing him, he could barely shout the word butcher to get him to fight. Although that ball was very big, it was very fast, and in a moment, it moved and cut off Kim's arm to free Hialeah. Hialeah flew back and was in a terrible panic, screaming very loudly. Right after that, Kim began to grow his arm back and asked the butcher if he could use only a knife, and suddenly that butcher rushed into the attack with great pressure and a very loud roar. As a result, Kim also began to scream like a battle cry, his cry instantly becoming much louder than the butcher's. It was so loud that the girls had to cover their ears to avoid going deaf. It was so strong that even the butcher was confused and dropped his own weapon. The butcher was about to run away, but Hialeah shouted that he was not afraid of him. He was a beast of the slaughterhouse, that he should follow the order and destroy the masked man. It was very difficult for him to pull himself together, but Hialeah kept shouting for him to start attacking. And in an instant, with lightning speed, he struck a very strong blow to Kim's face. Immediately after that, the butcher struck Kim's body 2 more times, and he did not even expect such brutal force from that butcher. But in an instant, he became super angry, and Kim hit the butcher with an extremely strong punch to the face. It was a counterattack, and right after that, Kim caught him with both hands and just tore him to pieces. Hialeah looked at that and was just horrified. He thought it couldn't be possible. As a result, that butcher fell to the ground with a great roar, and Hialeah looked at Kim and thought that he had never seen anything like it before, although he had seen many different monsters in his career. But this man was the most terrifying monster. Kim turned to him and said that now his beautiful face would not help him, and Hialeah was scared to death. He went up and prepared to kill the bastard, but he said to him, "Does he have the last word?" Hialeah said he was the head of the blue place, and if he killed him, he would become a criminal and lose his last chance to get the children back. Kim stopped for a second and started listening to what Hialeah was saying. He told them to sign a contract that he would help him find his children. Kim immediately decided to ask Panda what she thought of the proposal. She thought about it and said that, as far as she knew, he could not contact people who were stronger than him. She went on to say that it would be much faster to tell them about the chain of fingers and use it to find the children. This means that they do not need that man, and she closed the student's eyes so that she would not see the Kim destroy him. Hialeah was in a stupor. He thought he could make a deal. Kim loomed over him like a rock and said that it was a good thing that Hialeah was such a scumbag because Kim would not feel guilty about destroying him now. He had no choice but to start screaming because a big fist was flying at him, much bigger than his head. A little time passed and night fell. The panda and the girl went to a room where it was very bright. Raya's girlfriend was upset and said that the man from the Chain of Fingers organization wanted to save her, but he died. The panda was surprised to hear that. She immediately asked who he was. Rai's girlfriend said that he had a mask that covered half of his face. The panda quickly realized who her student was talking about. The panda started laughing and said that Rai was calling him a man. She said that Hobie's boyfriend was only 2 years older than her and that he was 21 years old. The panda calmly said that she was sure he was fine, and Raya was very surprised when she heard that. She went on to say that his job was reconnaissance. He had to sneak in and find the student. Raya listened to what the panda was saying, and she continued, saying that if rescue was not possible, he should have given you the patch and run away himself so that the panda could eventually find her. She also added that all the members of that organization and panda were also trained to control the Blue Moon City, so they can't just defeat one of them. The panda added that Raya shouldn't get depressed because the guy is definitely back in the fashion district and is resting. She sat there and was very surprised. She thought it was very strange because she saw the monster eat him, and suddenly she realized that the monster was still alive and somewhere nearby. Meanwhile, Kim was scouting the situation in some underground corridor, and suddenly this monster came out of the ceiling and started saying that it was an intruder and that he didn't know its smell. Kim stood there and wondered what unusual monsters were there. After a moment, the monster opened its mouth and said that it was thanking him for the gift, and Kim said that it was some kind of overgrown bean that also talked. A few moments passed, and Kim's fists were stained with blood again, and suddenly that guard appeared from the body of the monster that Kim had cut into pieces, and Kim asked him what he was doing inside that monster. He was covered in mucus. He could barely say that he was looking for children. And suddenly, as he was walking down the hall, he was attacked by that monster. He said that he fought with all his might against the monster, but in the end, the monster swallowed him. Kim asked him if he had tried to escape when he realized he was not going to win. The guard said he tried everything, but he was weak. Suddenly, Panda came across Kim and the bald guard and was glad that they were both there. Kim immediately asked Panda where they had been. Panda replied that they had been to the chairman's office, and now she knew where to go next. She said that next they needed to go to a food giant store. The bald security guard was disappointed, and Kim said it was just another association. Panda said that the food giant and gourmet food businesses are very similar, so the presidents have a good relationship, so good that they are considered brothers. That's why gourmet food, which was very modest at first, has developed a lot due to larger partners. The panda went on to say that they exchanged information, and that's why there were traces, and showed a document with images. The gigantic meal supports Rai's sister and another child. Suddenly, Kim notices that this is a very familiar face. He shouted that it was Haijung and was instantly filled with anger. The panda then said that they had to wait for the chain of fingers to respond to find out where the children were being held. Kim asked Panda which direction they should go, and she replied that she didn't know. And right after that, they turned around and both looked at the bald guard. He immediately panicked and asked them to understand him, because the giant food organization is really very dangerous. He was horrified when he mentioned the head of this organization, saying that he was one of those who stopped the uprising and that he had blue blood and that this was a completely different level and that they would all die. Kim was surprised when he heard about the blue blood, but Panda said that the head of the organization was like one of the pillars on which the whole city stands, and those pillars can be counted on one hand. Kim then asked what was going on and what had that bald guard decided, but he remained silent for a long time. After that, Kim abruptly grabbed him and said that he really wanted to die by his hands. After that, the bald guard immediately agreed to show them the fastest way. The panda said that he would take Raya to the passage that would lead her to the surface and that she should return home. Raya calmed down and felt the warmth of the teacher's hand while the others discussed that the man must be more than 130 years old. Raya thought that she really wanted to leave those horrible places very much. She wants to go back to her favorite school. She also wants to return to her beloved home. She also mentioned her own younger sister, saying that she missed her very much. And suddenly, she felt sick and scared again because she realized that her sister was still suffering. She looked down at the dead monster, and suddenly her sister appeared in her eyes and she was dead. Immediately afterwards, she shouted sharply that she would go with them to look for the children. They were all surprised by such a loud statement, and she reiterated that she really needed to go with them, but Kim didn't want her to go with them and talked her out of it. She was outraged and shouted even louder that her sister was out there somewhere. Kim said right away that he wouldn't let her go with them. They continued to argue in this vein for some time. The panda and the bald guard didn't know what to do at that incomprehensible moment. Raya was very indignant and angry, but she realized that she would not be able to argue with Kim. So then she asked the panda if she could go with them. The panda replied that, of course, she could go. When Kim heard this, he simply exploded with anger, so much so that his mask immediately cracked and broke into pieces. It was very fast and sudden that those pieces ended up in the panda's mouth. The panda said that something got into her mouth, and Kim asked her if she was crazy for letting Raya come along. While Kim was telling her that she was definitely crazy, she bit into that mask and said it tasted like blood. Then the panda said that she was an adult and that she was neat and that she would help them. Kim was very angry when the panda said that, but the panda continued that there is a special talent in paradise and they have to use it when they save Ramon. So said the organization Chain of Fingers, and most importantly, she wants to protect her family. Kim was still very angry and could not accept it. He abruptly turned and said that he would let Panda do what he wanted. That bald guard was very surprised that this girl Raya was so brave and fearless. The girl Raya was happy and thanked Panda for his understanding. The panda added that she didn't really want Raya's girlfriend to go with them, but she had a special talent. The panda also said that if Raya's girlfriend did not join the fight, she would still have to defend herself to the best of her ability. The panda asked her if she would be able to defend herself, to which Raya's girlfriend firmly replied that she would handle everything. This is a majestic building that houses a big food restaurant. A man in that institution was keeping a close eye on the time. He said it was time to move on to more sophisticated dishes. He used to say this to the head of the big food establishments. He was called Chairman Yug. He was very large and looked like a gluttonous monster. Meanwhile, Kim and the others came to an establishment called Zappa, where they were led by a bald guard. They entered it, and the bald guard told them that it was an elite establishment and that there were only a few places like it in the whole world. They were greeted by two people who worked in that institution and greeted them respectfully. Kim looked around and asked why they were there because it was just a clothing store. The panda smiled and took out that patch and said that this is not just a clothing store. She showed that patch to the man and told him that it was not just a clothing store, but a secret hideout in a fashionable neighborhood in the middle of the city. The man asked how he could help them. The panda said she needed some help before she went on a mission. The man immediately understood her and clapped his hands defiantly, and behind him was a large lock that was built into the wall. His partner came up to him and started to pick the lock. Raya's girlfriend and the bald guard were very surprised. When she opened that lock, they saw a passage into a corridor and many doors. This is the head of the fashion district, a woman named Hazem, who single-handedly turned the wasteland into a fashion district, but she has always been wary of the City of Blue. This is because she knew that the City of the Blue place was spoiled. She also knew that if the fashion district was attacked, they would not be able to repel the attack themselves. So she decided to create a trust-based organization that included different people with superpowers and called the organization the Chain of Fingers. The members of that organization spread all over the world and became secret agents, eavesdropping and watching everything around them. Raya's girlfriend was very surprised because she thought those people just had two jobs. Zipper's establishment, which was located in the City of the Blue Spot, also belonged to the Chain of Fingers organization. A little time passed and Raya's girlfriend felt that she was safe and decided to rest for a while. Others were discussing an important case, the whereabouts of children with Hato. The man said that it was a rather complicated case, but he would try to find out more. When Kim heard that the man would help them, he immediately thanked him. The panda immediately noticed and asked Kim if he could say thank you properly. Kim was surprised and said that, of course, he knew how to say thank you, but the panda said that she had only seen him in anger, and in a moment, Kim banged his hand on the table and said that it was people from the city who stole his children and he would destroy them. And Raya's girlfriend woke up abruptly from that noise because she was scared. Kim forgot that she was sleeping and immediately apologized to her. That man was delighted with Kim's story that he alone was able to destroy that vicious cycle of violence and that they had such an ally. He also added that there aren't very many Sipper establishments in the Blue Moon City, but he said they hope Kim's special properties will play a very big role. The panda was a little disappointed and said that the biggest problem was how to get to the big food restaurant. The panda said that if they just walked down the street, the surveillance cameras would notice them immediately and the police would come to them. Kim asked them if they had ever tried to fight with the police. The man said that their main principle was secrecy. He also added with focus that rash actions could lead to a war between the city and the streets, so he also asked Kim to be very careful. He turned abruptly and said, "Why did they surrender that cowardly policeman?" At that moment, the bald policeman felt very uncomfortable thinking about how he could help to gain trust, and suddenly he notices a large pipe running down his backside. He suggested that they sneak into the big meals through her unit. The man and the panda were interested, but they didn't fully understand what he meant, and he meant that there is a bingo delivery which laid a lot of pipes under the city to deliver frozen food so that it does not defrost. But he immediately said that he did not know whether those pipes were connected to big food. At that moment, they all listened to him carefully and did not expect him to come up with such an idea. Panda and Kim came up to him, and Panda happily said that it was a very good idea, but the bald policeman could not believe that he had come up with a good idea. Raya's girlfriend was wary of him and wondered if the bald guard was definitely on their side. Then the guard showed me on the map where the nearest point of that bingo place was, and it was a 10-minute walk to that place. He also added that they would not need to hide because it was on the outskirts, and Kim suggested that they should go right now. That man turned to Kim and asked him to put on some clothes before he left because it didn't matter how much they hid if Kim was walking around without clothes. At first, Kim did not understand what was wrong with him not wearing any clothes. But the man continued and said that he had just the right clothes for Kim. Meanwhile, the big rhinos were rushing along the road very loudly. There were 4 of them, and they were harnessed to a very large carriage, and they were accompanied by 6 security vehicles. Suddenly, Mr. Yoon's assistant jumped out of the carriage. He had to hurry to get everything ready in time. In a moment, he took out a very large red carpet from his pocket and very skillfully laid it out. At the same moment, the guards started running out of the cars as quickly as possible, and in just a few seconds, they were all standing there waiting for Chairman Yoon to get out of the carriage. The assistant said that they had arrived, and Head Yoon said that he was very hungry and smelled blood. He was very curious about what Hialeah had prepared for him. They began to slowly move forward on the red carpet. The man was very surprised that no one from the Gourmet Association came out to meet them, and that they didn't answer the phone. Suddenly, he saw something and was shocked. They came to the front entrance of the gourmet store and were shocked. There was a lot of blood and corpses around. Chairman Yoon said that something very serious happened there, and at that moment, someone was hiding behind the column. A moment later, he emerged from the shadows and started running toward Mr. Yoon and Mr. Bari. Bari's assistant asked him if he worked in that restaurant. The chef immediately replied that he was a cook. Bari's assistant asked the cook what had happened. The cook told him that some unknown man and his friends had broken in and killed the chief of Hialeah and his assistants, and then they disappeared. After hearing this, he immediately asked if it was a gang from the streets. The cook replied that he had friends, but that the man had caused the whole mess on his own. He was trembling when he began to tell me that no matter how many times he was wounded, he did not want to die, so the cook realized that he could not defeat him and just started hiding. Bari's assistant looked around the place again and asked where they had gone. The cook told him that they seemed to be headed to the city center. The chef also added that he thought it was strange that there was a policeman with the man, as well as a girl with glasses and a child. Bari thought that the policeman might be a fake or maybe a real one, but this was a serious problem. Bari put his hand on that chef's shoulder and said that it was useful information, and suddenly Bari began to strangle the chef and said that it was very good that the information did not go beyond the outskirts. The cook was writhing in pain and begging for mercy. The cook asked Mr. Bari to let him go and asked why he wanted to kill him. Bari replied that he wanted to kill him for no reason. When the man almost suffocated, Bari said that there was nothing useful in that place anyway. Suddenly, the chef's neck just couldn't take it anymore and snapped, and Bari said that it couldn't get any worse than it was. A few seconds passed, and the cook stopped showing signs of life. Bari pulled his jacket back with his hand and began to guide the chef's body into the middle of his jacket. And in a moment, something began to pull that man inside that jacket. When only his legs were left of the cook, Bari said that it would take a long time to clear the place and find the survivors. Mr. Yoon spoke sternly to Bari, and he listened attentively. He said how dare that unknown man kill his closest friend, and with great anger, he ordered Bari to start looking for that man as soon as possible. He clenched his teeth hard and said that they would deliver his body to him and he would chew it for a long time. Bari bowed and said that he would hire a qualified professional for such a task. Meanwhile, Kim was trying on clothes, and Panda asked him how he liked the new clothes. She said that he was lucky to have those clothes because they have the properties of absorbing electrical discharges and self-healing. When Panda said that the clothes fit him very well, Kim said that he seemed to be quite comfortable in them. Panda added that this is a super hasten collection and it is very rare. They were all looking forward to seeing Kim, and Panda added that it would be a gift for him to improve his chances of success in the task. And when it came out, it looked very cool, and they were now fully prepared for a serious task. The next day, important events took place in the delivery bingo establishment. The manager, Rocky himself, came to the morning meeting. He was very strict. He looked at all the workers carefully. After he said hello, those workers, who were all like clones because it was very cold there, so that the food wouldn't rot, they were dressed very warmly at that moment. He said that before starting work, he needed to convey an important message that came from the wind of the big food organization. He said that as a result of the sudden tragedy, the main branch of the Gourmet Association has completely suspended its work, and the rest of the information will come later, after which he encouraged the workers to work hard to avoid freezing in that refrigerator. In order to raise their spirits and to ignite their thirst for work, he shouted loudly and asked them what they were called. They all started shouting in one voice very loudly that they were a big no delivery. After that, he praised them and said that they were now ready to work, and at that moment a siren started screaming very loudly and the gates began to open. The next picture opened up before them. There were very large chunks of ice. They were like rocks rising to the ceiling. The first thing that happened was that people who were called ice axes ran into that room. They had very massive hammers, and their shoes had spikes. They were very strong, and with each blow they struck, large chunks of ice were broken into many smaller pieces. Later, another group started to work. They were already on skates and had metal hooks in their hands. They were very nimble and fast. Among them, there was a Blackberry who was in charge. He called certain numbers of food and the pipe into which the food was to be thrown. With lightning speed and skill, they spun large depths of ice with food in the middle. This was all done to get those large ice depths into special pipes. Everything happened incredibly fast there. They were very skillful, and almost every few seconds the food went into the right pipe. It was a fantastic idea. There were a lot of such pipes, and they went to different places. In a short time, they perfectly executed the plan, and there were no setbacks. While the manager was watching the work go on, one of the workers asked him if he was cold, to which he replied that he was warmed by enthusiasm and that he could even be without outerwear. But suddenly the alarm sounded, and the manager could not even imagine what it could be. He thought it was some kind of malfunction. He asked why the gate started to open, and at that moment he could already see someone's feet. It was Kim, and he was very angry. He said the phrase, "Good day, loser," in a menacing voice. A few minutes earlier, Kim and the team had come to the locker room, and they wondered how those people could leave their clothes like that and not be afraid that someone would steal them. Kim said that it would be stupid to leave things like that, but Panda immediately said that there are no robbers in the middle of the city. Kim was surprised, but the security guard said that, of course, there are thefts, but no one steals clothes, and mostly everyone steals competitors' accounting books. He also said that when they came to that place, he remembered an interesting story. He said that there is some kind of blacklist that big companies use. While Panda was putting on those clothes, the guard continued to talk. He said that all the people who were on that list had disappeared, but after their relatives reported them to the police started an investigation. Later, they were able to find those people, and it turned out that they had all frozen to death. The security guard added that his friend who told him this was very suspicious of the bingo delivery company, and Kim added that this was the company's founder showing that he was a good businessman, but in reality he was fulfilling murder orders. Raya's girlfriend was listening to all this and asked them if it was too cruel. The guard added that it was actually very cruel because the manager who runs that department was a fighter in the past. He was nicknamed the Mad Dog. He was kicked out of that association in a short time because he was blowing too hard, and his opponents were dying very often. Upon hearing this information, the girl panda came up with another plan and told Kim to go to the breach. And in a moment, he was standing in front of them, looking very impressive. Rocky's husband immediately told him that it was forbidden to enter, that only employees could go in, and asked him who he was. Kim started to go ahead and said that he would not give any details, but he said that he did not work there and let them try to stop him. A moment later, he came over, clenched his fist tightly, and said, "If he's a trespasser, let him be stopped." Kim didn't hesitate for a second, and at that moment, he struck the man's face very hard. It all happened in just one moment. In a second, the man flew off at a frantic speed and crashed into the wall with a gigantic force, and the wall was badly damaged by the collision. Those workers were shocked. They were stunned. They had never been in such a situation. But in a moment, a group with large hammers immediately activated and began to attack. They had no idea what kind of power Kim had, and the first of them made the strongest possible swing to kill Kim. In a moment, Kim smashed the hammer to pieces with a quick uppercut. At that moment, the worker realized the full extent of Kim's power, and then he finally fell into a stupor. But in a split second, Kim's second punch was right in the head of that worker until for Kim, they were like bugs that he was destroying. After that, the other workers with hammers stopped for a moment. They were very surprised. The supervisor of those workers with hammers was very surprised that Kim destroyed that hammer with his bare hands because it was made of a special metal alloy, and he also thought that he had some kind of superpowers. But a moment later, he shouted that the bingo delivery company would not be afraid of anyone, and all the workers rushed to the attack as one. Kim was happy that they were attacking because then he wouldn't feel guilty about what he would do to them. And at that moment, real chaos began there. Those workers started flying off in different directions. It was a real meat grinder. Those who walked with the documents and had to direct those large ice depths into the pipes were the weakest. They stood aside and were shocked by what started there. In an instant, when those workers were standing there and couldn't understand what was happening, Kim's friends sneaked up behind them and attacked them. When they neutralized them, they noticed that they had certain lists with important information. They want to take that information and find out where they need to go while Kim is distracting those workers. They don't have time to come up with the perfect plan and need to act quickly. The panda girl quickly went through the list and said that they needed a B44 pipe and that there was a fork in the road and that they would need to correct the direction. She also told them that they needed to get on the ice cube and they could go. When the guard heard that, he was very scared because he was very scared to do such a thing. As they were walking, the guard suddenly slipped and started to fall. When he was falling, a girl named Raya was standing behind him, and he started to fall on her. At the moment of the fall, a loud sound was heard, and those workers were surprised to turn back and notice them. When they fell, Raya's girlfriend told the guard to be more careful, and he apologized and said that the floor was very slippery. Immediately after that, one of the workers started shouting that there were more strangers behind them, and he realized this because they didn't have the right work clothes. That guard was even more frightened. He said it was very bad because they were discovered, and now their disguise would not help them. The panda girl realized that she couldn't wait any longer and shouted to Kim to throw them on one of the ice cubes. Kim immediately paid attention to what the panda girl was saying and said that how could they have been discovered because he had gone into battle on purpose so that they could sneak in. In an instant, he started running to his friends with great speed and at the same time scattered everyone around. In a moment, he was already near his friends and, with a light jerk, he threw them up the mountain in the direction of that ice cube. In a few seconds, his friends landed on the surface of this cube, and only the guard felt the rough landing. When they were at the top of that cube, Kim kicked with great force and they flew quickly toward the tunnel. In a moment, they were in a tunnel and it was very large, much larger than the cube itself. It was very exciting. That guard almost peed in his pants. Rai's girlfriend was also quite scared. Only Panda's girlfriend looked quite confident. Those workers saw it all and started saying that they had to catch those who managed to get into the pipe. When they got there, they were met by Kim, who said that if they wanted to go there, they had to go through him. But suddenly, one worker told Kim that there was another rival for him. Kim was very surprised because he couldn't understand what the worker meant. And literally in a moment, the manager, whom Kim had allegedly destroyed, ran at Kim with great speed. He threw Kim to the ground and began to prepare to strike. Kim was shocked. He said, how could he survive after the blow that Kim dealt him? That manager's face was all smashed up, but he was smiling, very scary. He said that of course he survived because he really wants to start fighting someone like Kim. Meanwhile, other workers had already entered the tunnel and quickly began to move deeper. Suddenly, Kim gave him another, also very strong blow to the head and shouted at him to get out of his way. It was something incredible. He didn't fly away like the last time. He was like a beast. He said that Kim himself told him to stop him, so he's doing what Kim told him. Immediately after that, he started attacking Kim with a loud scream and shouted that this time he would try to stop him. Meanwhile, the big gate Kim had jumped through opened, and there were some people behind it. There was police tape blocking the crime scene. There was a detective there. He was investigating the events that took place there, and the guard had already told him that when he came on shift, 3 of his colleagues whom he was supposed to replace had simply disappeared. The guard added that one of them was not very talkative, but the other 2 should have told him something, but they did not. The investigator was surprised because he was trying very hard to solve the case, but there were many details that he did not understand. He clearly sees that all the evidence has been destroyed, and he gets the impression that someone has simply cleaned up the crime scene. He started thinking because he had information that an outsider had entered the city, but no one opened the gates, so he thought they might be dealing with a person with superpowers. He looked up and thought that the only clue was the damaged central gate. He further thought that the main gate was made of a special material so it could not be repaired quickly. He also thought that the new asphalt had just been laid and that other evidence in the city could also be destroyed. Suddenly, another guard came up to them and told them that they were finishing their work because everyone was being recalled from that place. That new guard was very surprised to hear this news. He didn't understand how this was possible. He added that it was just a simple crime and that the 3 guards who had been absent had already been found and fired. So the investigator decided to say that this type of crime is not very common. The security guard told him that it was not common, but he said it was not a big problem. The investigator suspected something and decided to persistently ask the guard if he was sure of what he was saying. The guard replied indignantly that he thought the investigator was making up all kinds of nonsense. The guard also added that if the detective Aston did not believe him, he should ask his own superiors, and he said that he knew how the detective worked, but that he should not interfere in that case. When the guards who were in charge of the investigation were leaving, the rude guard said about the detective that the fact that he had authority did not give him the right to interfere in the investigation. The detective was silent at that moment, but he was thinking about something. Meanwhile, in that tunnel, the ice cube on which the team was riding was moving at breakneck speed, and those workers were also chasing that cube with great speed. In a short time, they were able to catch up with them and began to make attempts to stop them. The panda girl was very experienced, and she helped the Rye girl avoid the fatal blow. Immediately afterward, she kicked the worker with a quick kick. But that was not all, because there were several enemies, and they were also ready to attack. Raya's girlfriend was in a panic. She was hitting one of the attackers with her case and saying that this was a horror, because if that man hadn't fallen, they could have easily moved on to the target. That security guard said it was because Kim couldn't handle those workers on his own, but Rai's girlfriend started yelling at him that he was lying and that he had fallen on purpose so that their plan wouldn't work. The guard said that she was insulting him because she made such a good police officer, which he thought he was, looked like some kind of criminal accomplice, and at that moment there was another worker who was keeping up with them. In an instant, the worker appeared next to them and said in a menacing voice that they had no time for talk. In another moment, he jumped in front and stood directly in the path of the ice cube. Raya's girlfriend and the policeman were shocked and did not understand what he was trying to do. And suddenly, at the moment of the collision, he kicked that ice cube. His extremely strong blow split the cube into two parts, and the policeman was left on one side and the girls on the other. They were very scared. Raya said that it was incredible, but the ice was shattered, and asked if that worker sharpened those skates every day to make that hit. That policeman was just panicking. He was screaming very loudly from the old man. He said that the worker was a real bastard, because if he had decided to cut the cube, he should have cut it in the center. In a moment, they reached that fork, and it happened that the policeman headed for another tunnel, and the girls were surrounded by those workers. The Paradise Girl was very scared. She was worried about that policeman, and the Panda Girl said they were wrong. She said that she thought that the one who fought with Kim was the most important, but it turned out that the boss was standing in front of them. He said that he was actually from another shop, but his level was higher than Rocky's, and his name was Shamin. He was in charge of the freezer. He asked them how they had ever thought of contacting the guys from the freezer and what kind of lunatic hired them. Suddenly, Panda Girl rushed to the attack and shouted that she was not a mercenary, but a simple teacher. That man raised his leg to block the panda's kick and said it would be a stupid joke. 7-16. At that moment, they kicked each other. It was a very powerful blow. The shockwave from their impact spread throughout the tunnel, and there was a very loud roar. That man said that he thought they were weak because they ran away, but he was wrong. He noticed that the Panda Girl was also very strong. Raya's girlfriend noticed that after that kick, the shockwave was so strong that the tunnel started to oscillate very much. In the place where there was the greatest pressure from the impact, the junction of that tunnel was damaged, and earth began to fall out of it. The workers who remained there told the boss to be more careful. While the Panda Girl was striking him numerous times, he said that the workers he had taken with him in the chase were really more of a hindrance than a help. In an instant, he made a counterattack, and the Panda Girl barely managed to avoid very heavy damage. Immediately after that, the panda took one jump back and said that the man really thought that being careful would help him. She said she had never lost in a one-on-one fight before. Immediately after those words, she began to move much faster, and in an instant, she struck him several very powerful blows. That man was shocked. He got even angrier and thought that girl was a real animal. Meanwhile, that policeman was sitting on that piece of ice and saying that for some reason, no one was pursuing him. He recalled the words of the girl, Raya, that she said he had fallen on purpose. He was outraged. He said, who did she think she was? But right after that, he smiled very sarcastically and said that she was very attentive. He said that he was not crazy to help some strangers from the street, and he was also glad that his pipe led to another place, i.e., he would be able to escape and call for reinforcements so that he could be pardoned for helping them. Meanwhile, in that shop, a huge piece of ice was flying at Kim at a very high speed, but it was not a difficult obstacle for him, and he easily broke it into small pieces. But that man was just crazy. The cart immediately afterwards picked up another huge piece of ice and started throwing it at Kim with great force. It was a very powerful blow. That man was as strong as Kim. From that blow, Kim even flew far back and felt that the man was really very strong. As a result, Kim flew into the wall with such force that it cracked. He realized that he would have to try harder to destroy that man. The man slowly approached Kim and said that he was not so interested in men from the city because they use different fighting techniques, and he does not like that. He likes to fight the way he is fighting now. Kim slowly began to rise and said that he was not interested in his philosophy. Immediately after that, Kim decides to counterattack, and he pushed off his feet hard and went on the attack. They faced a fierce force. It was an incredible battle. That man's face was covered in blood. He said that he would like Kim and that they could be good friends. The man grabbed Kim tightly and very quickly began to throw him backwards so that his head hit the ground. He succeeded. Kim broke through the ground with his head, but Kim started saying that he had misspoken. When the man was leaving for the battle, Kim caught him by the leg. He began to promote him and said that, in fact, he was not only not interested in his philosophy, but he was not interested in him as a person. And Kim slammed him to the ground with even more force. And right after that, he decided to finish him off so that he would definitely not get up. It was just an incredible blow, and it was simply impossible to survive. Kim said that all he was interested in was his children. After that, as if nothing had happened, Kim headed for that tunnel to start moving in the direction his friends had gone. When Kim wanted to go into the tunnel, a voice was heard. Was it the man who said that it turns out that Kim is married? He was covered in very large wounds, but he said that after they warmed up a bit, they could start fighting for real. Kim was no longer in the mood for jokes. He said that any other person would be dead by now. He asked him if he also had superpowers. He began to tear off his clothes and started saying that he had superpowers. He was very massive and strong. He had very big muscles. He said he had an extraordinary ability. He would turn damage into muscle power. Kim said in disappointment that the man was as tenacious as a cockroach. After those words, the man quickly jumped into action and started running very fast, and he also said that cockroaches are very cool and he even has them at home. He immediately approached and struck Kim's head with his left hand. Kim immediately responded to him and also struck him a very powerful blow. They were both very angry. They were so angry that it seemed like their eyes were going to fall out. At that moment, they started exchanging hundreds of blows. It was complete chaos. It was like a battle of the titans. When Kim was hitting that man, he was laughing all the time and saying that he was having a lot of fun. And the blows that Kim received were quite painful, but he didn't show it. He didn't show that he was in pain. A few moments later, their chaotic blows continued, and suddenly they hit one fist into the other. From that collision, the two of them flew backwards, and that was the end of that abnormal sparring. That man turned to Kim and told him to finally admit the truth. He meant that Kim would not be able to beat him. He went on to say that Kim just has stupid superhuman strength, and his strength is unique. After every blow he gets hit, he gets stronger. He said that in a battle of people with superpowers, the one whose superpower is stronger than the opponent's will always win. He said that he was much stronger than Kim, and that he was superior to Kim in everything, and that he could not defeat him. Kim really thought about it. At first, he didn't even know what to do in this situation. Meanwhile, in that place, very loud bangs continued from their battle. Kim was hardly resisting anymore, and the man kept beating him. And suddenly, the man struck even harder from below, his blows getting stronger every second. The blow left a huge fist mark on Kim's body, and he flew into the wall behind him. In a moment, the man wanted to strike again, but Kim was able to dodge that blow. That man was already much bigger than Kim. He asked Kim what happened and why he didn't want to fight anymore. Then Kim thought that he was in a very bad position indeed. He looked at the man and thought that you can't just hit someone who is just getting stronger. Immediately, the man rushed back to the attack, and Kim decided to try something. He threw him to the ground, climbed on top of him, and took his hand around his throat. He wanted to strangle him, but in a moment, that man twisted with quick movements and kept Kim in awe. He said that he was professionally engaged in such types of wrestling, and in an instant he pulled Kim's hand and tore it off. He said that the plan was not bad, but Kim was too weak. But suddenly, that severed arm hit that man very hard. He was very confused at that moment. In an instant, he twisted and was on top, and his severed arm began to unite with his body with the help of special fibers. Kim said he got caught, and he started dragging it along the ground in a certain direction. But the man smiled and said that it didn't matter. No matter how hard Kim tried, he would win. As a result, Kim decided to throw the man into a room with maximum force. Of course, he didn't even blink, and he started saying that it was getting hotter. Kim said that it was just the opposite, and that the man needed to cool down a bit, so he threw him into the deep freeze chamber. When he realized this, he almost burst out laughing with anger that Kim had done this to him. Kim pressed the button to start freezing immediately and with maximum force, and he also said that the man had killed people in this way, so let him try it himself. Kim told him to try his own methods just as the doors started to close. That man started shouting that Kim was a real bastard and ran to the door with all his might. He managed to make it. He was just incredibly angry. He told Kim not to run away from the fight like that. Kim punched him in the face with all his might and said that he wasn't even running away, and added that the idiot had lost the fight. After hearing these words, the man seemed to turn into a wild animal. But the door slammed shut in an instant, and Kim thought he had finally gotten rid of that crazy man. But suddenly the man's furious punch was able to break through that door. Kim managed to catch his punch and said that the man was like a monster and was unbearable until the very end. As a result, he was completely frozen, and Kim said that he hoped other people with superpowers of NEP would be as horrible as that man. Meanwhile, the panda girl continued to fight another man on the ice cube. She used maximum strength and skill to defeat him. But the fight went on for some time, and she lost a little strength, and from another blow from that man, she got a minor cut. Her student, a girl named Raya, watched the fight with anxiety. She was very worried about Panda. She could not understand how Panda knew such fighting skills, because when she spent time with her, she was either teasing or lying on the bed. She also thought that the other boy was also very strong and that her teacher was in a bad position now. At one point, that guy threw a punch, but the panda girl skillfully dodged it. She caught that moment and struck him in his supporting leg. As a result, that guy just started falling off that cube. At first, he even started to lag behind, and the panda thought she had succeeded in getting rid of him. But in a moment, he used the super punch again and cut the cube into even smaller pieces. As a result of that blow, Raya's girlfriend could not resist and began to fall down, but at the last moment, that guy saved her from falling. He put her back on the ice and asked if she was okay. Raya's girlfriend was shocked. She didn't know how to respond and answered with a simple nod of her head. The boy turned around in indignation and told the panda that she was very unwise to take a child on such an important job, and that the panda was a bad teacher because she didn't care about the safety of her students. The panda was confused because she really agreed with this opinion. The man said that now the panda realized that the man was much stronger than her, and if he had wanted to, she would have been dead long ago. The panda began to say that the man was much stronger than before. She said his name was Shaman. He was shocked and thought he hadn't told her his name. The panda said with a smile that he hadn't remembered her yet. He started to say that it was very funny because she looked like one person, but it was definitely not her. He added that someone like the panda, being dumb, couldn't possibly be the perfect girl he thought she was. Suddenly, the panda jumped up and was preparing to strike. She was very angry and started to say, did that guy know that he was not the only one who could show something great? Because now that he was so brazen, she wanted to destroy him. He was very surprised that Panda changed the tactics of the battle so much in an instant. The man was able to duck to the side and said that the panda was definitely not the girl he thought it was. And suddenly, Panda used her own power and said, will he continue to deny even after this? She used an ability that changes the aggregate state of objects. In an instant, the ice cube was covered with electricity and the man was in an even greater stupor. And suddenly, he began to fall through as if the thin ice under him had cracked. He was surprised and said that this was the real density because the ice was like jelly, and in an instant, the ice that was like jelly became solid ice again. It turns out that the panda girl had a super ability to freely control the density of objects. She approached him and took off his mask and asked him if he believed her now. He calmly said that it is true what they say, that people change throughout their lives, that she has changed a lot. She kicked him in the head and said, why would he start talking so gently? The panda continued to torment him and recalled how he called her reckless. She said that he was talking like that to a colleague he hadn't seen for a long time. Raya's girlfriend was shocked to hear such words, and she asked Panda how she could be his colleague. The panda stopped and asked the girl, Raya, if she had told her everything because she didn't remember for sure. The panda added that she was from the city of the Blue Moon. Raya's girlfriend was shocked by what she heard. Meanwhile, that policeman, their friend, drove out of one of the tunnels. He was happy, but he said that the road was very confusing, like a maze. He said that he was fine, because he just needed to get away from that place and report everything to his superiors. Suddenly, a voice was heard. It was a panda saying that he was very late and they were waiting for him. At that moment, he was just in a stupor. He had never been so surprised. They came closer, and the panda said they were worried, but he was able to get to the right place unharmed. When Kim approached him, he asked what was wrong with his face. He very strangely started saying that he was very happy to see everyone and that they all got there unharmed. The panda also said that she was glad that he arrived unharmed. Later, Kim remembered a girl. He was also her teacher. Her name was Hyun Jong. She was always smiling. That day, she ran to him, and he told her to be careful because she might fall. That's what happened in a moment, and the girl fell and hit her face on the ground. She raised her head and still smiled, her nose even bleeding. Later, Kim began to treat her wounds, and she laughed again and said that she was tingling a little, saying that another girl would have been crying a lot if she were her. He thought that the brave girl Hyunjung had one peculiarity, but only he and the late director knew about this feature. Suddenly, a panda came up to him and asked him if he had fallen asleep. Kim said he was just thinking. She told them to go to another room because Shaman had woken up. They were in the break room, and Panda was telling him that she wasn't asking him for anything extraordinary because she only wanted him to pretend that they weren't there. He said that the whole city depends on those pipes. How can he pretend that he doesn't know anything because they want to attack the city of the Blue Moon? And he said that if someone finds out about it, the whole city will be on its ears. And after those words, Kim said that if so, then Chaman would meet his own death in that office. He added that they were not asking him to do so, but simply giving him a chance. He listened attentively to Kim, and Kim added that his life would depend on his answer. Also at that moment, there were other workers standing outside the door of that office, and Kim said that their lives also depended on the answer that Shamina would give. Those workers were talking among themselves about how long they had to wait, and they were worried about their leader. Kim then leaned over to Chaman and told him in a menacing voice that he was only living because the panda wanted him to. Chaman was very tense when he heard such a threat. Then he raised his head and looked at the panda with some suspicion, and the panda got a little confused and started saying that they had been colleagues in the past. After that, Shamin thought about what was happening. While they captured him and put him to sleep, the girl Panda and Kim were deciding what to do with him. Panda said that he should not be touched, and Kim noticed in such actions his former attachment to the city of the Blue Moon. The panda began to answer that he had no attachment to that city because she had long since left that damned city and moved to a fashionable neighborhood. The panda began to say that if you look at things realistically, it would be very suspicious if the company BFNGO Delivery, which is famous for its speed, suddenly stopped working. She said it would be better to pretend that nothing had happened. Then she said that besides all that, she knew Shama very well. She said that despite his strength, he had a good heart and that he would stand by them. After a short thought, Shamin said he agreed, but he had some conditions. He said that in return they provided security for his employees. The two of them listened to the conversation in amazement, and Kim said that if he played by their rules, everything would be fine. Rai's girlfriend was actually doubly surprised because everything happened exactly as she said it would. After that, everything went as it should have, and Kim's team managed to quietly penetrate the city, and the employees of the bingo delivery company pretended they hadn't seen them. But Raya's girlfriend was very surprised that none of the workers objected to Charmaine's order, and the policeman began to answer that people in the city were used to obeying any orders. Kim decided to ask the girl, Panda, if the man, Shaman, was telling the truth. She said that she was sure he had told the truth, because at that moment, he had no reason to lie to them. While they were talking to him, he said that he had listened carefully to the story about children being kidnapped, and he said that this situation was very bad for the city of the Blue Moon. He said he could not help them personally, but he could pass on some information. He said that the great food company they were going to was not real, and Kim and Panda were very shocked after those words. He went on to say that the headquarters, which everyone knows about, is fake. It is only used as a cover. He went on to say that there is a real headquarters where the head of the Yug sits. He was drinking a drink and said that he found out that information when he went to that fake headquarters for work, but he did not know where the real headquarters was. After hearing this, Kim immediately asked if the man he fought with could have known about the real headquarters apartment. Panda said with a smile that they should defrost it and ask him. Kim took her words very seriously, but Panda immediately said that she was joking. As they were walking, the policeman suddenly stopped and thought. He said that if it is not possible to find out information from official sources, then perhaps you need to ask those who work in the shadows. He started looking for some records and said that the area was quite small and he had to find the man quickly. In a moment, he managed to find that recording. He said that any bad guys who could be destroyed as a result should come up to them to find out the information. In the meantime, the events are transferred to the company. Cash Plus is a service company. The man's name was Kurian. He was the director of that young company. He was beaten and said, how dare those people beat him? He asked them if they thought they could beat him so easily. Several burly men were looking at him, and he said that his bodyguards and the police were definitely looking for him. But those men just started laughing at what he said. I was among them, and another man, he was also smiling and said that it was very interesting why all the people who get there say the same things. He came closer to Kurian and asked him if he knew why they were doing this. Suddenly, the man came even closer and deliberately began to stand on Kurian's toes. After that, he smiled very evilly and said that they do all this because they can afford it. Then the man took Kurian by the hair and started pulling, saying that the police would not care if some startup businessman disappeared. He kept asking if Kurian knew why his name was on the blacklist, because his business annoys someone at the top. And at that moment, his bodyguard noticed something very strongly. He immediately started asking who he was. The man who was in charge got a little confused and asked the guard if someone had come to see them. Kim appeared in front of them. Those guards were surprised. They said that he was very strong and asked if he could be the bodyguard of that Kurian. At that moment, Kurian himself wondered who it could be, because he knew for sure that there were no such people among his bodyguards. Kim told them that he had nothing to do with that guy. He just came in to ask him something. The main man started saying that now Kim should join Kurian because he saw what they were doing there, that now he would not just leave that place. That man ordered those guards to grab Kim and drag him to that corner. While those guards were walking to Kim, the man started saying that he and Kurian had something to talk about, and at the same moment he pulled out a bent knife. Suddenly there was a loud sound, a broken glass, and the scream of a falling man. The man turned around a little bit and began to say angrily that he had told them to drag him to that corner, not to throw him out of the window. And Kim was standing at that moment and remembering Panda's words that she told him to be as quiet as possible, and he threw one of the attackers out the window. When the man realized what had happened, he immediately changed his facial cut. And Kim said, he said that they were on the outskirts of town, and he hoped that no one had driven by and heard anything. In a moment, the man became furious. He started shouting for his guards to quickly catch the man and bring him to him. Immediately after, a group of people with knives began to quickly approach Kim. They were like crazy people running, and there was not a single drop of fear in their eyes. But as soon as he received the first blow, everything changed in that moment. The guard flew into the wall with great force from that blow, and Kim said that it was okay to make a little noise inside. All the other attackers stopped in an instant and noticed that the body of the first guard, who was hit by that force, had pierced several walls. Now, there was fear in their eyes. They were shocked and asked each other if he had superpowers. And at the same moment, Kim was already attacking them with great pressure. The group of guards just flew up the hill from his blow. His blow was able to do a lot of damage to them all. When they hit the ground, he wondered how it could be that they were weaker than the guys from the bingo delivery company. After what happened, that main man was scared to death. He was just left alone and in a stupor. And Kurian didn't know what to think, or was it the masked man who had just saved him? The closer Kim got, the more that main man started to tremble. The man began to say that Kim seemed to want to ask him something, so he shouldn't be shy and ask whatever he wanted, and at that moment, Kim raised his hand up and was cooking something. Kim gave him a very powerful slap, but it was not a blow of such force as to knock him out. Kim came over and told the man to get up because he didn't hit him hard. After Kim told the guard all this, the guard asked why Kim first beat everyone up and then started asking about the big meal. Kim said that he couldn't let some unknown men grab him, could he? He said with a surprised look that someone could have grabbed him. Then Kim said that if the guards who attacked him wanted to stay alive, they needed to be taught a lesson. A little time passed and several black cars arrived at the building at top speed. Different men came out of those cars. They were armed with swords, and one of them looked like the guy who was beaten. He was shouting for them all to hurry up to save his brother. His first bodyguard decided to say a sad guess. He said that he thought it was too late, that they hadn't sung, but that man firmly believed that there was still a chance. He said that there was no way that his brother was trying in vain. His name was Hawk. In a moment, they all started running to that building to find Mr. Hawk's brother as quickly as possible. In a short time, they managed to find his brother, and Hawk started shouting that he had come to help. Hurian was shocked that an entire army had gathered to save him. Hawk quickly went to his brother and asked him how he felt and what was wrong with his face. Kurian told him that he was fine. Hawk was just furious. He said how dare these bastards hit his brother in the face. He would not forgive them. Suddenly, the main man of that gang appeared from the back. He was very badly beaten. He raised his hands in the air and said, "Welcome to them." Hawk asked in surprise what was wrong with the man's face. Kurian patted him on the shoulder and told him to say hello. Kurian said that it was Mr. Kim who saved his life, and Kim was sitting on the back of one of the bandits at the time, and all the others were on their knees. The two brothers bowed to Kim and began to thank him, saying that they really wanted to repay Kim for what he had done. Kim turned abruptly and said, first of all, that he was busy and that they should be quiet. Suddenly, all those gang members started calling on the phone and saying that they wanted someone to find them that information, no matter how much it would cost. Kim asked the older gangster menacingly if he had learned anything yet. The gangster was trembling with fear and said he hadn't learned anything yet, so Kim abruptly caught him by the head and told him to look faster if he wanted to live. One of the brothers looked at what was happening there in amazement. Hawk began to ask his brother what Kim was doing. The latter began to answer him that Kim wanted to find out where the secret headquarters of the big food company was located. Hawk was surprised. He asked if the headquarters that everyone knew about was not real. His brother said that this was a very common practice in large corporations. He wondered what this might mean, and perhaps he himself might have known something but hadn't realized it. He turned to Kim and asked him if he was looking for the real headquarters of the big food corporation. He said that this is quite serious information, and he believes that Kim will not be able to find out through those bandits. He suggests that Kim check the place he tells him. Kim asked him if his version would be more effective. Hawk said it would be much more effective and began to explain. He started to explain that if the firm wanted to disguise the real headquarters, it would definitely have to be a tall building, because the proud old men with blue blood would definitely not allow them to be located somewhere in the basement. He said that it was very easy for his and his brother's firm to find a suspicious building if they knew the size of the building. Kim said that he was very grateful for the help, but that Hawk bowed and said that he was just thanking him for his help. And he thought that if they succeeded, they would not owe that suspicious guy because his brother is very emotional. He can give away everything in emotion, and he had to prevent that. Huryan emotionally began to praise his brother for coming up with a good chance to thank Kim, and Huryan also said that they would take the measurements themselves. Hawk was shocked at his brother's proposal. He started yelling at him that he was crazy because he was already on the blacklist, and how was he going to go and do the measurements? Kurian emotionally said that he would do anything for his savior. Kim said that he would start exploring the premises himself and that Kurian should take care of his own life. Kurian was moved and said that Kim was very generous, but he still owed Kim a debt. Hawk had to force his brother out of that place because he kept saying that if Kim needed help, he should find Huryan and he would do everything possible. After that, Kim went to the city and started telling different people that he had a job for them. He contacted the Mega Hammer organization and they asked Kim what he wanted them to inspect the building. Another organization, the Chicken Hut, they immediately pointed their guns at Kim and asked him what he wanted from them. Kim also turned to the man who cleans up the corpses, who also asked Kim very boldly who he was, 966. Kim also addressed the very strange black assassins. They also looked at Kim closely and asked what Kim wanted to measure from them. Kim was very angry with the answers he got from all those people, so Kim quickly figured them out in the way he was used to, and after some prevention, they all very quickly agreed to do what Kim told them. That friend was writing everything down. He was happy and said that at this rate, they would very quickly find the real headquarters of the Big Food Corporation. They had 3 tables on the balcony, and the gangs that Kim had recruited were working downstairs. Panda said that it was good that Kim talked to the brothers from the Constructia company because they were very good businessmen and would definitely help. Kim said that quite a bit of time has passed since it all started. He thought that even if the girl Hyun-jung was scared, she should wait a little longer and he would save her. Meanwhile, that girl was in a bright room, laughing very loudly. Next to her was a large man with blonde hair who said that he had lost again. The girl said that this time a girl named Ramon won, and the man asked them if they had never played such games before because he couldn't win. It was a girl named Ramona. She was the sister of the girl named Ray, and she said that she was playing for the first time. The man approached her and told her that if she kept lying, she would not grow up to be a good girl, but Ramona repeated that she was telling the truth. He started forcing the cards and said they could play again. Suddenly, Hanjong asked the man when they could go home. He seemed to be confused and started saying that childcare workers did not have this information. Suddenly, there was a loud sound. It was the sound of a very loud bell being struck. The girl Ramona was always watching the bell. She was always counting, and it was 56 times that it rang. The Hanjong girl said that playing those games with that man and the Ramoon girl was very interesting, but she wanted to go back to her own family. She also added that staying in that room all the time had a great impact on her health. The man was surprised to hear that the girl had a family. She began to answer that she had a big family, including teachers and many other children. He began to say that teachers are not a family, but a profession. But the girl emphasized that they were her family, and the man agreed with her vision. The man began to say that it would be dangerous on the surface now because every night a monster in a red mask comes out on the streets of the city, which came from the wild streets, and it kills people. The Henjov girl was smiling as always. She said it was so scary, and the man emphasized that it was better to stay where they were. The man went on to say that he had heard that Among the friends of the red-masked monster was a woman wearing sunglasses. Ramona immediately began to think that it could be Teacher Panda. After the man said those words, he watched the girl's reaction carefully, and suddenly he began to say that it didn't matter because the woman was dead, and the girl Ramona immediately leaned forward. At that very moment, another bell rang. The girl kept counting, saying that the information was definitely false. The man replied that it was not true, he was just joking. But right after that, he completely changed his gaze to a very stern one and began to say, wasn't the Ramon girl too surprised? Maybe she knew some of them. She fell into a stupor. She didn't say anything or even blink her eyes. He patted her on the shoulder and said that everything was fine. Did he then say, or did she want him to tell a funny fact? He leaned down to her ear and whispered softly that he was actually from the streets as well. He asked her once if she was surprised. Did the Hanjong girl not understand what they were talking about? The man continued that it was impossible to betray the person with whom he shared his homeland. She was still quite confused, but she said that she thanked him. Suddenly, the man who was accompanying Mr. Yun came into the room and asked why Rojul was there again and told him to leave the room. Rojul told the children that he had to go. Han Hong said goodbye to him cheerfully, and Ramoon was still surprised by his words. As they walked down the corridor, the man with the glasses asked, saying that Rojul had spent several days with those children, and had he been able to win their trust? He said that he only came to them because he was bored, and the man with the glasses said that those children were just ingredients and that he didn't need to be so nurturing. A moment later, Rojul said he had something important to tell us, and right after that, he said that he wanted $1 million for that information. The man was shocked. He started to say that he hadn't even told me what the information was, and he wanted $1 million. Rojul said that if he didn't want to pay, he didn't have to, but immediately after he said that, he handed him the money. He started counting the money and immediately began to say that those who attacked the company were gourmet association, that these people came from a fashionable neighborhood and they were looking for those children. But he added that the two girls do not know who the man in the red mask is. He thinks he might be a mercenary from the red light district, and there were similar cases 6 years ago. The man with the glasses started taking out more money and said that now it turned out that the job would be for Rojul. He said to Rojul to grind those unknown people into powder and bring the remains of those people to them, and if he could do it, he would pay more. Rajul started to say where he should look for them and how he could find them if no one knew where they were. But the man with the glasses coldly said that he was not interested in that, how he would do the job he was given. He also said that he had bought information that he didn't even know, so he had to figure it out himself. He also said that Rajul was the best mercenary he knew and that he would succeed. Rajul said that the best praise for him is money. He put on his hat and smiled mischievously, saying it was time to go hunting. Later, they went to one of the large buildings in the city. Kim opened the door abruptly. He was furious. He said they made a mistake. He was covered in blood and very angry. He said that he was sure that that secret headquarters was supposed to be there, but it turned out to be the headquarters of ordinary bandits. The panda told him to calm down because they were simply deceived by incorrect information from the big food company. Raya's girlfriend asked if those people knew that they would come to them, that they had changed their headquarters as a result. The friend said that they actually did it to avoid police checks. Kim said that he needed to leave information about the girl Hyunju with the zipper, but the panda said that the number of zipper agents is limited and even a simple search for his children is not a feasible task for them. The panda touched his shoulder and used super strength. She said that now they needed to hide from prying eyes. This caused Kim's mask to partially crumble. It turns out that they had been under surveillance all along. It was that mercenary who gradually studied the information about those who were ordered to him. Meanwhile, Chairman Yug was having lunch, a large meal, and there were hundreds of empty plates around him, and he could not get enough. Bari asked how Mr. Yoon was feeling that day. Mr. Yoon said that he feels good, that the doctor also said that his condition is stable, and his body is also in good condition. Then Bari said that they simply had to organize a blood ritual that week. Bara asked Mr. Yoon if he had already chosen which of the wine children he wanted to choose for the ritual. Mr. Yoon said he didn't even know which one to choose. Bari said that Mr. Yoon can only choose one ingredient because his body may not be able to handle two ingredients at the same time. Bari also added that those who killed Mr. Kiro were looking for that girl, Ramona. He said that he did not think anything would happen, but it was better to have a hostage. Then Mr. Yoon thought, and in a moment, he was able to choose which girl to use as an ingredient. Meanwhile, Kim and his team moved through the narrow streets of the city. The man said that there were only two places left where they thought the headquarters might be. He started talking, and the first place is a company that makes displays. It's called Europad. And the second one sells mineral water, and it's called Mineral Mountain. One of these companies is the disguised headquarters of the Big Food Corporation. Kim turned around and said that the mineral water looked suspicious because they were just selling water. So why did they need such a big building, and why were they selling water at all? The man said that during the war, the rebels contaminated the water near the city, and since then all residents have to buy drinking water, and mineral water was the first to occupy that niche and has grown very much since then. The man said that he didn't understand why the guys from the R Construction Company would include those two very well-known firms in their list, and then he said that in any case, Kim should know something before going to those houses. He said that the two companies and their headquarters are very close to each other. He went on to say that they were in the center, and if they made a mess in one building, there would definitely be a general alarm in the whole micro-district. Raya's girlfriend said that it looked like they only had one chance. Suddenly, a loud voice came from nowhere and told them not to worry, because those two buildings were the headquarters of the Big Food Company. He went on to say that Chairman Yug likes rhinos, so he said to build buildings in that shape. The mercenary asked Kim's team if they had noticed that the two houses were very similar, and Kim responded by asking who he was. He smiled and said his name was Rojul, but many people call him Pearl. His special name didn't mean anything to Kim, and that policeman friend was shocked. He said it was a purple joker. The panda also changed immediately when she heard who he was. The panda abruptly approached Kim and told him that they had to run away quickly, but Kim said that since the man was talking, he must know something. Immediately after that, the man began to rapidly descend from that tall building. He said that he was the one who knew everything. He also immediately grinned like a madman afterwards and said that the head of the South had sent him to lower their spirits. He pulled out a card and started waving it around at an incredible speed. Kim immediately noticed that he was no ordinary man. In an instant, Kim rapidly approached him, but he managed to dodge and make a lightning-fast strike with that card. Kim was shocked, but in an instant he was simply cut into two pieces. That Rojul was standing near one part of Kim's body and said that he had already caught mercenaries from the red light district once. But suddenly Panda also very quickly found himself on the back of the enemy. She used all her strength and struck him very hard in the head. Rajul said that he could not feel her approaching and asked her if she had also killed herself. He said that she was very fast, but not as fast as his hands, and that Panda's punch was stopped by one small card. And right after that, the card struck back, and the panda flew off with even more force. That policeman friend of mine was scared to death. He stood there and didn't move, just thinking that he was seeing Pearl in person. All city residents, without exception, do not hate everyone who came from the streets, but there is a special procedure for acquiring the right to live in the city. This applies to those who are from the streets but have made a great contribution to the development of the city. But there is one condition: they will always wear a certain collar. There are also rumors that Purple was chosen on the battlefield and that he is also called a Reaper. Suddenly, Rajul started saying, "What kind of a parody of a policeman is that hiding behind the wall there?" The man was just terrified. He thought he was caught. And in a moment, he threw a few enchanted cards at him and loudly told him to come out of the shadows. That man almost died of fear when he saw those cards fly past him. But Rajul could control them, and he started ordering them to turn aside. He tried to run away, but it was useless, and in an instant, those cards reached the target. Rajul told him to wait there for a while, because he would get in trouble if he killed a real policeman. He launched those cards so that they chained him to the ground, but that policeman was so scared that he would have agreed to anything. At the moment, Raya's girlfriend was left there. She was very angry because her team was destroyed in front of her eyes. She said that Rajul was very pathetic, but he continued to approach her rapidly and was not going to use the cards. At that moment, she also felt a little scared, and she wondered if they should use superpowers too. But a moment later, he came closer to the shelter and said that she looked very much like Ramona and asked her if she was related. She was stunned. She immediately started asking him if he knew Ramon. He said loudly that he knew her, of course, and started taking something out of his pocket. She thought he was going to hit her and rolled her eyes in fear. It turned out that he took out a flower and started laughing, and he said that he and Ramona were best friends. He gave her that rose and started talking about whether they were sisters, and he also said that he had heard that she was a very good student and that she was very beautiful, and Ramona was very nice. He started saying that he didn't know what to do because he didn't want Ramona to start hating him. He went on to say that killing a family member seemed so wrong to him. At that time, Rai's girlfriend was very scared. She was in a stupor. But in a moment, he raised his hand up and held a card in it. He said that he would not really be worried because he would soon destroy Ramona as well. Suddenly, a head flew off someone's shoulders in a split second. Raya's girlfriend didn't have time to realize anything. Everything happened very quickly. Kim was able to recover and with lightning speed pushed her away, and his head fell under that blow. At that moment, Rajul himself was surprised. He could not have expected this. Rai's girlfriend started screaming because it was very scary, and Kim said that's why he didn't want her to come with them, because she was only in the way. And immediately after that, he took his own head and put it in the place where it should be. And in a moment, it fused with the body. Rajul was really surprised. He said it was very cool that Kim could be amazing even after losing his head. While he was saying that Kim was really invulnerable and that he sometimes didn't mean people with such powers, Panda had already managed to get out of the rubble and was very angry. She was telling that puppy with the purple mask to come to her. While the panda started attacking, that Rajul guy said that Kim's abilities could be a trick. Again, he was able to easily deflect that panda's blow, and it flew back. Kim would quickly launch the next attack, and even Rajul would say how to defeat him. And again, in a moment, he struck back with several lightning strikes, and Kim was divided into different pieces. He also said that if he continued to destroy him in this way, sooner or later Kim would stop being reborn. At that very moment, Tae Kim began to unite those separated units to launch the next attack as soon as possible. But before he could complete the union, Rajul repeated a series of blows and chopped him into even smaller pieces. That girl, Raya, looked at all this and was in despair. She just did not know what to do. Rajul stood next to the wreckage of Kim's body and said that they wanted to save Ramung so badly and thought that everything would go like clockwork in the city of the Blue Moon. He said that he was looking forward to meeting the masked man because there were rumors that he had wiped out their friends. He also said that he would really like them all to be at least a little stronger. She thought that Kim had been wounded so many times already that he could not fully recover. She thought that she needed to buy time for him. She started to say to Rajul, what did he mean when he said about her sister that he wanted to kill Ramona just like he wants to kill her now? He calmly told them that they didn't know the details and decided to tell them why the corporation needed Ramona. He said that she was a good ingredient in the whole story. He went on to say that the chairman had cancer and was over 100 years old. Also in the city, technology is quite advanced and such diseases are treated very quickly, but not in this case because that cancer is associated with Mr. South's superpower, so standard methods are not suitable. The head of the South is the hero who was able to stop the uprising. He did not die, thanks to his super strength, but cancer is, also no joke. He is constantly eating to get bigger and bigger in order to counteract the cancer, and he has also sought out all sorts of possible flavors of food to at least temporarily relieve the pain, but his life is only getting worse, until suddenly a brilliant scientist appeared in his life and offered an effective medicine. He said to find a girl who matched the sample by more than 90%, and then he would be able to make the medicine. Head Yug used his own power and money, and his men combed the entire city, but they failed to find a suitable girl. And suddenly, the head of the South was lucky, because among the children who were abducted from the street, there were 2 who were suitable for him. Raya's girlfriend was shocked, and Rajul continued that one of those children would be released with all the life energy. Since the head of Yug has been eating people lately, that girl will be an appetizer for him. He began to approach rapidly and said that he had given her a gift and satisfied her curiosity, and now he told her not to move because she was about to go to another world. She screamed that this would never happen because they would never let them touch those girls. And right after that, she said that Kim would not allow it either. Kim was able to recover and said if there is even one scratch on those children, he will chop into pieces all those who were involved. The man was a little wary, but he immediately began to prepare a new attack. But in a moment, Kim managed to put a block, and that card got stuck in his hand. He was shocked because that card didn't cut Kim's hand into pieces. Kim was just incredibly angry. He loudly said that their card game was over. He put the maximum possible force he had into that blow, but he didn't take into account Kim's real strength, and that punch easily broke through that block. From that blow, that man felt the greatest pain he had ever felt in his life. It flew at a tremendous speed into the house that was behind. Rajul was very badly injured, but still alive. He could not understand where Kim could get so much strength in one punch, and he also noticed a pattern that when Kim's mask broke, his strength increased dramatically. In an instant, Kim was already over him and was preparing to finish him off, and the man didn't even suspect anything. And a miracle happened because Rajul was able to sense Kim's approach, and at the last moment was able to jump aside and avoid a devastating blow. He attached himself to the wall with a map and started telling them to take a break because how can he defeat him when Kim has such a crushing power and is immortal? Suddenly, he felt his hand fall into the structure of the building. He was shocked. At that moment, the voice of Panda sounded. She was close enough, and she used her own super strength to pin him to the wall. She said, "If you can't win, there's one option." She smiled a lot and said that the only option was defeat. That Rajul smiled back at her, but in fact, he was weaning her off incredible anxiety because he was cornered. In a moment, Kim was flying at him with a punch that should finish him off. He had a split second to make a decision on how to save himself, and in a second, there was a huge explosion. The blast wave was very powerful, and the smoke from the debris shot up the mountain and was even higher than tall buildings. Just miraculously, he managed to avoid complete destruction, and he appeared on the top of the house. He said that he was not going to die. He cut off his own hand to avoid death, and he said that they didn't look like they would die immediately after his attack either. He told them to look at that map and said that that map was a gift from God. And suddenly, he just threw that card at them. It flew at a very high speed. Kim and Panda didn't have time to jump away, and that card landed right in the middle between them. A few moments passed, and nothing happened, as if it were a simple card. Then the panda realized that nothing had happened and abruptly began to look up. She was shocked because that Rajul had disappeared. She said that the bastard had deceived them. A little time passed, and Bari suddenly met Rajul, who was very surprised to see him. Rajul was in a good mood. His arm was bandaged. Bari asked him what he was doing and what was the meaning of that. Rajul replied that he was just having fun with the nurses. Bari said he could see that, but he was actually referring to his arm. Rajul said that his hand was eaten by the wall, and as for the mercenary they were talking about, he was not a mercenary but the guardian of a girl. Bara asked if he did it to his hand. Rajul said again that his hand had been eaten by the wall, and Barry was getting irritated by the stupid answers. After that, Rajul couldn't help but say that why did they get involved with such a dangerous character, because he was just a monster, an immortal monster. Bari thought that this was the first time that their best assassin had failed a mission, so it was safe to say that their opponent was on par with the top of the streets. After that, Bari turned around and said that he had more important things to do and that they would talk about it later. Rajul was surprised when the girl offered him a taste of the cake. A short time later, he came to the children in a good mood with a cake and said that he had brought them a cake. But in a moment, his joy disappeared because there were screams and the sound of a fight. People in black suits grabbed that little girl and pulled a bag over her head while another girl tried her best to save her. But the man pushed her hard and told her to stay out of the way if she didn't want to get hurt. When they were carrying that girl out, she was begging for someone to save her. She ran to Rajul in tears and asked him to help. She was very disappointed that she couldn't do anything. She asked him to bring her back because she realized that those people were definitely going to do something bad to her. But he stood there without moving and did not say a word. At that moment, the Ramaon girl was in great despair. Meanwhile, Kim was moving around the city at great speed without hiding, and after his movement, there were large deformations on the road. He tried not to harm ordinary people once again and avoided the cars that were driving there by all means. The panda and the others were catastrophically unable to keep up with Kim, and the man in the car couldn't even see anything because it was all happening so fast. In a flash, Panda used her own super strength to pull that man out of the car. She said they wouldn't be borrowing his car for long. The man was shocked and didn't know what to do, and Panda's friends quickly climbed into that car. And at that moment, they started to drive very fast, but that speed was still not enough to catch up with Kim. They were all very worried. Raya's girlfriend asked why Kim suddenly took off so quickly. Panda said that he felt that one of his children was in real danger. She said that when they first met, it was the same. Panda said she was much more surprised that Kim was calm for a while. Memories of how he and the director searched for and found a cure for the common cold. Then Kim said that he hoped Nimzoan would get better, and director said that he was a doctor with a ghetto, but he could be relied on because he was a professional in medicine. Kim smiled and said he hoped so. Suddenly, someone caught him by the leg. It was very unexpected. It was so unexpected that Kim fell face first to the ground. Kim turned around and emotionally shouted, "What is she doing?" But the girl was smiling, she was laughing, and she was dressed in rags. After that, she put her hands in front of her and asked for a coin or some scrap metal, and she would not have refused food. Kim looked at her and was a little annoyed. He thought she was very brazen. Kim said that he didn't have any money right now, but he started to look for something in his pocket, but suddenly the director stopped him. The principal said that they had nothing at the moment, and then he called teacher Kim. As they were leaving, Kim asked the director why they didn't give that girl any help. The principal said he was sure that the girl was forced by her parents because it was the popular way at the time. Kim's husband was very surprised that parents would force their own child to beg. The director said that even in the ghetto, people feel sorry for them and give them something. But the director said that the real problem was who was around that girl. He said that if that girl got something, she would immediately become a target for the animals around her. But he still could not understand something very interesting. That girl was special. She was laughing when everyone was crying. A little time passed and a dark and disturbing night came. The girl's father first hit her and then started calling her very bad names and asked her why the bowl was empty. He was yelling like a madman that she was talentless and hadn't collected anything all day. The girl stood still and was afraid to move, lest she provoke even more anger, while her father kept shouting at her and asking her if it was that hard to beg for money. He took her by the head and started banging her head on the floor, telling her to do the same, and then they would definitely throw crumbs at her out of pity. And she smiled back and said that she understood everything. Her behavior made him even more angry. He started shouting, "Why is she doing something she should apologize for?" And he started beating her again. After a few blows, he said that if she let him down again, he would sell her to the red light district. She smiled again and agreed with a smile to everything her father had told her. She also touched his leg and told him that she loved him. Right after that, she told him again that she loved him. And that only made him even angrier. In an instant, that man turned around and said why she was born at all. As he was leaving the room, he added that if she did not bring him money, she should die. But suddenly, a strong blow hit his face, and he closed his mouth so that he wouldn't scream. It was director and Kim, and director said that he just couldn't believe what he had just seen. The principal lifted him up by his face with one hand and said, "How could such a wonderful angel be born to such a monster?" The director began to speak loudly to the man. He even began to cry with pity that parents should love their children and bring them up properly. The director continued that one cannot just indulge and beat one's own child just because he was stronger. The director was ready to beat him up. He said he would explain everything to him and use his methods. After a series of powerful blows, the man began to say that he had made a mistake and begged the director to stop hitting him. But the director wouldn't stop and asked him why he should stop. He continued to beat him very brutally and said that if he had not come there that day, the next day the man would have done even worse things, and so on every day. He would mock a simple and defenseless girl incessantly. Suddenly, the director felt someone touch his leg. It was that girl who asked the man to stop beating her father and not to hurt him. The director said he would never lay a finger on her father again, but on one condition. Later, Kim's teacher and the principal were walking in the dark forest at night, and the principal was carrying that girl in his arms. Kim's teacher said that this was all fine, but asked the principal if it was okay to take a child away from his parents like that. The principal replied that it was up to Kim's teacher to decide. He said that he would do everything possible so that the girl would not regret deciding to go with them. He also said that they were related by blood, but they could become a family for her. Meanwhile, Head Yug and his assistant Barry were meeting a guest they were looking forward to. It was Dr. Noggle, and he immediately asked, what was the state of health of the head of the South? Chairman Yug said that the doctor himself knew that he was in eternal torment, and Dr. Noggle said that it was time to put him out of his misery and make him a hero of the Blue Moon City again. He looked to the side and said that he hadn't seen her for a long time either, and called her a young lady. It was the same girl. She immediately smiled as usual and said hello. He came up to her and patted her on the head and said that judging by her smile, she was doing well, and added that it would make a very good medicine. After a moment, Barry began to speak to the doctor to start making the medicine as soon as possible, and the doctor immediately replied that he understood and would start work immediately. The doctor opened the box, and there were various test tubes and data about two special children. In a moment, he injected some medicine into the girl's hand, warning her that it might hurt. And in a moment, the doctor said that he had already done everything, and the barber was very surprised because only a few seconds had passed. The doctor said that was all, and now that child is the cure. She had a visible injection mark on her arm. He said that it should be taken after meals in the morning and in the evening, and he also showed that it can be divided into an upper and a lower part. The doctor also started to say that there was another way to drain all the blood from her and make a medicine out of it, but it would take a long time. And he had heard that Chairman Yu liked the taste of people, so he decided to do it that way. Chairman Yug started to say that he had already satisfied his hunger so he could start taking the medicine. The doctor said that he had just given me an injection and that I should wait 10 minutes for it to take effect. He said he would time it so that we could see how much time was left. Mr. Yug said that 10 minutes is not much and he would wait. Suddenly, there was a very loud sound. He was saying that he knew they were there and that they should come out. Barry was immediately alerted and started asking whose voice was that loud. Immediately afterwards, Barry started asking the guards on the radio what was going on. The guard was very excited to say that in the lobby, some unknown man started smashing everything. Barry asked in surprise how they could hear his voice if they were upstairs and he was downstairs in the hall. Kim's teacher's voice came over the radio saying that he had come for Hyunju. She was immediately happy to hear her teacher's voice, and in a moment she shouted very loudly that she was on top. From the radio, Kim asked if that was the voice of his child. Hyunju. Barry realized that there was no point in hiding it anymore and said that everything was true and his child was in them. Kim said very clearly and sharply that he would get to them quickly. As Kim stood near the mountain of destroyed guards, a voice came over the radio saying that Kim had acted very ugly because he could not just rush into a large corporation. He had to make an appointment first. Kim sharply replied that some jerk in the first restaurant he entered at the very beginning had also said that, but he was already dead. Barry was very confused about what was happening. Suddenly, Head Yug joined the conversation and said, "How dare that man talk about Hialeah like that?" Head Yug said to Barry to tell the man to go up the mountain. Barry, even more embarrassed at this suggestion, he said that Hialeah was like a brother to him and helped him a lot, so he wants to avenge his death himself. And suddenly, he asked Barry if he didn't trust him to win. Barry realized that he could no longer contradict his master and had to agree. Kim could clearly hear what Chairman Yug was saying and listened attentively because he realized that this would help him get to the girl Hyunju faster. A voice came from the radio. It was Barry. He said that the elevator doors had opened and to let the man get into the elevator. After Kim said that, he threw the radio on the ground, but Barry still said that they would try their best to stop him, and if he didn't make it to the top, it would be his own fault. Kim got into the elevator, and a voice on the radio said that if he could get there alive, he would be able to meet with Chairman Yug and his child. When the elevator doors closed and it started to rise, it suddenly stopped on the 4th floor. As soon as the elevator doors opened, the guards of that corporation attacked Kim with a fierce pressure. It was very fast. They all stabbed him with their swords and shouted at him, how dare he attack their national hero. They shouted that he should die. In a moment, very loud sounds and screams were heard in that elevator. It was chaos. But a little time passed, and only one shadow of light remained, and that shadow was Kim. The elevator was already on the 52nd floor out of 60 possible. It was going up very quickly. Barry was very confused. He shouted into the radio to the guards and asked them why the elevator kept moving so fast. A voice came through the radio of the last guards. Barry was telling them that they were special employees of the big food corporation, and there was great hope for them. They were standing on the 59th floor. They were special guards. They told Barry that they would stop him on their floor. There were guards there who had superpowers, and they were saying to each other that as soon as the elevator opened, they should all attack at the same time. There were frankly strange creatures there. They said that if they didn't stop him on that floor, he would go higher and destroy their world. They were very motivated to stop him and to show maximum force to fulfill their duty to the big food corporation. Later, the 59th floor was displayed on the scoreboard, and the elite were there to stop Kim. They all thought they could easily stop him with their own superpowers. But when that door opened, those guards were simply stunned. There was horror in their eyes. What they noticed was simply amazing. They did not expect to see what they saw. The lamps in that elevator were covered with the blood of the guards' colleagues, and they gave off a red light. At that moment, an incredible power was emanating from Kim. Those guards felt that this majestic force had just destroyed their colleagues. Kim was the embodiment of death for them. But the elite security team felt that incredible horror. At the level of energy, they realized that even if they all combined their forces, they would not be able to win that battle. Kim stood in that elevator and did not get out, and those guards did not attack him, and the elevator doors began to close. All elevator doors have closed, and they are moving to the top floor. And suddenly a voice came out of the radio. Those elite guards said that they had failed to defeat the man because he had defeated them on the energy level. Barry, the chief assistant to the head of the South, was furious. He even smashed the radio with his hand. Then Mr. Yug stood up and said that he was now sure that the man was the one who had destroyed the Gourmet Association. He also said that he was destined to meet Mr. Yug in battle. And in a moment, the bell rang. It was an elevator to the 60th floor, and my emotions reached a maximum level at that moment. Head Yug was like a monster. He started yelling at Kim to get out of that elevator. And suddenly, the elevator door just blew open from the impact, and a red light shone very brightly from the elevator. Kim reached the top floor. He was just at the maximum level of strength and anger. Meanwhile, Panda and the others were also engaged in clearing out the guards. Panda's group was in the second house. They were looking for another girl named Ramaon. The panda said that even though many guards had gone to another tower, there were still a lot of guards. The girl Ram said that her badge says that her sister is in that house. She also figured out that the girl Kim was running after might also be in that house. Panda said that then they would save those two girls. Suddenly, a man came out to meet them and said that he had already been warned about that girl. He was brushing his teeth and said that he was pleased to meet those strangers. He asked them if they all brushed their teeth 3 times a day. He was third in a certain power hierarchy. He went on to talk about brushing his teeth, saying that it was the only thing that distinguished humans from animals. Raya's girlfriend thought that he should have brushed those teeth before he spoke. When the policeman recognized the man, he was very surprised because it was Mr. Tongs. Raya's girlfriend asked the policeman if Tongs was strong. He said he didn't know for sure, but he knew that Mr. Barry was the right-hand man of the head of the South, and Mr. Tongs is the left-hand man of the head of the South, and he solves all other issues for the benefit of the big food corporation. Immediately after he said that, Tong asked the policeman why he was not guarding the main gate. He was shocked. He said, how could he remember him? Because they had only met twice at city events. Tongs said he didn't know his name, but he was very good at memorizing faces, adding that it would help him in the restaurant business. He said that he was with this policeman who was a bit strange. At that moment, the policeman thought that this might be his last chance. He just started to calmly approach Mr. Tongs, and the panda and the girl of paradise were very surprised. He stood behind me and pointed his finger at the girls, and he immediately changed and started saying that they were the ones who killed Hialeah's head. The panda was shocked, and Raya's girlfriend said that she knew it would happen. The panda asked him why he had decided to betray his own friends. He immediately changed, as if he were a great victim, and said that he had never been their friend. After that, the policeman said that it was time to deal with those girls as soon as possible. The man bowed his head and said that the streets and the ghettos threatened the reputation of the big food corporation. He said that he would not allow this to happen, and he began to activate his own superpower. His face opened up very much. He had huge teeth. His first attack should be used thanks to his big tooth. His tongue pulled out his big tooth, and the dental tamping technique was created. It was an extremely fast and deadly blow. That deadly technique did a lot of damage to the panda girl. She couldn't dodge. That tooth grew into a big spear in a second, which was able to pierce the panda's shoulder. It was a very painful wound. The man said he was aiming for her head, but she ducked extremely quickly. Raya's girlfriend was a little scared because Kim was not around to help them, and the enemy was very strong. In a moment, another blow was made. It was a blow with a sharpened knife. They managed to jump in different directions and avoid the blow. Raya's girlfriend said in a panic that the man was using his teeth as a weapon, and Panda told her to be careful because he was changing techniques every time. In an instant, he jumped up and down and was preparing a new attack. And the girls said what was wrong with him because they weren't at a dentist's appointment. And immediately after that, a huge tooth flew into them. It was enlarged to a large size in a second. They were shocked and wondered how they could dodge that attack. Raya's girlfriend was about to fall into a simple panic. In an instant, Panda thought of a way to repel that attack. She used her own power and made her own hand very hard. The two forces collided. It was a grandiose battle, and a very loud bang came from that impact. The man said that the panda had a pretty good power, but He said that his teeth grew right back after they were destroyed, and he added that he had the advantage in that fight. The panda was able to repel that blow and said that it was just like a tick, completely unreasonable. Meanwhile, Kim looked closely at those he saw. At that moment, his mask was only on half of his face. The doctor started laughing, and Kim immediately began to realize that there was a man in a suit and the doctor he had already seen. Then Kim looked up at the mountain and spotted him. He thought that that boar in the most expensive clothes must be Chairman Yug. The girl was smiling as usual, but she was a little confused because in her memory the teacher was completely different. The doctor said that there were other guardians in that school and that it was because of him that one Van did not return. Did Kim think they were holding the Hyunjov girl hostage? And then he remembered that one of them said that she would be used as a medicine, so she was not in danger now. Then Chairman Yug asked the doctor how much more time he had. The doctor said 2 more minutes, to which Head Yug said that would be enough for him. Immediately afterward, Chapter South launched a swift attack. He said that Kim would be the toast of his rebirth. Kim saw his enormous size and what a monster he was. He was preparing to launch his own attack. He also realized that he had finally gotten to the one who was responsible for all his troubles, the one who had started kidnapping children. Kim was even more angry. He was just bursting with anger. He said that he did not deserve to be forgiven. He made an extraordinary attempt and said that he would soon join his very precious friend, Hialeah. His punch was made with lightning speed. It was just a supersonic punch. He put all the hatred he had into it. The boar could not even approach him because the force of the blow stopped him right where he was. The effect of that blow was simply incredible, and the monster's large carcass was simply ripped through as if a high-speed train had flown through it. The force of that impact was so great that the blast wave smashed all the windows on that floor. The hand-hoe girl and the doctor miraculously escaped with their lives. The doctor was amazed that Kim needed only 1 punch to achieve this effect. Kim himself did not expect his punch to be so deadly. Surprisingly, no one started to stop Kim, and there was no shouting. He just kept walking. But suddenly that man Barry blocked his way as Kim approached him. Kim was immediately wary and asked him if he wanted anything else. Kim went on to say that it didn't look like he was even more important than the head of the South, did it? And that Barry man said, "There's more." He said that their fight was just beginning, and Kim was very surprised to hear those words. And in a moment, a loud voice came out of that pool of blood. It was like the voice of the devil, asking Kim if he thought it was over, and that pool of blood just exploded and went up the mountain. Kim stood there wondering if it was the blood of the South speaking to him. Then there was a sound, activation of the properties, and that blood began to turn into something. And from that blood, a huge beast appeared. It was like a bird that drank blood, and the technique was called a blood vampire aristocrat. He said it was the first time he had used this technique since the war, and he felt as if he had awakened from a dream. That head of Yug said that Kim's punch was very powerful, that his body was torn apart like a cake. Kim was not interested in listening to his chatter and was already in the air and ready to strike again. And he succeeded. After his blow, there was only a huge hole in the monster's head. But right after that, a big hand caught Kim, and he didn't expect that at all. The demon began to talk to me about how the place he hit looked like a head, but it wasn't. He said that his body was made entirely of blood and permeated with his soul and will. That Mr. Yug said that he could easily grab Kim, he could adjust the density of his own body, and Kim could not hit him in any way. He made sure that Kim was pierced on all sides with large thorns. It was very painful. Then that head Yug said that it was thanks to his strength that he was able to become the head of the city of the Blue Moon. Kim could barely endure that torment, and Chairman Yug said that his strength proved that he was on top of that city. He said that Kim, as a guy from the street, should understand that important truth. Bahri was calm at that moment. He thought his master would win that battle. But he was very smart and decided to play it safe because he realized that that man had defeated the Pearl Harbor man. So he asked on the radio who was closest to the isolation ward. He turned to Rojhul and told him to bring another child to the office of the head of the South. He was just in that room and a guard came to him and told him the order. He immediately asked the girl Ramona if she understood where her friend was taken because she was smart enough. She was sitting there and was very upset because of everything that was happening. She said that she could guess where her friend was taken. Then that Rajul stood up and said that he no longer needed to pretend to be their friend, and the girl Ramona also needed to go to the place where her friend was taken. She said that finally she would like to ask me something. She said that at first that strange place scared her. She didn't like the suspiciously kind attitude towards her and the other girl. But over time, she began to think that it wasn't so bad, and she felt quite good and even had fun spending time with Hyunjung and that man. She said she wished they could have met under better circumstances. Radujal asked her what she meant. After that, she decided to ask him if he thought of them as friends. At first, he was even stunned by such questions. He did not expect such thoughts from that girl. But after a moment, he smiled evilly and said that he did not think of them as friends because he was just a simple city mercenary and he was with them only because he was paid to be. He asked her if she liked the way he treated them. He added that he didn't really feel anything and said they were so stupid. In an instant, he felt a very sharp sensation. He did not understand it, and everything around him turned yellow. Immediately afterwards, he fell to the ground, and the floor clearly changed its appearance. He was trembling. He didn't understand what had happened to him, but he knew for sure that it was the girl. He asked her what she had done to him. The Ramayon girl began to slowly stand up and said that she had ruined Hyunjong's offense. He continued to lie there and could not move. He had never felt so helpless. The girl, Ramaung, said that she could have probably saved Hengzhou. She also said that she might have been able to escape if she had made an effort, but it was not that easy because she would not have been able to get out of that place with Hengzhou. So she made the right decision and stayed with Han Ho to die with her. But she said that it was all in vain because in the end they took Hengzhou and not her. She went on to say that she was indeed a very cunning and intelligent child. She asked him if he knew the unwritten rule that applies between people with superpowers because every person with powers is very dangerous, so the other person should be very careful with those he meets on the way. She said that her power was quite unusual, and in an instant her super ability was activated and a golden bird appeared. The girl Ramaon said that if someone cheats on her, the bell of his soul rings. If that bell rings 100 times, she will be able to take control of that person. She also said that her power worked perfectly for him because he was used to not trusting anyone and constantly lying, and that bird started flying up to Radhul. The girl Ramaon turned around and she was glowing with yellow energy. She thanked him for lying 5 minutes ago. Meanwhile, the guard was beginning to think that Rajul was taking too long, and should he come in to check? He abruptly started to open the door and immediately began to tell Mr. Rojul to hurry up a little. But in one moment, a card flew into his head and it neutralized him. After that, they left the room and Rojul was happy with that golden bird sitting on his shoulder. And he said that Bari would be shocked by this turn of events, and the girl Raman followed him calmly. This was the real location of all the key figures at the time. That office of the head of the South was very much disfigured after Kim went in. He managed to escape from the enemy's grip and stood and regained his strength. His mask seemed to have become even smaller. That demon head Yug said that Kim was worthy of praise because he himself could not believe that he had not yet died in the battle against him. His mask became really smaller, but Kim said that he would not die even if he really wanted to. That demon head Yug froze for a moment. He was confused by such a phrase about immortality. After that, he said that Kim was very wrong about him being immortal. Chairman Yug said that unfortunately, some people cannot give people such power. Kim immediately wondered who the demon was talking about. Kim listened carefully to what the demon was saying. He said that he was talking about the one who gave all people superpowers. He said that Kim had been given his power as well. Suddenly, something began to boil on his chest. It turned very red. In a moment, it moved all over his body, and the effect of that effect was that smoke just started coming out of his body. He didn't realize what was happening to him, and that head Yug happily said that his plan was successful. Kim's body began to be covered with very large scars, and head Yug said that earlier when he pierced him with large thorns, he had shot some of his own blood into him. He said that maybe it was because he likes to eat, but his blood acts as a very powerful toxin that eats away at everything. At that moment, Kim could no longer bear the pain and began to scream, and head Yug said that no matter how well he recovered, the UO would still disintegrate and disappear. Immediately afterwards, Kim, like a wild beast, began to tear pieces of his own body out of his body, and in a moment, that caustic blood showed, and he managed to make that blood come out of him. It fell in front of him and began to eat away at the floor, and Kim's body began to heal. He breathed a sigh of relief. He said that he had managed to get rid of that poisonous blood. Chairman Yug said it was very brutal, and now he understands why Kim thinks he is immortal. Kim thinks that the mouse bastard is really annoying him. He thought if there was a freezer, he would just freeze it. But he immediately realized that the South was a war hero, and this option would not have worked with him. He started to get very angry because he realized that in this situation, he would definitely not win. Suddenly, the doctor said that the time had come for Chairman Yug to take the medicine. South said that in the dust of battle, he had forgotten about the medicine. He started reaching out towards Handhoff and said that he thought the fight would be long, so he would first have some refreshments. In an instant, there was a tremendous bang, as if a jet plane had flown over. Head Yug and his assistant Barry were shocked by what happened in less than a second. Kim simply broke through with incredible speed and was able to snatch the Manhwa girl and get a safe distance from the South's leader. Barry was so shocked that he fell into a stupor. He could not understand what had happened. All he saw was just an incredible, explosive speed. He did not even have time to react. Barry thought that Kim definitely did not hide such strength. It was just a desire to save the child that resulted in such a display of strength. In a moment, that head of the South jumped up and started running in front of us. As if he had gone mad and foaming at the mouth, he shouted that this was his medicine. Kim, holding Hyunjof in his arms, thought that now the post would be untimely. The first thing he should do, Amway, is to get Hyunjof to a safe place. He started running from side to side with lightning speed and looking for a way out. In his quick movements, he managed to notice the exit. It was a staircase. He rushed there with even greater speed. He felt a real chance that he could get out of that situation successfully. With a mega strong blow, he knocked out the door that led to the shaft with the stairs. He looked down and said that it would be possible to go down to the first floor. That head south was very close. He was shouting that he would not let them go. Kim said to Hyunjae that he should stay there and let her go downstairs by herself. He said that she could do anything because she was a strong girl. And Kim left her and rushed in the other direction to attack. He was determined to apprehend that demon of the south. A moment before the powerful collision, he had a good idea. He was preparing a very powerful blow. When they almost collided, Kim threw a very powerful punch right into the floor. From such a strong impact, the entire floor collapsed and began to fall down. Chapter Yug was also trapped and just fell down with the floor. At that moment, Bari, like a loyal servant, ran after his master. And the doctor said that the problem was getting bigger and bigger, but he had nothing to do, so he just left. Those super guards who were there said that they could still hear the sounds of a very fierce fight, and for them, it was confirmation that they would not have defeated him. But they were shocked. How could he hold out against their master for so long? Immediately after those words, they started screaming that the ceiling had cracked, and they were running away in different directions. That head of Yug started shouting that first he stole his medicine, and now he decided to destroy his building. He said that no matter what Kim thought, he would let him die in peace after that. Kim picked up a large column and thought that although he could not hurt him, the collapse of the house would confuse him for a while. And he launched that big column like a spear, thinking that if he continued like that, he could win a little more time for Henju to go down. Immediately after he launched that spear, it struck the floor again. And immediately after that, the floor also began to fall and Head Yug was falling as well, and he couldn't come to his senses because he was constantly falling down. He started shouting that he couldn't believe he was being beaten by some hooligan from the streets. Chapter Yug thought if he could take the medicine, he wouldn't have to use that attack. He quickly called Bari's assistant and told him that the situation had changed and that he should start the blood ritual. Bari was ready to start. He was in the highest position, and Kim couldn't get him. Kim was immediately alerted. He thought that Bari was not participating in the battle and was just watching. He could not imagine what he would do now. In an instant, Bari opened his cloak and there was pitch black on the inside. He activated the superpower light in the middle of the pocket. That super feature allowed it to store objects of different sizes. Bari constantly stored a huge amount of blood on the orders of the head of the South. There was so much blood that it was enough to fill a waterfall. In a moment, everything there turned very red, because blood is the source of vampires' power. Kim was shocked at what he saw. He now realized how crazy they were, and the blood was prepared for Chairman Yug to recover after taking the medicine. Thanks to this bonus, he grew 10 times in size and gained the maximum possible strength. Kim at that moment was no bigger than his one claw. It was an incredible transformation. Meanwhile, the Henjov girl continued to descend as quickly as possible. The strong shocks from the top made the whole building shake very violently, and that's why it fell to the floor. After the fall, she was quite badly injured, but continued to move slowly downward. But in a moment, she fell again, and it was very painful for her. At that moment, she was already quite scared. She was gradually panicking. She recalled Kim's teacher telling her that she was strong and that she would succeed. So she got up and despite the fact that the whole building was shaking very badly, slowly continued to go down. When people talk about strength, they usually compare a strong person to some strong animal, for example, as strong as a bear, or as fast as a horse, or with a grip stronger than a crocodile. But no matter how strong people are, there is something that will always be much stronger. Even very strong people cannot resist the natural elements, especially when they are very violent, and this is the maximum level of human capabilities. This was exactly the situation Kim was in. He was like in the sea, but he was bleeding and could not do anything. He tried with all his might to fight against the power of the head of that demon, but that blood was getting stronger and stronger, and it was getting harder and harder for him to fight. Head Yug just laughed like an evil entity, saying that Kim may have super strength, but can he stand up to the sea? In a moment, Kim was completely under a thick layer of blood. His strength was leaving him. Since it was that toxic blood, it began to eat away at his body completely. So Chapter Yog told him to finally give up and disappear completely. A few more moments passed and Kim's body was already very much destroyed. His eyes were open. He seemed to have lost consciousness. His power could not restore his body so quickly. That head south took most of the blood back and left a small layer in which Kim remained. But suddenly he felt a very powerful impulse, an impulse that came from his heart, an extremely strong pain. He screamed very loudly from that insane pain and thought that he was in very big trouble because the bad effect, after using the maximum force, began to show up very quickly. He decided to find a cure as soon as possible and started to descend with one of the bloody tentacles. He thought that what he was smelling was the smell of young blood, which is exactly what his medicine is. In a moment, he could see a girl trying to go downstairs very quickly. It was his medicine that was running away from him. In a moment, he completely transferred the bulk of his body into that stairwell and began to fall rapidly on the girl Heng Ho. She noticed him and just froze in fear. Kim was still trapped in that trap. He could see that Head Yug was almost there. He thought he had to save her, but his body practically disintegrated. He began to wonder if he had been too arrogant to think that he could defeat the head of the South by himself. He felt powerless, that he could not save her, and this made his pain even worse. Suddenly, he had a vision in his head, a boy in a red mask, telling Kim that he had to come back. That boy began to remind Kim that he had made a promise to the school principal that he would protect the children. The boy also said that he had promised another person that he would bring everyone home. He means the girl Kim saved from the very beginning. Kim was in deep confusion about what was happening. He asked him who he was. The guy said that he was the creator of a series of masks. He said that the mask was a limiter. It suppressed some emotions and empowered others, and the strength of his emotions was proportional to the feelings he was experiencing. Kim was in even more shock, but the guy continued, "The fact that Kim can't take off his mask means he's not being completely honest with himself." That guy started asking Kim if he wasn't furious, if he didn't care what happened to his child. Then he told Kim to take off his mask and fully release the power that was in him, because the mask was holding it back. There was literally 1 second left before the collision between the head of the South and the Manhwa girl, but in an instant, that body made of the energy and blood of the head of the South was cut by a lightning-fast leap. The girl Henjoff was very scared. She stood in the corner and covered her ears. It was Kim. He appeared in front of her and blocked Head South's way to her. He was completely maskless and said that he would never lose his own children again. That demon was like a big, toothy snake, shocked, saying, How could Kim raise his own power so quickly? He continued to attack to take the medicine and thought that super strength has no ability to increase strength. He thought that there had never been a case of someone becoming stronger because of a psychological factor. Chairman Yug was like a huge whale that opened its mouth, and at that very moment it would eat small plankton. He also said that no matter how strong Kim was, he would not be able to do any harm to the sea of blood. Kim responded by jumping up the hill at breakneck speed and preparing a punch, saying that it would be seen who would win. Kim screamed and said, "Come on, how can he stand his blows?" It was dozens of blows that were made with lightning speed. From those blows of Kim's, head south was simply punctured like a big colander. He said that Kim's fists don't even touch him, but his body still pushes something back. Then Chairman Yug realized that Kim was creating such a strong wind flow with his own fists that he was being pushed up the mountain. Kim gave his best to save him. The child, his entire series of hundreds of blows was accompanied by a loud scream. With each passing second, that red entity was gradually moving up the mountain. In a few moments, the roof of that house was torn open, and all the blood was splashed up. Because of such powerful actions of Kim, the roof of the house just broke. As a result, Kim broke out to the very top and punched another very big hole in that monster. It was an extraordinary battle of the Titans, and Head Yug was screaming in pain. He was very much embarrassed because he was really losing that battle. Suddenly, Kim froze. Something had caught his attention. From the middle of the body of that red demon, some red substance appeared. It was more material. Meanwhile, Bari came to his senses and started saying that it was something incredible because he was in a different house. When Bari stood up, he thought that he could not believe that he had just thrown that head of the South to the surface. He thought that the superhuman strength reminded him of another hero, the bandit from the Titan's hand, and Barry thought that if Kim had as much strength as the bandit, then the head of the South was in big trouble. He started to get very angry because he felt very helpless. He realized that he could do nothing against Kim. Suddenly, he turned around sharply because the male guard had fallen to the ground dead. Bari was very alert. He said that the enemy forces had already reached there. He asked who was there. Suddenly, Rojul appeared from around the corner and told Bari not to worry because it was him. Bari was very surprised, and he immediately asked Rojul what had happened and why the guard had suddenly died. He said that it was nothing special. He just exposed an enemy spy and killed him. Then Rojul asked Bari what he was doing there. Bari had told Rojul to bring the girl, so why was Bari there? Bari said that he was a little ashamed, but he was thrown away from the explosion and flew all the way there. Rajul started to say that it was them who had arranged that explosion, and he asked how the head of the South was feeling. Bari said that the head was in danger and that it was good that they met. Bari said he would use that girl as a hostage so he could buy some time for the city to strike back. Bari reached out his hand to the girl, Ramaon, and told her that he would guarantee her that nothing would happen to her, but she had to come with him. And at that very moment, Rajul threw 2 cards at Bari. Bari, with very quick movements, managed to catch those cards. He was shocked and started saying that Rajul should know that Bari doesn't like surprises. Rajul was a little disappointed that Bari was able to catch those 2 cards, and Bari started to say to him that he could not betray him without a good reason. Bari threw those cards on the ground and asked if he had been bribed by those who came from the streets. Rajul smiled and said that he actually had other reasons. Now, Bari started laughing because he said that there could be no other reason for someone like Rajul, who was obsessed with money. He said he would pay him twice as much. And in an instant, Rojul launched a rapid attack. He said that Bari was very much mistaken. Although Bari was not a strong warrior, he was quite well trained, and he began to repel the attack very skillfully. He still managed to successfully neutralize all the cards that were sent to kill him. Bari was very angry. He said that even though Rojul was from the streets and demanded money for everything, he was sure that he would never do such a thing because of his good reputation. In an instant, Bari pulled out 2 large pistols and shouted very loudly that he had never been so disappointed. Rojul quickly jerked what to say to Bari. He said that he wasn't thrilled that Bari expected so much from him either. Bari was just on the verge of a breakdown. He realized that their whole empire was collapsing. He was very angry, and Rojul, with his new views on the world, was quite calm. Suddenly, Rojul began to run to the side with lightning speed and launch cards at the bar. It turns out that Bari was also quite agile. He started running at the same time as Rojul, and because he was a very good shot, he managed to knock down all the cards. At that moment, Rojul realized that he needed to help the cards reach their goal a little bit. Because of this, the remaining cards managed to avoid Bari's shots, and they have almost reached the goal. But Bari still had the strength and skills. He instantly changed his shooting tactics and used special techniques and managed to beat off those cards as well. Immediately afterwards, he abruptly dropped those pistols and launched a rapid counterattack. In a moment, he took out a big sword and continued to pick up speed. He said that Rojul was the best killer. So Bari said that he was perfect for the role of his opponent. And while he was running, he was very successful in repelling all the cards thrown at him. When he got close enough, he opened fire with a pistol. He thought it was a good way to win. 1552, Rajel had a little trouble, but he managed to successfully deflect the bullets that were flying at him. That Bari was very agile. In a second, he jumped up the hill and swung very quickly. He threw that sword at Rajul. In order to stop that sword, Rajel put up a card, and that card barely managed to stop it. Bari took advantage of Rajul's busy schedule and kicked him hard in the stomach. He did not expect Bari to be so strong. He was very hurt by that blow. Bari told him that now that he was missing one arm, he was weaker than him. Meanwhile, Kim could see that the red thing was drawing more and more blood and getting rougher. Then he realized that this was the weakest point of his opponent, and he began to swing to strike. Head Yug realized that Kim wanted to attack. He yelled at him not to and started sending more and more blood into that thing to protect it. In a moment, Kim pushed off the stones with fierce strength and began to fly into the attack. At the moment of impact, that thing was covered with sharp spikes. It was a defense so that Kim could not do much damage, but his strength was just incredible. He broke that defense in an instant, and that strange layer opened up in front of him, which he was aiming at. He made a very strong and accurate shot right in the center of that ball. At that moment, Chairman Yug screamed as loudly as he had ever screamed because of that punch from Kim. The impact of that blow sent the ball flying away with great speed. When it hit the roof of the building, there was a very loud explosion. The guards who were nearby were very scared. They said that the building had exploded again as a result. Only that red balloon remained of the head of the South. And Kim stood there looking at it. He was surprised and thought that the thing hadn't been torn, and he also thought that it was somehow very strong for a weak spot. Suddenly, a small beast appeared from the back of the thing. It was the head of the Yug, and he began to beg Kim to stop. Then Kim began to ask him what kind of clot had come out of his body. He began to answer that it was a parasitic cancerous tumor that had taken root in his body. Head Yug began to explain that this was a side effect of using his power in the past, and the tumor grew with each bark and reached such a size that when he turned into blood, it did not disappear. Kim asked that it must have been very painful for him when he hit it. Chairman Yug replied, the cancerous cell is also part of his body, and the tumor itself, in times of danger, defends itself and absorbs his blood, and at that moment of impact, it took almost all of his blood. Then Kim was shocked by what Chairman Yug was saying. He started saying that he would never touch his children again. He also said that he had already lost, and he asked Kim to stop. Kim said he wasn't going to stop at that point. He said with a thunderous voice that the head of the South should not have touched his children at all. Kim began to quickly come closer, and Chairman Yog began to ask that if he took pity on him, he promised to give him anything he wanted. He was hysterically shouting that he would give him money, respect, fame, and that it would all be about his children. Kim stood in front of him and calmly told him that he did not need it. In a moment, he started swinging and said that he would get it all for himself, and Head Yug was scared to death. And suddenly, Kim struck a very powerful blow right in the center of that tumor. From that blow to that layer to that tumor, Head Yug was covered with an electric shock. It was just incredible pain. Because he was so weak, he couldn't withstand it and just exploded into pieces. Meanwhile, Bari continued to shoot at Rajul, telling him to finally stop hiding and come out to fight. Bari continued to shoot and said that Rajul could not defeat him because he knew all his superpowers. But Bari said that Rajul also knows Bari's powers, but he doesn't know what weapon Bari has up his sleeve. In an instant, a grenade appeared near him, and he tried his best to jump away from it as far as possible, but he didn't succeed very well and was hit hard by the blast wave. Rajul got beaten up badly, and Bari started saying that Rajul's cards have different properties, that red cards can chase and others can repel attacks and cut off. He usually uses 3 suits of cards, and suddenly another card flew at Bari. He said that if Rajul felt in danger, he would use another card, the one that paralyzes. Bari also said that Rajul likes to distract attention with a joker that has no effect, which is exactly what happened, and he just caught it. Suddenly, Rajul started coughing up blood, and he thought it was the wound from the previous battle that made itself felt. Bari said that he respected him, so he would give him the last word. He asked him if he had anything to say. Rojul said through the pain that his cards could do anything. Bari was a little confused and decided to ask him what he meant. Rajul started laughing and said that he had lied about all those card properties. He said that all types of cards present there have all the properties regardless of suit. Bari returned to the customs office and saw that there were cards flying at him at a great speed, cards that he had already fought off. In an instant, he pulls out an assault rifle and starts shooting at them. He wants to destroy them, but the bullets he fires can do nothing to those cards because those cards have begun to reflect and because they cut those bullets. Then Bari shouted that he would activate his super ability. The world is in the middle of his pocket, he said. He had enough room for those cards, but suddenly he felt that he could not move. Then he looked down and noticed a map, and thanks to that map, he was paralyzed. Rajul said that Bari himself said that he was the best killer, so slipping the card was not a difficult thing for him. At the last moment, Bari shouted very loudly that Rajul should release him and not kill him, but in a second, more than 10 cards stuck into the bar and destroyed it. When he was still alive, he said that he couldn't believe that Rajul had kept such a powerful trump card from him, even from Bari, even though he had been with him for a very long time. Rojul said that he just didn't want to tell his secrets to some guy with a beard. Rojul started to walk away and said that he hoped that in another life, Bari would be born a beautiful girl. Suddenly, a girl named Ramaon appeared. She said that he did a good job, and Rojul asked her why she was hiding all the time and only now decided to come out. Ramaon said that she was weak, so she avoided such situations. She also smiled and said that she believed he would win. Rajul immediately felt a pleasant female support. A moment later, Raya's girlfriend appeared from around the corner, and she heard the conversation that Rajul was saying that he was wounded and that Ramaon should help him. Ramaon heard a familiar voice and turned around, shocked to see her sister there. They immediately started running to each other to hug each other because they hadn't seen each other for a long time. But in an instant, Raya's girlfriend ran by her sister and kicked Rajul in the face. Afterwards, she quickly ran to her sister and asked her why she was standing with such a dangerous man. Ramaon said that everything was fine and that he was good, even though he looked like a pervert. But Rai's girlfriend said that he tried to kill her. They asked Rajul if it was true that he had said he would not defend himself. Ramaon's girlfriend said that she used her own superpower on him, so now he is their ally. And Rajul said that he wouldn't even be able to tell which of you is the older sister at the moment. In a moment, the girl panda appeared there, and she asked Rajul that he was wearing a controlling element around his neck, which should not allow him to harm those who are residents of the city. The girl, Ramaon, was very happy to see her. Rajul said that meant that the thing didn't work, and he liked that because it was bothering him a lot. Then the panda girl remembered that the Ramaon property is not just brainwashing, but is a very effective and unique property. After that, Rojul said that they had better hurry up and try to save Hyundai because there is a man named Tongs in the neighborhood who is quite strong. But they immediately said that the girl panda had already dealt with him. Rojul was shocked. He could not believe that the panda could do away with him. He immediately thought that when they fought, she was not up to Tongs' level and perhaps she was not showing everything she could do at once. After a moment, someone came out of the shadows and said that he also played a big role in the battle with Tongs. It was a police officer, and he said that it was his fault as well. The panda said that the man Tense had helped them a lot, and the girl Ramaon thanked him for helping her friends. At that moment, Rai's girlfriend screamed at Tansa to stop lying. She said that the panda teacher won that fight, and he started to worry that he would be alone against them and decided to betray the system again and just stab that Tongs in the back. And in fact, he was a traitor. That Tongsei said he was just a traitor in disguise. She said that he should be subjected to her sister's power for the rest of his life. That policeman Tanche said he didn't know what kind of power it was, but he was very sorry. A moment later, the girl panda looked out the window and was very disappointed. There were a lot of police and special forces there. Panda girl said that's why she wanted to do it quietly. Raya girl said that the house next door was very noisy, but now it's quiet. Maybe Kim has already saved Hyung-hoo. And Rajul wondered why that policeman Tansei was hiding if he was a policeman. Meanwhile, that captain asked his assistant if they had managed to find that bandit. The policeman said that it was because the person who killed the head of the South had just turned himself in. Kim's entire team was shocked by what they saw. Before that, Kim was standing on the roof, and there was a boy in a mask next to him, and the boy said that Kim had already killed 2 heads of the blue place. He said that he could not imagine this. The boy went on to say that Kim's presence in the suit could not be hidden any longer, and Kim said that he did not care. Kim said this would be a warning to those who have his children now. That boy said that Kim was a good man, but his methods were radical. Then the boy said that he would tell Kim something because they would not be able to see each other for a long time. He said that Kim's 2 children are in the city jail. Kim immediately asked the boy where he got this information. He said he knew because he was a ghost. Then Kim asked him to tell him where the other children were. The boy told him to take his time and eventually he would find out where the other children were, and the boy said that Kim was not interested in the fantasy of his existence at all. Then, on top of that building, a lot of police appeared. They were telling Kim that he was surrounded. Kim stood in a big crater from his blow because the boy told him that until he went to prison, he would not be able to find out where his children were, and he also told Kim to just stay calm. Kim asked him what he meant by Kim just letting them grab him, but there was no answer. That ghost boy had disappeared. Then the events moved to the rebel shop where they started their journey in that city. Kim's team managed to find the girl, Hyunju, and treated her injured legs. The girl, Ramaon, told her that if she rested a little and did not strain her legs, they would recover quickly. That policeman was surprised at how the girl, Ramaon, treated wounds, and her sister said that she was very good at everything except fighting. The policeman said that the younger sister was clearly better than the older sister, and when she heard that, she said that she was going to destroy him. Rajul asked why the thug had just given up and left his own child behind. The man who was in charge of the institution said that he thought it was done so that the girl could leave the house in peace. The girl, Panda, said that he most likely did this to find out the location of the other children. She said that she has observed Kim and noticed that he is very cautious and listens to the opinions of others, but when it comes to his children, he acts very decisively. Then Rajul said that Kim had killed the head of the South, which meant that the other children would be able to do it themselves, and they had also completed their task, so they could say goodbye. After that, he immediately asked Panda Girl if she had a boyfriend. She said that if you look at things simply, he's right, but friends don't do that. And in that moment, that yellow bird influenced him. He asked, since when did people from the ghetto and the fashion district become so close? He asked if she didn't know the basics of life on the streets. He began to say that in that city, enemies were everywhere and enemies could be on the street, and even when you were sleeping, you had to be vigilant. Rajul went on to say that Kim was lucky to get the highest sentence, and now he is sitting in the best prison in the city. It is called the Crimson Prison, and they will not be able to help him. But suddenly the girl who worked there was very surprised because she saw a report on TV. It was breaking news, and they were talking about Kim, that he had killed the head of the South, a war hero, and he was handed over to the police. They also said that there are more and more people who want to salute the head of the South. Many companies stopped working to join the general mourning. When Kim was being led away by those police officers, people were shouting that he was a murderer. They were saying that he should get out of their city. After a while, he was brought to an interrogation room with a very ambitious man who was supposed to get all the information from Kim. He rudely said that he did not tell his name, nor did he tell the motives for the crime, and he was not a citizen of the city. So what should the man who was interrogating him do now? He said that the offender had turned himself in, so why didn't he want to cooperate with the investigation? Then the man decided to ask if Kim was from the streets, but he was silent and didn't say anything. The man went on to say that he did not believe that Kim had done all of this on his own, because he could not have defeated the South's leader alone. Then Kim abruptly got up and stood in the shadows saying that he was going to show that man how he was able to win that fight. The man was immediately very scared. He froze in fear, and Kim started reaching out to him. In an instant, another man appeared there instead. It was the head of the investigation team. His name was Naspel. He said that he had already realized that the criminal was dangerous and out of control. He said that the interrogation was over. Another partner said, before he was interrogating him, that he was alive only because their commander had the ability to teleport. The chief said that if the criminal wanted to do some bad things in that room, the city's army would be sent to him, so if he didn't want to deal with them, he should be polite. Kim realizes that they just want to scare him. Meanwhile, the detective was walking down the corridor asking about the situation at the gate. When he approached, he heard the Commander Naspel saying that this was a national problem and it would be very important for everyone if the criminal confessed that he was from the streets. When he came closer, he asked how the interrogation went, and the man said he was silent as a fish. Naspel went on to say that he was unable to make any progress. He said he even tried to threaten him, but he didn't blink an eye. Detective Aston said he was like flint. He said that for some reason he thought that the criminal was just confident that he could get out of any bad situation for him. He also asked if a simple person could kill the war hero, the head of the South. Naspel also said that for some reason the perpetrator reminded him of a very strange policeman. He said that his legs were cramping at that moment, and the other boys didn't like that strange policeman either. Suddenly, that Aston detective asked if he could talk to him. The boss said that he could have stopped Aston from doing something, but he said that he could do whatever he wanted. A moment later, that detective Aston entered that cramped office and politely greeted the prisoner. Kim was calm and silent, and Aston said that there was no need for the prisoner to be cautious because he had not come for interrogation, and he also said that now there were only the two of them in that room. He went on to say that his name was Aston and that he was working to keep things calm in the city of the Blue Moon. He said that tomorrow the prisoner will be transferred to the Crimson Prison, so they can only talk there. He started to sit down and said that he had personally investigated some things, but it was just a guess, and he also said that all the cameras were now turned off and their conversation was not recorded. He started asking that before he attacked the head of the South, he had killed the head of Hialeah, but the information had not yet been confirmed because they were so close. He also began to say that he first dealt with the guards at the gate. Does the fact that he had to deal with the guards mean that he came from the streets? He also figured that the reason for all the fuss that was involved was something very important to him, like his family, right? Then Kim stopped being silent and said, "What is he talking about?" And in an instant, he broke those wretched handcuffs. He was immediately very scared and started to say that everything was fine, and he apologized because he didn't want to interfere in his business, but he wondered if his hunch was correct. The detective then asked if the two leaders, Hialeah and Yug, had done anything to his family. Kim then replied in a low-key manner that he was right. He went on to say that he appreciated what those two heads had done for the city, but he also could not turn a blind eye to their strange and shady dealings. He then asked if he had managed to find any family members. Kim replied that he had found only one. And after that, the detective wrote something down and said that now he roughly understood the motives and could get down to business. He put down the notebook and said in a calm and confident voice that he actually wanted to help him. Kim immediately asked him why he wanted to help, if they had met somewhere before. The detective said that there is a saying that the enemy of my enemy is my friend, so as long as Kim is making a mess, it's to his advantage. The detective said that he and his employer wanted to get rid of companies that were corrupted from within and make the city a better place. He smiled and said that the reason was quite simple, and he also said that, of course, Kim might not trust him because he could help from the shadows, not directly. Then Kim thought about it. It seemed to him that he was definitely a good guy, but could he be trusted? At that moment, the detective said that they would need to discuss the details of the plan with everyone involved. Then he stood up and said that he was leaving now and asked that Kim not harm the citizens because they also have some relatives. When he stood up and wanted to leave, he remembered something and decided to ask if Kim had killed the guard at the gate, named Baek Kwa. He added that the guard was not particularly friendly, but he was a good man. Kim asked who he was. The detective said that he had been smoking a cigarette all day and looked like he would fight first and talk later. Kim remembered him. He said that he just hit his face on the ground, but he didn't die then. This answer comforted him. He said that it meant he was alive. When the detective was about to leave, he said to Kim that he hoped he would find his own family and that he should keep his own head. Of course, Kim didn't understand what he meant about his head, did he? The news of the death of the head of the South spread throughout the city in an instant, and for some people the news was very tragic. The man was like a statue saying that he was very upset. He said that this is how stars with whom he fought on the battlefield die. The thug also started saying that he would kill the guy in the red mask with his own hands, and his comrades asked the captain to calm down. The guy said that the murderer was already under guard, and tomorrow he would be transferred to prison and let the court decide his fate and establish justice. Some other man said that how could that bitch go against the head of the South? He said that he was 100% sure that he was from the streets. At that moment, someone threw a yellow ball at him. The man shouted at her not to throw food, and she said angrily that how could he harass people from the streets in front of Maru? That boy just sat there and pretended not to hear anything and read the book. The man started apologizing to the boy, saying that he didn't really mean anything. The girl said that the man should at least buy Mara a cake. The man sharply replied that she was the pig, the only one who wanted a cake. When they started arguing with each other, the guy just sighed heavily. Then the events moved on to those brothers, and the story of the destruction of the South inspired them very much. One brother said that he was right, that Kim was actually a very great man. When one of the brothers said that this was a message for them, and the other asked if he was exaggerating, the brother said they needed to stop hiding and running and start preparing. He said that they should use this opportunity to get rid of a couple of vile old men. There were people who were hanged by that story. The man in bandages said that Kim was a real man. He said that Kim does not hide, but walks with her head held high. And he said that everyone who lives in the red light district will be delighted with this news. But suddenly he wondered if that red mask looked a lot like the one Ubo wore. And for some people, the situation brought them trouble, and that woman said that there was no God, because if there was, she would not be in such a mess. Her assistant was shocked that she had thrown away important documents like that, but she said that they didn't matter because those old men from the committee were not interested in anything and she would take care of everything herself. But the assistant said, how was she going to explain everything without any documentation? She said that in any case, they would need a punching bag and she would be it, so they could take out their anger on her. As she was leaving, she told her that the assistant could leave her job sooner, and she started crying and sending her strength to endure the ordeal. The place she went to was strange. There was a big table, and it was covered with food. She went over and stood there silently, and they were saying that the city was in a very unstable situation, and where was the mayor? Another one said that the city was in this situation because they didn't have a strong enough person to lead it. There was a group of people there. They said that they heard that the guard had left his post. They said that they could not even imagine such disorder before. And they also said that the perpetrator must have information from inside the city, because how could he cross the wall? One man decided to ask why that dish tasted so strange, and the other started to answer that the taste of the food had changed after the big food organization disappeared. A man asked the warden if there shouldn't be a show trial. She replied with excitement that the death penalty had long been abolished. The man took a piece of meat and said that somehow he had to punish the criminal so that this would not happen again in the future. He was a man, the head of the Blue Moon City's management committee. He said that we should not forget about the city's indignation. The woman replied excitedly that there had already been an incident and she hoped that everything would calm down over time. Another old man said that lately there are a lot of things to think about because everyone has food and life has become easier, so different thoughts appear. Another old man said that even if that criminal was put in prison for life, he doubted very much that he would die before they did. She said that if a person falls into that prison, he or she can never get out of it again because he or she is completely cut off from the outside world. After she said that, all the members of that group froze and waited for her to explain her words. She added that they would not be able to see him, but he would be liquidated in the middle of that prison. Another man asked if they could see the results. She said that if the elders wanted to, she could take pictures. The elder said that he would not let that woman die easily because it would be very merciful for him. The woman said she understood everything, but in fact her hands were shaking all the time. Later, a large crane moved the container. What was written on it was the prisoner's code. It was transportation to the Crimson Prison. The detective asked the man if prisoners were always transported in this way. The man said no. The senior detective said it was because he had torn the handcuffs yesterday, which even special cutters could not cut. So he said that they asked a company to make a special container that would be reinforced for such transportation. That young detective looked at that and thought that he hoped Kim could find her own family. Meanwhile, Kim was sitting in the cell, and his mask had long since been fully restored in direct accordance with his emotional state. A little time passed, and they began to approach that big prison. It was the best prison in that world. It had the best protection. The woman who was the city's supervisor arrived there and began to look at Kim carefully. Kim was chained up as if he was some kind of demon, and she said that he was the criminal who had given her a lot of new work. Then she said why he was wearing a mask, because prisoners are not allowed to wear masks. The guard said that they had tried all methods, but they were unable to remove it. Meanwhile, Kim looked around and thought, "Is this really a prison?" He was surprised because he could clearly see that all the cameras there were empty. Kim thought that woman was as strange as Chairman Yug, and she said it was a great relief to her that he ended up there. In a moment, she got very angry and said that those old men had really pissed her off. She said that she might get hot from them because she gives the orders there, but the guard told her to calm down and said that she shouldn't touch them for now. She said that she knew exactly that. She just said her thoughts out loud. Suddenly, the floor began to sink rapidly downward. Kim immediately noticed that the floor started moving like an elevator. The moment her clothes fell off, She said that the moment had finally come when she could forget about the annoying reality and have some fun. She took off her glasses and smiled. She said that her world started from that place. When they were going down, they could see the large searchlights that were everywhere. There was very strange music playing, and a masked woman began to greet Lucy, who joined them as if she were at a carnival. Under her official clothes, she was wearing a sexy carnival costume. The guard also wore a mask. Everyone there was screaming with joy. Everyone was congratulating Lucy. The music never stopped and only got louder. She asked them all if they were enjoying their time at Lucyland. The music was getting louder and louder, she said, and if they really like it, they should start making noise. They really like it there, then let them start making noise. There were different people there, all wearing masks and carrying neon sticks that glowed in the dark. Kim was shocked. He said it was crazy because there was even more space than in higher layers' basement. The host loudly said that this place was filled with joy and pleasure because it was Lucy Land. There was a reminder that guests should not forget to wear masks. Only Lucy and the prisoners could be without a mask. Lucy's Land is open only to trusted businessmen and offers a lot of violent games: roulette, blackjack, poker, Wheel of Fortune, slot machine, and more than 500 types of entertainment in total. And this is a sudden advertisement. If someone wants to play, they have to buy tokens. The tokens are equal to the lives of prisoners. One token will cost 100 million, and the money after buying a token can be returned within a week. A voice said that the bets were accepted and the game was starting, and in the background of the game were prisoners. In an instant, that drum spun at a very high speed. Number 21 won that game. Some prisoners were shouting that they were lucky, and the one with number 21 was not lucky, and the guard who was standing at the back pointed his weapon at him. He would make a shot in an instant without even thinking about it. He enjoyed it all. It was also very important that the tokens could not be reused because tokens are living people. The winner receives the money immediately without any fees. Lucy asked what they cared about people dying there, and she said that they were either street people or their poor competitors. So she suggested that they should hug the toy instead. She put her feet on Kim's neck and looked at him with a seductive look. She said that it was very important to kill him. She said that he had defeated the head of the South, which meant that his elimination would make a good show. She took his head with her hands and said that just the thought of it made her delighted. Suddenly, the mask cracked a little bit. It was Kim who got a little angry. He said, "Can he ask one question?" She asked him nicely. What did he want to ask? She played with him as if he were a toy. Kim became alarmed and asked explicitly whether children could be used as tokens, because if so, something bad would happen. She didn't really listen to his question and said that was the end of the question, but she also said loudly no. Then she quietly told him that talking to him was also her job, and now her working hours were over, so they would continue later. After that, she started to say goodbye to him, and at that very moment, the floor disappeared under him. A second later, Kim flew down and started shouting that he hadn't finished speaking. Immediately, she started to have fun and said it was time for a party. It was a mine near Lucyland. There were also guards there. They were surprised at the noise coming down to them. They said that those crazy people must be killing prisoners again. Those guards turned to the workers and said that if they did not work properly, they would also be allowed to use the tokens. There were a lot of workers there. They worked hard, and it was very difficult for them. That boy was there, and he said that those guards didn't even give them a break. The boy asked his grandfather if everyone in that prison had gone crazy. The old man replied that it was not always like that. He said that the prison used to be a labor camp for insurgents, and they were treated very humanely then. But when that woman, Hazel, became the head, everything changed dramatically. The prison was fraudulently made, closed to the public, and everything inside was changed, after which innocent people were imprisoned who interfered with the head himself or his friends. He said that the head of the Crimson Prison, Heiser, is actually named Lucy. She's one of the secret blue blood managers, and she runs that whole crazy casino. He went on to tell me that she was the granddaughter of the blue-blooded head of the Lukaka, and she had always wanted to realize all this, and had even come up with a pseudonym. The boy said that she must be a very cruel thing. That old man said she was a total nutcase. The old man went on to say that he was arrested for being a competitor to Lukak, but he thinks that Lucy simply did not like his existence. He said that he could not even imagine how such a monster could be born in the family of such a noble man. Then the old man asked how the boy got there. They were all still together, and Hajin was very angry and shouted that they had calmed him down when he was distracted. Other children asked why they had kidnapped them in the first place. He said that the heads of blue blood were sitting in front of them. There were some people in the shadows. They were quite far away and their faces were covered. They were Bari from Big Food, Bandin from Hand of the Titan, Hialeah from the Gourmet Association, Dr. Noggle, Hazel from Crimson Prison, and the New Galaxy Community. At that moment, Hyalo thought that this was just the beginning, and he had organized everything. But he didn't think that those children would be brought in such a large batch. He was a little worried that the mayor would find out about it. Dr. Noggle said that the girl with the pigtails was the child they needed. The gangster decided to say hello to Lucy, but she immediately rejected the name and said she was Hazel. He started laughing and said that she reminded him of Lockhart with her pedantry. After that, Bandil decided to ask for the other man, whose name was Forden, but those people said that he had already taken one child and left. Hajin was very angry. He said that those bastards had already taken Miri, and Soen was nowhere to be seen. In an instant, he jumped up and ran to the front, screaming, "Where did they put their family members?" But in an instant, another dart with a sedative substance flew into his head. After that, he immediately fell to the ground and did not move. The man with the gun said that he told him not to do anything stupid. After a moment, Hazel's wife told the man to move away because he was disturbing her. After that, she asked the girl with golden hair how old she was. The girl Ramayon was very scared. She said she was 12 years old. But Hazel looked at it closely and said that it was just a rough diamond, and she really liked it. Suddenly, she took her in her arms and told her that she would go with her, and the girl, Ramaon, immediately began to say that she should be released. She asked if everyone agreed with her choice, because no objections were accepted. The man started to stand up and said that he only wanted a boy with gray hair. The woman said she would be happy with just a fast child, and Dr. Noggle said he would take 2 other children. That giant said that Hialeah had organized everything, and it was a very good job. He said it was all thanks to Dr. No Glue and the Monkey Fist organization. Then the bandit said that the man was very brave, and wasn't he afraid of being caught by a skull? That man said he would be very careful, and that bandit started walking away from that place and said he had to be very careful. Then Hialeah turned to Bari and told him to convey his best wishes to the head of the South, and the 3 of them took the 3 children and left that place. Dr. Noggle asked Hialeah if he was still uncomfortable being around Bari. Hialeah smiled and said that he had been loyal to the head of the South all his life, so he said he liked him better anyway. The doctor said that this was the difference between friends and staff, but he noticed that Bari was quite emotional. Hialo wished Mr. Noglu a good trip. He turned around and started saying that Hyalu didn't address him so formally because he was no longer the head of the Blue Bloods. Hyalea bowed and said that whoever became the head will always remain so. And the doctor said that some people think this way and some think differently. A little time passed and a girl named Hahel showed up, but when Hyalo approached her, she had already changed her clothes and said she was Lucy. Hyalo said that his dear friend really wanted to find such a child. She told him that he should know that he was very lucky because he was just a simple man, but Lucy chose him. That old man was shocked. He asked, "Do blue-blooded leaders sell children?" The old man also asked how he remembered everything because he had been shot and put to sleep. The boy said that he could hear everything very well, even when he was sleeping. The old man said that even if you told the citizens about it, they would still not believe it. He said that blue blood, heroes for the whole city, to be honest, he himself would not have believed that story if he had not been a prisoner in that prison. Then the old man asked if the other child, Yura, was also in the catacombs. He said that the girl would be fine because Lucy loves children. Then the boy asked why he was working there like crazy. The old man said that he was a boy and she liked girls, and the boy thought he had goosebumps. The old man told the boy not to worry because if he followed all the orders perfectly, he would not be used as a token. The boy said that as soon as he found out where Yura was, he would have to run away. At that moment, the guard noticed them. He thought they were working hard and talking a lot. After that, the old man again emphasized that the boy should not do anything stupid and just follow orders. My grandfather began to tell me that Lucy Land was a place from which no one could ever escape. Even if that boy escaped from those catacombs, he would not be able to get out of that huge house because it was like a maze. The boy smiled and said that they would check it out. He said they would run away from that place. Meanwhile, a strange creature that looked like a teapot offered Lucy a cup of tea. It looked like a teapot, and it also praised Lucy for her wonderful performance. But in a moment, Lucy was very indignant. She asked the teapot why he offered tea only to her, because he had to take care of her beloved. The teapot blushed and said that he was very nervous because she was his favorite guest. She started drinking tea and emphasized that they had to be perfect. In a moment, that kettle put a mug of tea for Ms. Yura, but she was like a puppet. A little time passed, and Kim was placed in a special place for execution, and he was asked if he had anything to say in the end. Kim said that it was no longer like an execution. It looked more like a performance. There were some robots and a huge toy in the form of a monkey. Lucy said he got it right because his execution is the biggest event in her show. She said that so many people gathered to watch the execution of the man who killed the head of the Blue Bloods because the public is always looking for new spectacles. Kim asked that the blue-blooded leaders were not their idols. Lucy laughed and said that it didn't matter at all because times had changed. In an instant, the muzzles of machine guns appeared from special holes. She told him to show them all his beautiful, pain-filled cries. And at one point, all those machines started shooting at the same time. Lucy's grandfather always told her that she had to be perfect in order to become the head of the Blue Bloods and run the city. She trained diligently every day and followed all the instructions as well as kept fit. But some time passed and her grandfather suddenly died. It was hard for her because the family that had lost its support was only a welcome prey for the committee, and it was time for it to confront external threats and instability. And at that moment, she came to the brilliant realization that life under someone else's control is perfect. That's why she divided her personality into Hazel and Lucy, who controlled each other and was reborn as an ideal creature. She also said that in her opinion, blue blood is an overrated relic of the past. She is completely different from them. She has achieved everything on her own, not through the power and might of her grandfather. She has to show those citizens what real control is. But suddenly some trouble arose in her perfect world, and this trouble was in the form of that guy in the red mask. She looked at him through the monitor and wondered why he couldn't die. She had already tried everything: electricity, fire, super weapons, bombs, the guillotine, but there was not a single scratch on it, not even a trace of impact. Lucy was getting really angry because such events did not go according to her plans. The girl Ram seemed to come to life. She spoke words and said, "Red man." Kim thought that after the battle with Head Yug, his body became much stronger and more durable. Bullets no longer penetrate his body, and he no longer needs regeneration. Kim started talking to her. He asked her why she was silent. Had she already run out of ideas on how to kill her? Then he said he was going to her himself. With one strong blow, he knocked down the huge gate that held him in place. Those living toys began to say that they were in big trouble because the prisoner had left the cell. They asked Lucy what they should do. She said in an angry voice that they should immediately gather all the dolls and stop him. When Kim was walking, suddenly some huge objects appeared in front of him. They said that all criminals who violate Lucyland's law will be punished. They were two puppets. They were judges. Besides them, there were many other puppets there, a whole army of them, saying that it was their duty to protect Lucyland. And Lucy herself said that what kind of protection are they talking about if they are just a distraction? She looked back, and there was a door open. She said it was time to use that puppet. Although the mayor threatened Dr. Nogel, he was still conducting experiments on humans to create organic weapons. That monster in the Gourmet Association, that was his work. The Black Series is considered one of the best among his other experiments, but he did not complete it and gave it to Lucy because the living creature had no personality. She said that she could use her own superpower, the perfect puppet, which is what gives personality. Then it can be reborn into an even more advanced creature. Meanwhile, Kim had already managed to defeat that army of puppets and was calmly moving on. Those guards shouted that he had already destroyed all those puppets, and another said that he was the one who had destroyed the head of the South. So there was nothing surprising there. They shouted to each other that they had to run away. He was able to get to his own clothes. He immediately noticed that they were very well folded. He said that those clothes were lent to him, so he had to return them. He got dressed and said that he had found his own clothes, but where could he find the woman? As soon as he walked a couple of steps down that corridor, a huge unknown monster came out at him. He was also wearing a mask. Kim stood there and was shocked. He said, "What is this?" Suddenly, a large monitor appeared on the head of that unknown monster. Lucy was in that picture, and she began to say in a threatening way that the prisoner had polluted her perfect life. He also destroyed Lucyland so that he is no longer recognizable, and destroy all the puppets. She started screaming like a madwoman that he had ruined Lucy's show. He had crossed all the boundaries in the city of the Blue Moon. She was so angry that she even started to hurt her last puppet. Kim was stunned to see his child sitting on her lap, and that girl Lucy, with the help of that monster, started attacking. She started shouting that on that day, from that scene, one of them should be gone forever. Kim just stood in the same place and put up a block. That gigantic blow fell on him with tremendous force. That blow was so strong that it could be compared to the explosion of a real bomb. Everything around was scattered in different directions by the shock wave. and on the surface there was a rather strong earthquake and all the windows were cracked. That huge puppet remained in that position. Lucy was waiting for the smoke to clear to see what was left of that criminal, but when she heard a voice saying that 2 options was a lot, she was just shocked. She couldn't even say anything. Kim stood there and there was not a single scratch on him. He said that she was singing all the time about how perfect she was and how she would destroy him. But she failed miserably. After a moment, she was able to say that this was simply not possible. And right after a second, that huge monster was thrown back with great force. That monitor on his head just stayed in place. That punch was just incredibly strong. That monster broke through many walls and was not going to stop. In a few seconds, that monster flew into the room where Lucy was, and it almost hurt her. After that, Kim said he would give her only one chance. He menacingly said that she would be buried alone in her own Lucy land, which she holds so dear. The show is over. A man was standing there and recording the building of that prison. He was very upset because he was standing there alone while everyone was recording the farewell of the head of the South. He said that he could not believe that they were making a documentary about the architecture of the prison. In an instant, a car flew past him covered in a yellow cover. The guards at the station started shooting because it was a suspicious car moving towards the main gate. That car was covered with something special, so all the bullets just flew off it. In a split second, at breakneck speed, that car managed to break through the main gate and flew into the prison. Very quickly, she was able to stop at one of the houses. And with lightning speed, 2 people ran out of that car. The panda girl said that there were fewer guards from the top than usual because Kim had organized a pogrom inside. That policeman was trembling with fear. He said that he had broken into the prison and now his career was definitely over. Rai's girlfriend started shouting at him and telling him to stop whining and watch her. He panicked and started saying that he was already watching her so that she wouldn't fall asleep. The reason why a simple passenger car was able to break through the very rough gates of the prison is because of Raya's powers. Her ability is called the Claw of the Night Cat. That property gives incredible destructive power, stability, and maneuverability, and it applies to any object that Raya touches. But since the range of the property is limited, the best effect is only from the front of the object and the back is weakened. Also, it cannot maintain this effect for very long because the side effect is incredible drowsiness. The policeman yelled at her to wake up because they could both die in there. In fact, the cameraman who filmed everything was very lucky. Meanwhile, in those catacombs, the workers stopped and were quite frightened. They said it could be an earthquake because for some reason, everything was shaking. The security guard fired a shot in the air and said that they were all focused on work and did not leave their workplaces without permission. He said that whoever moves from his seat will suffer the fate of a token. But suddenly, someone gave him a very strong blow from behind. It was that puppet girl who hit that guard with a big rock. That boy was shocked to see her there. She said that she came to save him from that place and he asked her if she was injured. She said that everything was fine, but Hajin got very angry and started saying that it was not fine. He asked if Lucy did it. That guard saw and started to get up. He said, "How dare they go against blue blood?" When he got up, he noticed that the girl was the same pet that had always been with Lucy. That old man started shouting for those children to run away. But that guard went crazy and started saying that she wouldn't get away with it. Just because she was Lucy's favorite, he started pulling the trigger and fired a shot. At that moment, Hajin abruptly fell to the ground and something very strange began to happen to him. And in a moment, there was a huge fox and he killed that guard with a very quick blow. After such a blow, the man was immediately killed. Hajin shouted at him that who was the clown going to point the gun at? The girl, Yura, was a little surprised. She asked what was wrong with his appearance, but Hajin told her not to worry because he has this quality. He took her on the fox's big hand and said that he had to save her first. He told her that she didn't have any property, so why did she take such risks? She said she just wanted to help him because they were family. She asked him why he had such power. The boy said that they had to run away first and then they would talk. But suddenly that old man came running to them. That old man said that Lucy Land was changing like a maze, so they should walk very carefully. And Yura said that there was no need to, because after the fight between Lucy and the man in the red mask, everything from the top was destroyed. That old man was shocked when he heard about the red man. He just froze in place. The girl Yura climbed on top of Hajin and loudly told everyone to run away because this was their chance. While Kim was hit hard and immediately afterwards his arm was chopped off, he was very surprised because he couldn't even see who did it. He thought that Yura hadn't recognized him that well, and she immediately ran to save Hajin. He couldn't let her go alone, so he just wanted to finish with Lucy and go after the Yura girl, but he was attacked by two men who appeared out of nowhere. One of them saw the hand immediately start to grow back, and he was delighted. He said that the severed hand had immediately regenerated. The man was even more shocked when he noticed that, in addition to his arm, his clothes began to recover. The other man began to say that this was not true and incredible because there are many monsters with rapid regeneration abilities outside the city walls. He said that the stranger had better be careful because next time he would not allow him to use regeneration. Kim asked who they were. He also told them to get out of his way. He said that the perpetrator was not so rude. He said that they just couldn't help but intervene when he wanted to kill their friend. When Kim heard that, he was very angry. He asked if they were blue bloods. He said that everything was true, that he was the head of the blue blood and the head of the Titan's hand, and his name was Bandit. And another said he was the head of the Freezer, and his name was Forden. Dr. Noggles said that he felt that his subject had been destroyed, so he rushed there immediately and even managed to get there on time. The man said that he usually does not interfere in the affairs of others, but he believed that the fight was not equal. He also said that the man had caused a stir in the city, so he should have been punished long ago. The dark thug added that the criminal was very dangerous and needed to be dealt with as soon as possible. Kim was very wary. He thought it was a very bad situation. He didn't even think he would meet with several chapters. At the same time, the bandit kicked the ground very hard and said that Kim must have thought he was doing great after he killed one of the heads. The bandit also said that Head Hialeah and Head Lucy were not strong warriors. They were strong in other ways, and Head Yug was old and sick. Lucy stood up a little bit, and Bandit continued to say that a city that has lost the basic pillars of life goes into a very bad state, then the city loses its motivation to live on. They told the criminal to look at a living legend who had not aged a single day since the day when his power was at its maximum. Kim was confused at that moment, and they were saying that he was a dirty descendant of the rebels and should start attacking. The bandit said that he is the strongest of all the heads, and he himself will punish absolutely any evil that threatens the city, so this is the criminal's last fight. When Kim heard the word evil, his anger grew, and he began to say that the bandit dared to call him evil even though he knew everything that was happening in that city. He said that he knew it was a kidnapping, but he said that at least those children had a chance for a normal life. Kim was bursting with anger. He said that one of the children was turned into medicine and the other was kept as a toy. And this is what this bandit calls a chance? Kim looked at him and said, that bandit is the hero of that city, so how can he be so rotten inside. Then another head started talking. He asked if the criminal considered himself right. He said that many ordinary people were harmed by the criminal's actions. It was like setting fire to a forest to find a robber. The bandit strained his arm and showed his strength. He said that it was enough to have philosophical conversations. He said that he was not going to give the boy to Mara. He said that he was quite calm, but he would make a very good ruler of the city. In an instant, Kim jumped up with explosive force and began to attack. He shouted that he would take the boy Mara no matter what. The gangster started to prepare to block Kim's blow and said, if Kim takes him away, how happy will that boy be when he lives on the street? Kim continued the attack and yelled at that head bandit to shut up. The gangster was amused by the whole situation. He liked to see the criminal get angry. He said that the criminal knew nothing about children and he didn't know how to make things better. With tremendous force, they struck the same blows and the air around them simply began to glow. And in a moment, an explosive wave covered the entire space around. It was the power of the gods. That other head was a little surprised by the strength they both showed. Their fists didn't even make contact, and the shock wave was already of tremendous power. Kim thought that in order to create such an airflow, you need to swing your fist with great speed, which means that Bandit has the same strength as Kim. That other head thought it was a good thing they were fighting underground because there would be nothing left of the city after such attacks. Then Bandil said that the criminal killed the head of the South with that fist. He began to build up his strength and shouted that this is why he should be destroyed. And in an instant, his blows became even faster. His arms seemed to clone and his blows became even faster. Kim was even more shocked at who he had to fight. He didn't think anyone else had that kind of power. Meanwhile, that reporter was filming that car. He was delighted. He said it was incredible and it would be a sensation. But at one point, there was a very loud explosion from underground, and that reporter was simply thrown aside by that explosion. It was an incredible stream of air that came out of the ground and created a huge hole. Kim kept screaming and formidably exchanged blows and blocked punches in that battle. In fact, everything was happening so fast that you couldn't even see anything. Kim could barely dodge those strikes successfully from Bundle, but even though he ducked, his skin was still gathered. Kim was at a disadvantage. The bandit continued to attack aggressively, and no matter how powerful he was, the body could not withstand such attacks for long. Meanwhile, another head snuck up and was already flying toward Kim to attack from behind. Kim was incredibly able to sense it and managed to dodge it at the last second. Fordon was surprised that he managed to dodge his swift attack. But right after the direct attack, he started doing a special attack with his fingers. And in a second, Kim was covered with a very rough layer of ice. Kim was very angry, he understood, that there was no way to dodge such an attack. Fordon said that he had a very interesting property, and in the city he used it to create deep freeze chambers. At the moment when Kim was trapped, that Fordon made a huge attack, and the attack was like lightning. He couldn't move, and a very fast and deadly attack was coming at him. It was charged with tension. But at the last moment, Kim made a breakthrough of power and the people just cracked. He had no chance to dodge that deadly attack because it was already at his back. He decides to catch it with his hands and thus stop it. He was holding almost the power of the elements in his hands. He realized that such an attack would not stop just like that. It needed to hit something, so he used even more force and was able to redirect it uphill. That poor reporter who was on the surface almost died of fear. Not only were there huge holes in the ground near it, but there was also a huge cut in the ground that was still glowing. Kim was really very alert. He needed to control every second of the fight so as not to make a mistake. Forden thought that the criminal had fought off his powerful attack quite well, but he noticed that he didn't have much combat experience, so he realized that he would quickly deal with him. A moment later, Bandit appeared. He took Kim by surprise, shouted that the criminal was about to receive a powerful blow. All Kim had to do was put up a block and hope that it would withstand the blow. But at the very moment of the blow, the bandit accelerated tenfold, and it is not clear how, but Kim's 2 arms were torn off. Kim was shocked. How could he tear off 2 of his arms so quickly and easily? But while he was confused by the fact that he was hands-free at that moment, Forden launched that ice spear at his back, and this time, Kim failed to dodge. Moreover, the spear itself was also very strong. It threw Kim very far away. As soon as Kim fell to the ground, his breath immediately began to feel like he was in a freezer. He writhed in pain, but his arms could not appear quickly because his regeneration was slowed down because of the ice spear. Those 2 heads slowly approached Kim, and Forden said that he had experience in fighting against an enemy who regenerates quickly. Suddenly, they stopped, and Forden was surprised to hear that he was still regenerating, albeit more slowly, because he had thought he wouldn't be able to do it at all. So Forden said to Bandit that you can't take down that criminal with simple attacks. Then Forden said he wanted Bandit to start using his own properties. Kim was shocked, he thought. Did he really not even start using his full power yet? Then that bandit took the stand and said it was time. At that moment, very black and electrified clouds began to gather sharply. He began to pray for Volcanus to answer his call. Meanwhile, those children in the catacombs were shocked, panicked, screaming, "Where could lava come from? It's not a volcano!" Suddenly, the old man started to say something quietly, and the fox boy started to ask if he knew anything. He said that this was the power of Volcanus, a weapon of one of the heads, and that the power was so extraordinary and destructive that it could destroy the whole city, so the mayor forbade its use except in wartime. So my grandfather wondered, because there was no war at that time, the bandit was standing near a huge pillar of lava that was bursting out of the ground. He said that this was his power and his incarnation. Suddenly, he stuck his hand into that bench and said that it didn't matter how long the criminal was alive, because in that case, even immortality wouldn't help him. He took out a huge volcanic hammer from that lava, and he also said that by Volcanus's judgment, the criminal would simply cease to exist. At that time, the girl panda was running in that big house, and there was a lot of destruction everywhere. She was very surprised by the size of that complex, because it was all built under the city. Suddenly, she stopped abruptly because a huge fox appeared from around the corner of the passage. She was very scared. She started screaming that it was some kind of monster. That fox boy started saying who she was because she didn't look like a prison guard. But in a moment, the panda girl calmed down because she noticed the girl sitting on that fox. The panda asked her if her name was Yura. The girl was very surprised how the woman could know her. While they were all in that rebel facility, Kim started drawing, and Panda said that Kim was very good at drawing. Kim said he practiced very often in class. He drew portraits of children, and Panda said that now it would be much easier to find them. Meanwhile, Lucy regained consciousness in the battle. She was very angry and asked Bandit if she could finish the criminal. He said it was okay, but how was she going to kill him? Lucy said she would have used that hammer, but Bandil said if she picked it up, it would just melt her hands. Then Lucy came over and said it was okay because her puppet would take the hammer. That man, the freezing master, thought it was a bad idea, but he didn't say anything. That puppet took the hammer and started to approach to strike, and Lucy said that it was for the humiliation she had gone through. She was just furious. She was screaming for him to just turn to dust. Kim was never able to recover. He was still lying there, and in a moment he was struck. It was a completely different force. It caused tremendous damage. He screamed very loudly from the pain he was feeling. He kept screaming without stopping. His body just started to slowly disappear. That Lucy girl was smiling, but she looked like she was crazy even though she was. In an instant, the special thread that controlled the puppet was severed. She immediately lost control of that huge puppet and was surprised because she didn't understand what had happened. In a moment, they all noticed that it was the card that cut the thread. It was Rajul, and he was amazed by that great power. He said that if he had stayed a little longer, Kim would have turned to ashes. Bundy asked in surprise if he was with those criminals, and Lucy said that it was Rajul, the murderer. He said that he was not on the same page with them, and he was just a mercenary. Suddenly, Bandil raised the alarm because he noticed something very important. He shouted that the criminal had disappeared from the place where he was lying. It was a panda. It barely managed to save Kim. It was asking him if he was still alive. At that moment, only a small part of Kim was left. He barely spoke. Or did Panda manage to find Raya's sister, the girl Ramon? The panda said in surprise that this was the first question he decided to ask. She said that the girl, Ramon and Hyunju, was saved because of Kim. Kim continued to burn and said that it made him feel better. The panda said that this was very unreasonable because even he could not manage to overcome 3 chapters at once. The panda said that they had to run away from that place because the citizens would not chase them beyond the city walls, and then they would figure out how to save the other children. The panda added because his goal was to save the children, not to take revenge, and meanwhile the boy Fox and the girl Yura were running away from that place. When Panda was holding Kim, he said that he would not run away. He slowly began to recover and said that if he could not protect children from visible dangers, then what was the point of all this? 2095. So he said that he would take revenge and that he would tell them all well that their children must not be harmed. The panda froze for a second because it did not expect Kim to decide to go this way, but a moment later she smiled and asked what kind of teacher he was. Then she abruptly stood up and started to walk away. She told Kim to recover there and she would buy him some time. Then Kim shouted at her that she had no reason to fight for the children there, but Panda replied that she was not fighting for the children. She said she would fight for him, for Kim. Kim was very surprised. He was touched. He didn't expect this from her. At that time, Rajul was standing there, and he had no plan at that time. He had those 2 heads in front of him, and he thought that he had managed to distract them. But what else could he do? Suddenly, the man was surprised because he saw someone and said that she hadn't run away. He was talking to Panda's girlfriend, who boldly came out of one of the corridors right at them. But the panda smiled and said that he recognized her immediately, but Chamin thought about it for a long time. He said how could she compare him to that boy? How could he not recognize her if he had trained her himself, even though her appearance and behavior had changed a lot? She came and stood next to Rajul. She said that she was no longer who she was, and now her name was Panda. Fordon began to manifest a special ice spear and said menacingly that she had changed her name in order to cut off all ties with him. The panda got a little worried when she saw him preparing to attack and decided to say, didn't their relationship end when he retired? Then the panda quietly told Rogel to take care of the crazy Lucy. He said it would be very easy for him. Then Bandit said that if they knew each other, he could deal with her. Fordon warned him. He was careful because she was not very strong, but she had peculiarities. He also said that he had never been able to overcome it. In an instant, that Fordon made a very strong attack, and it was very powerful and fast. The panda had a few moments to repel that attack and get ready. It activated its own power. At the moment of the collision, she was able to subdue the attack and turn it into a living spiral that just flew past her. The bandit watched closely and was very surprised that she easily repelled Forden's powerful attack. He thought that he had no idea what kind of power she had, but he realized that he needed to destroy her quickly so that she wouldn't cause any problems. In a moment, that bandit was already in front of her, and his attack was at the initial stage. The panda was able to stop his swift attack and used the density skill, and his attack stopped. For a few seconds, Bands was frozen in a motionless state. He thought that she had managed to react to his attack at maximum speed. He looked at her more closely and realized that it wasn't even so, but she had anticipated his attack. Even as she was repelling Forden's attack, he said that her sense of combat was simply amazing to him, but its effect on him did not last long, and in a moment, he was able to attack again. He said, "How will she cope with such an attack?" Suddenly, Kim appeared from around the corner. He had fully recovered and was flying at that bandit. With a frantic speed, Kim did his best to knock down the bandit's attack and save the panda, and he succeeded. The bandit did not expect this at all and took quite a lot of damage from Kim's attack. Pandy was confused. Of course, she was happy that he had saved her, but she said he was not fully recovered yet. Kim said, "It didn't matter." He looked at the fight between Lucy and Rajul and said that they didn't need to think about it because in that fight, the forces were equal. So he said that we should equalize the forces on this flank as well, and the panda replied that it would cheer her up. The gangster started screaming from the pain Kim had caused him and from the fact that he was very angry. He said very menacingly that it was the first time he had ever bled. He was just extremely angry. He looked at Kim and told him that he was going to die in agony. Kim was also very angry and said that he was saying the same thing so that Bandil would die in agony. In a moment, Forden was already in the air and preparing to launch a swift attack. He exerted maximum force to give the spear maximum speed, and the spear flew straight at the panda. When the spear struck her with great force, a great flower appeared from the spear. But in a moment, Panda started to come out of the ice. She was not hurt at all. She said that Forden should have known that ice techniques do not work on her. Right after that, that Forden guy said that he knew very well that ice techniques don't work on her. But in an instant, he made a huge ice sword and said that he wanted her to resist his techniques very easily, but it would be very difficult for her to defend herself against such attacks. The panda smiled and said that this is a really bigger threat. Fordon was very focused. He thought that it was very difficult for him to fight at full strength because Panda was always near Bandil, and she was doing it on purpose because she would be smart. The panda, to make him a little angry, said that he was a very smart old man and she had to be careful. Meanwhile, Kim fought very bravely. He put maximum effort into each blow. The bandit also, from his own point of view, wanted to defeat Kim as much as possible and inflict maximum damage on him. It was an extraordinary battle. They were at the same level of strength. In an instant, Bandit struck a side kick with great force. The panda very quickly hit Kim's legs from behind, and he began to fall and thus was able to dodge that deadly attack. Immediately after Kim counterattacked, he managed to get up very quickly and hit Bandil in the face with his fist. He was shocked. After Kim struck him, he couldn't understand how Kim was able to dodge his attack. Forden was able to read those actions. He noticed that Kim did not know how to dodge at all. Immediately after that, Kim and the panda started a joint attack, and Forden thought that despite the strength of the criminal, he lacked experience in combat and that the panda was helping him in that matter. They managed to land a very powerful combination punch. Panda landed a kick to the head, and Kim landed a punch to the stomach. The gangster was shocked. He started to get extremely angry. After that, he screamed extremely loudly. At that moment, he was already quite badly wounded. In a moment, Bandio repeated the attack to somehow turn the tide of the fight. This time, Kim had to put a block, and the lava covered him. When the smoke from the shot disappeared, it became clear that everything that had been set on fire during that attack had melted away, except for Kim. Was Kim himself shocked that he managed to block such a powerful attack? The wounded bandit could not believe his eyes that the criminal was not harmed by his super-powerful attack. But when Kim turned around a little bit, he noticed that there was a panda behind him, and she said that she had used her own power and increased the endurance of his body. And Bandil felt more pain. As a result, he could not move. He said that he seemed to have gone beyond his limits, and that's why his body hardened. Fordon, who was watching the fight, immediately noticed that Bandil's pace had slowed down a lot. All his life, he was obsessed with the fact that he was not the victorious warrior who won the war. And now, for the first time, he is not just wounded, but actually very close to defeat. That Fordon very carefully examined the entire situation on that battlefield. He noticed that Lucy was in a very similar situation to Fordon. In that fight, Rajul said that he thought she was weak since she was hiding behind a broken puppet. But it turns out that when you have 4 arms, it's really easier to fight. But that crazy Lucy told that armless fool to shut up. Then Rajul smiled and said that it was very offensive, but no one cared. But that was okay because soon there would be nothing left of that Lucy. Fordon calmly continued to stand and pondered the situation. What could happen next? At that moment, Bandiv started saying that he couldn't believe he was on his knees. Kim felt very happy and cheerful, and he told the panda that it was very good that she was giving him her own power because his punches became even stronger. After that, Fordon decided to say that Bandil couldn't handle them alone and they had to work together. He didn't want to listen to him. In a moment, he started to get extremely angry. He said that he was a war hero who had destroyed more than 10,000 enemies by himself, and now he couldn't possibly defeat those two. Despite his severe injuries, his strength increased. He started shouting that he would destroy that place with them and raise that hammer up the mountain. When the enemy began to make a strong attack, Kim shouted for him to stop because the children Yura and Hajin were underground. But Bandil didn't care at all and wouldn't even think of stopping. But at one point, very suddenly, a red fox, Kachin, appeared out of nowhere and took that Bandil in the groin. The bandit shouted that, as a result, his attack would fly in a completely different direction, and the fox Hajin said that it was revenge for kidnapping his family. At that moment, the car on top continued to stand, while loud noises were coming from below and the ground was shaking. And suddenly, that bandit's attack came true, and it even managed to hit that car, but thanks to that armor, it just pushed it away. It was really just a cosmic attack, and the car even turned over on its side. Kim himself was shocked. He could not say anything, but that the bandit was just not normal. After a moment, Bandil managed to fight off the big fox, and he began to ask where that beast came from and how dare he distract him. The fox flew very far away from Bandil's blow and could not fight anymore. At that moment, Kim was simply stunned by what he saw. In an instant, that fox began to shrink to a very small size, and as a result, only the child Hajin remained. Then, the bandit was even more surprised because it was the boy he had seen before, and at that moment, Kim was already approaching him from behind with great anger. He started a rapid attack and shouted that this was for Hajina. The bandit was able to turn around and attack as well. He was shouting and asking if it was Kim's child, and then he said that it doesn't matter if it's a child or an adult. If he interferes with justice, he's a thief. And their blows collided again. At that moment, Bandil hit almost perfectly. In an instant, Kim's hand began to glow in a personalized attack. Panda couldn't help him withstand it, and in the next moment, something incredible happened. The most powerful weapon of Vulcanus just flew to pieces, but he managed to take Kim's head and a little bit of his shoulders. The bandit was shocked because this had never happened before. In a moment, Kim was able to strike back without his head, and it was still very strong. Bandil's wounds were growing, and he was getting worse and worse. In front of Bandil's eyes, Kim began to recover and began to say that it was not appropriate for him to talk about justice because he had killed so many people. A second later, Kim struck again and said, if Bandiv is a manifestation of justice in that world, so in that case, Kim agrees to be a criminal. Kim also began to shout if the whole society would be in favor of such strange justice. Immediately after those words, Kim managed to just punch Bandil's body. Forden was simply shocked by what he saw. The panda also couldn't believe that Kim had managed to wound Bandit so badly. Immediately, his vital signs decreased. He just closed his eyes and did not move. And Kim continued, if people follow such justice, he will destroy them all. Both Rajul and Crazy Lucy noticed this immediately. Rajul began to say that he had also fought with that monster. He said it was a miracle that he had only lost his arm. In an instant, he noticed that the threads that Lucy was controlling began to fly chaotically. And right after that, that big puppet almost crushed him. Lucy started to run away. Rajul shouted after her, where is she going? Proud Forden began to say that in the end that Lucy was just running away in disgrace, but I wonder if she would find a way out of that huge cage. In an instant, Forden began to pull out his cell phone. He called somewhere and said that it was him and that it was all over. The Blue Bloods had lost. Meanwhile, a man came to a very large door and started knocking on it. Was it the same one who kidnapped the children? Did he ask if he had been called? There was an interesting man sitting there. He was also of blue blood. He was the head of the Monkey Fist. His name was Skull. A moment later, as they sat there, the Skull asked the man if he didn't drink the tea because he thought it was poison. The man replied that he did not think so. Then the Skull started asking if it was fun to be friends with high-ranking people. The man was immediately alerted, but did not say anything yet. The Skull went on to say that he heard that the man had brought children from outside the city. He went on to say that the man had done exactly what the mayor dislikes the most. He started asking what he had in his head instead of brains. Why did he do that? The man didn't say anything. He just asked what the Skull was talking about. But the Skull continued to ask what the management committee was involved in. Meanwhile, in the hall where all the people who were members of the steering committee were, they were outraged at the whereabouts of the Blue Bloods because they had invited them all and did not come. Suddenly, someone said they were sorry, but the Blue Bloods would not come, and one of the committee members asked them what they had to do with it. It was two brothers from the construction. Those two brothers greeted everyone from the management committee. Those committee members said that it was unbelievable what one of them saw after he was blacklisted, and they also asked if those brothers had invited them there. He replied that they had not called them, but that the Skull had called them. They were all very surprised and began to say that this was the first time he had used his own authority, and they asked why he had called them all. In an instant, one of the brothers pulled a gun on them and said that the reason was to destroy the garbage. They were shocked. They asked, what is Quran doing too? They also asked if he was afraid of Bandil. He smiled and began to say why he should be afraid of someone who is not in that world. and he was doing it not because of his own desire, but because of the order of the skull. And in an instant, he started shooting at those men, the members of the committee. The man was shocked that things had turned out this way, and Cherep said that the committee would have dealt with him at the first opportunity anyway. He also began to say that he had heard that the committee had also blacklisted him, and even if it was none of their business, there were a lot of people who had lunch with him, so that all he has to do now is just come up with a punishment for that man. The man was shocked. He seemed to have fallen through the ground. In an instant, he took off running and started to run away very fast. He thought that he was being as secretive as possible, that he would not allow the information to leak out. He thought that he could escape, although he was very scared. But at that very moment, the skull was already right above him, and there was a second left before he attacked. There was a very powerful blow. He literally trampled on that man. When he stood on his body, he said that he did not intend to kill him, but when he noticed him starting to run away, he lost the desire to give him a second chance. Meanwhile, Panda was holding Hajin, and Kim was asking what happened to him. The panda said that he was fine, that he had just lost consciousness, and that he had only scratches on his body. Suddenly, a very hoarse voice came from the back. It was Bandil, and he said to the thief that the fight was not over yet. He said that he could not come up with such a result because for the hero, it was just another exam and a step towards personal development. The bandit called Forden to come over and help him. He sighed tiredly and said that again, he was acting as he pleased. The bandit said that they cornered that thief again, just like they did at the beginning, because the bandit was offering to take his child away to reduce his opportunities so that in the end justice would be done. And Forden, at that moment, what he was thinking, his hand gained a very high speed. In an instant, Fienden just cut him to pieces and said that he had already lost, that he was so unwilling to admit his own defeat. He was shocked and could not have expected this from a supposed friend. He said that Bandil's notion of justice was very different, and he lost the fight, although he would be proud of his own victories, and now his body was shattered into pieces after being hit by his hand. When Bandiv fell to the ground, Forden said goodbye to his old colleague, but he said he would not pray for him because they were not close. Kim and Panda were shocked to see this change of events. Meanwhile, Rajul continued to pursue Lucy, who was diligently running away from him. He was already exhausted and shouted at her how could she run so fast in those shoes. She wondered how he still managed to chase her. She thought that as soon as she got to the surface, she could hide. In an instant, she stopped abruptly and just fell into a stupor. That black-weight security guard was in front of her. Did he say that the situation seemed difficult? She said that he was fired because he had left his post. He replied that he had been reinstated. She said that it was very good that he was there because that killer wanted to kill her. She told him to stop him. When Rajul noticed him, he was shocked that Blackie was a crazy dog, and he went there. At that moment, the policeman asked why he should stop him. She ordered him because he is a police officer and he has to protect citizens, but he said that she also works for the Ministry of Protection and she has a higher rank. Then she told him to listen to her carefully because this was an order for him. At that moment, he was calmly smoking a cigarette and began to say that he did not want to say that, but he had solved thousands of cases and had a lot of awards in his house. She said that now was not the time to talk, and Black Kwa continued that if it weren't for one fallen woman, he could have become the head of the Blue Bloods or the chief of the Polyar. He prepared to take up arms and said, "Does she know why he was appointed to guard the gate and the grave for a newly promoted officer?" She was very surprised. She couldn't understand why he was reaching for a weapon. In an instant, she seems to realize what the policeman meant. In an instant, he waved his hand, and half of Lucy's body just disappeared. Rajul was even more frightened when he noticed how strong he was. He said it was a rebellion against his superiors and added that he hated those who climbed above him in rank. Meanwhile, Forden stood by Bamble's waist and just looked at him. Kim approached him and asked him how to interpret his actions. Forden came back and said that, as Kim could see, he had betrayed blue blood. Kim said that he didn't think he could just walk away if he changed sides in the end, but Panda asked him to wait and listen. She said that he was a rather cold person and that she was disgusted with him because he was her boss, but she thought they should listen to him. He thanked her for taking his side, and he began to say that when they did things together, he always came out right because she herself said that she had cut off all ties with him, but she was still offended. The panda got really angry and said that he was a jerk and she wanted to kill him. Later, the events moved to Forden's headquarters. That policeman suddenly started crying very loudly when he saw Kim. He said it was wonderful that Kim was okay because he said he started to worry when he noticed that lava started to come out of the ground. But Raya's girl, who slapped him on the backside with a table, immediately changed the situation and said that he was only worried about his own life. He sharply replied that she was sleeping in the car, and she said that if it wasn't for her superpower, he would have been fried in that car. But in an instant, the two of them stopped fighting when Kim thanked the two of them. He said he would have lost if they hadn't come to his aid in time. They were even more surprised when he said that he was able to win only because of their help. They were a little embarrassed because they did not expect such gratitude. Policeman said that he had always said he was on Kim's side, and Raya said that they had finally shown their first result. Suddenly, someone came in and said hello. He said that they had met again quite quickly. It was the same Detective Aston who helped Kim on the first day of his detention. Kim immediately decided to ask him if he had been working for Forden all along. Aston just laughed and said, no. He said that their goals simply coincide, so they cooperate just like he helped Kim. Kim asked if Forden, like Aston, wanted to clean up that city. He said that his methods are a little bit unfair, but he has to take into account the atmosphere in the society, so he advises Kim to go there and see for himself. Later, Kim and Panda stood in his office, waiting for him to tell them. He looked into the distance and said that all he could do was thank him. Kim decided to ask why he had betrayed the Blue Bloods, wrenching since he was a native of them. He said that no matter how much Kim talked about them, because they had never even taken a photo together, he really hated them all. If he could, he would have left her a long time ago. He said that the mayor had instructed him to keep an eye on the other heads of the Blue Bloods. Did he say that they had already met with them and knew what kind of people they were? Kim said that they should not have been given so much power from the very beginning. He said that in that society, everything was organized in such a way that the mayor gave positions to those who had power. The panda listened attentively, and Forden said that in any case, the mayor appreciates all children, even street children, and that time they had crossed the line. Panda said she wants a mayor and only a few people from the whole city have seen him, but he is very different from the image she had imagined. He said that no matter what Panda imagined, Forden had never met a kinder person in his life than their mayor. He would like to come immediately and solve the problem himself. To this, Kim successfully asked, "Where is he now?" Forden said he was very far away in an unknown wilderness outside the city and streets. He said that he wanted them to understand that the streets still exist, only because the mayor made a sacrifice. He said that he understood all of this, and that is why he remained the head of the Blue Bloods, as the mayor wanted. All he had to do was pretend to be in league with them and sometimes interfere in their affairs. But that's where the problem arose, because one of the heads of the Blue Bloods, the Comey, who didn't like him very much, started threatening him and his family. He also said that they were all terrible, so he prepared a plan to kill them all instead of looking for someone to blame for those kidnappings. But suddenly Kim appeared there and was the first to deal with everyone. Fordon said that if he had fought at full strength, it would have been over before Panda arrived. Kim said that he didn't care because Fordon was involved in the kidnappings anyway. He said he had taken the child he was supposed to take. Suddenly, a door began to open in that room, and Fordon said that he was thanking Kim for taking down Bandil. He also said that he was very grateful to the late director. At that moment, Kim was even more shocked than he had been at all the times before. The most important thing in all of this is that both Kim and the director were able to take care of his granddaughter. She bowed her head and greeted the teacher and Panda. Fordon said that her name was Lenisa. She was his granddaughter who went to their school. She bowed and apologized to teacher Kim. Kim started asking Miri what was going on there. The Panda began to say that she thought that in one of Kim's drawings, there was a girl who looked very much like Lenisa, and that was her. Then the Panda began to think that Kim lived in such a faraway place in the mountains that even the ghetto did not know about that place. She thought, who would go to such a place to kidnap children? For a moment, Kim was shocked because Panda said that those robbers must have been sent there to take Lenisa from the very beginning. Kim recalled that Miri was completely different from other children. She did not have very good manners. The Panda asked how Lenisa had ended up at that school in the first place. Fordon began to tell us that Lenesa's parents had been in a car accident. He thought it was definitely not a simple accident, so he decided to send her to a safe place. He inadvertently learned about a rumor about an old man who runs a school in a ghetto and decided to secretly visit him. At that time, during their conversation, he seemed to Fordon a very good man, and he himself was very sorry that he died. Lenesa's whereabouts were classified, so the fact that she was found means that the sea is to blame for all this, because with her abilities, everything is real. And Lenesa felt that she was to blame for what happened and asked him to save the other children. But at that moment, he refused because they were all very strong and it was very risky. He said it was his fault that the director died and the children were in danger. He knows he is to blame. Kim calmly walked by Fordon and continued on. He recalled the moment when he was lying down and almost died near the director. He recalled the moments of pain and torment that his children had to endure. He went to that girl, Lenesa, and stood in front of her. No one knew what he wanted to do. She started apologizing again, crying and saying that she wished she hadn't come to that school, but Kim began to wipe away her tears and apologized to her himself. He said that he knew nothing about her situation. He said that she was the smallest of all and needed care the most. He recalled those moments and said that he had never done anything for her, and she must have been very anxious and sad. So he apologized to her again and said he was sorry. A little time passed and the events moved to a strange building. There was a woman there. She said that she could not believe that Bandil would lose. It was very unexpected, but she expected Ford right away, and now she realizes that he will become even stronger than he was. Bandin and the South, who had been holding Fordon back, are dead, so he can go ahead. She said she didn't need Fordon's grandson anymore because she had found a replacement. She began to say that she saw the future and that thanks to that boy in that field, the whole world would change and everything would move to a new world. In that city, the old man was also there, and the fox boy asked him if he wanted to get rid of the thick hair he had grown, and he said that he liked it and would keep it. Then those children met. They were all very happy to see each other. They all climbed on top of Kim and started climbing on him. The fox boy said that Kim was even bigger than the director, and Kim asked in surprise if they were not surprised by his appearance. The boy said that Aunt Panda had explained everything to them in advance. When Kim was playing with the children, the old man stood and watched him silently. He thought that he was not the one he knew. He said he would be the same age as Bandil. At that moment, Panda fell down in shock because she was called an aunt. Since they got to that headquarters apartment, a lot has changed in the city. The video of the explosion in the Crimson Prison was published. At the same time, information was disclosed about falsely convicted people who created their own organization in the city and stood up for real justice. Then Detective Aston went to the studio that posted the video of the prison explosions, and Kim's other child, Maru, is back. Apparently, Zipper contacted his own insider in the organization Hand of Titan. Because of that, there was a big problem in that organization. Two sides clashed, those who loved Bandil and those who did not. Two sisters, Raya and Ramaon, were preparing to return home, 2364. After they found Ramayon, the head of the fashionable district asked them to return, and the panda was to accompany them. That was supposed to be the end of their story, but suddenly, a very tired and dirty Rajul walked through that door, and he indignantly asked his friends why they hadn't looked for him. Those two sisters were shocked to see him, and they never thought about him again. Ramaon said happily that he was back, and Raya said she thought he had run away as soon as he had the chance. He said that they had no idea how much he suffered there and pointed his finger back. It turns out that he found two more boys who had been kidnapped. Kim was very impressed. He said their names, Sonan and Bekson, came back. When Kim came up to them, they were scared and asked who he was. Other children stood there smiling, saying that they would have reacted the same way. Suddenly, that policeman appeared in the doorway, and Rajul said that he had killed Lucy when he was chasing her. And then he said that he was going to Lab Soba and asked us to follow him. The surprised panda said that Sobu's lab was Noggles. Did Black Kwa save the children from the ghetto? Panda then asked what about Nogla himself, and Rajul said that he was able to escape. Then that policeman looked at Kim and said he wanted to talk. He started to come closer and said that they owed each other a debt. He started swinging and told Kim to let him hit him once. But at that very moment, Kim remembered the words of that boy telling him to find the children and take care of his head. That policeman had already made a swing, but Kim put his hand in front and wanted to quickly catch his hand. Kim managed to prevent that punch, and the policeman was a little angry at first, but then he said that the debt was repaid. The panda was surprised to ask Kim if he knew him. Kim said he only remembered knocking him out at the main gate. Meanwhile, that policeman went to another policeman. He really wanted to beat him up. When he opened the door, he was shocked to find his mentor alive. He caught him by the head and told him in a menacing voice that he was not talking to his mentor in a nice way. There were very loud noises coming from that room, and we could hear a conversation, like a big policeman asking the smaller one why he was walking around with that red-headed man. And the smaller one said that he would explain everything. It was raining very hard that night, and there was dead silence around. At one point, a human hand appeared from the ground. It was that Black Kwa. He was shocked that some bastard had buried him in the ground, and when he looked up, he almost fell over again in shock. He could not believe it because it was a huge cemetery, He started to get out of that place, and while he was walking, he was thinking that he was very relaxed and knocked out with one punch. He felt a very strong desire to eat something because he hadn't eaten anything for a very long time. He got caught. He never found anything to eat. He thought that he could find very well-hidden documents, but he couldn't find simple food. At one point, he was passing by and noticed a man who was hungry, but the man ate it quickly and said that it was also very difficult for him because recently the food trucks had stopped leaving the city. He restrained himself and walked on. He thought that he had the honor of a police officer, so he did not steal or beg. A few days passed, and in one place, in the middle of the forest, he fell to the ground. He thought that this is how he would die, of what stupid hunger. He thought that if he knew he would die so easily, the crabs would challenge Bambil to a fight to see who was stronger, and out of sheer surprise, a girl passing by came across him. In a moment, he woke up because he felt that someone was nearby and started asking if the child had anything to eat. But he looked very scary, and the girl just started running away. She ran away so fast that she fell to the ground very hard and hit herself. As a result, she just started crying very hard in pain. After that, she slowly got up and continued to cry and left the place. He was in despair. He said that he had just wasted his last strength. But a moment later, he heard a voice and looked up to see the same girl crying, but holding a basket of food. She put the basket in front of him and sat a little further away and continued to cry. In a very short time, that policeman ate everything she brought, and he said that now he would not die of hunger. They went to that building. The man was shocked that there was a school there all the time. He asked where was the girl's family. She showed Mr. Blackwell a picture of Kim and all the children, and he immediately realized that it was the same redhead. He snatched the drawing from her and said that this is where the parasite lives. He was very angry. He told that little girl that the next time he met him, he would destroy the man with the red mask. After that, the girl started crying a lot. He started smiling and said that such methods would not work on him and that she could cry as much as she wanted. 2 hours passed. The man was not so cheerful anymore. He was really a little tired. She was lying in a puddle of tears and kept crying. And he thought, how long can she and that girl cry? He couldn't go anywhere because he was starting to worry about that girl. As a result, she climbed into a tree and he resigned himself and said that he would not fight with that man. Then she stopped crying, and when he took her in his arms, she fell asleep. He thought that how was he supposed to put the child to sleep if he only knew how to put a child to sleep forever? Later, they sat down and the girl told him everything, and the man seemed to understand why the red-headed man went to the city, and he thought that he was not just sitting there listening to a story if he had once beaten the story out by force. A little more time passed, and he managed to dig up the director. It was because he needed clothes, so he put on the director's clothes. He said that he would take the clothes, but he would try to make sure that there would never be a shortage of food and clothes in that place again. That girl was very kind. She saw that man off and waved to him all the time. He went and said that he thought that the ghetto was a place where monsters lived, but he was convinced that there were people there too. At that time, real serious protests began in the city. People said that they wanted to live in a normal and honest city. The news also said that there were quite serious clashes in the Hand of Titan organization. On all kinds of programs, they discussed that the outskirts of the city serve as a refuge for all kinds of criminals. At that moment, a detective was speaking at the podium, saying that the city had changed a lot. All the journalists listened carefully to what he was saying. He also said that a life without wealth can be long and hard. He said that starting from that moment, they would cleanse the city of the criminals disguised in it. Everyone was shocked because Detective Aston said that all citizens had to be tested and that it would no longer be possible to get away with it if you made a great contribution to society. He went on to say that all police officers must follow his orders. Suddenly, that rude policeman's phone started ringing. It was a message. When he looked at the message, he was shocked. Aston said that the investigation was primarily aimed at the police because they have a long voyage ahead of them and need to get rid of the rotten boards. He said that in the message that all police officers have just received, there is a list of police officers who need to be arrested based on Aston's personal findings. The rude policeman who was on that list shouted that Aston was just a detective. The policeman shouted that the detective had no right to conduct such a large-scale investigation within the entire city. In a moment, he was pushed to the ground from behind by Tansy, who made sure that the rude policeman could not move. That rude policeman started asking why Tans had come there. He told him that he had seen the list himself and had come to arrest him. Aston said that they were talking about his right. And of course, he has a right. He said that the order was given by the mayor personally, and an institution was created under the mayor's control with Aston as its head. That rude policeman was shocked by what was happening. He realized that he was caught for his crimes. As a result, all the police officers started fighting. Those involved in crimes fought to escape, and those who were honest fought to catch them. Black Wow was also there. He was very happy. He said he couldn't believe that the day had come when he could legally beat up anyone he wanted. That evening, Forden talked about those events, he said, so there came a time when the police could not perform tasks because they were busy in their own structures. He went on to say that the three of them would enter the main temple of the New Galaxy community, which is led by Wei. Then Kim decided to ask why Rojul didn't go with them. The panda said that he was accompanying the girls to a trendy neighborhood. Fordon said that this community was created for ordinary people, so there are no people there who have superpowers, so no one will stop them there. He said that the only person they had to be careful with was the head of the sect because she knew their every move. Kim tore open that gate and said that he very much doubted that her foresight would change anything. Suddenly, Kim stopped. He saw something and was very surprised. There were people in front of that building. They were all bowing in the direction of that building. They were like zombies. When they went inside, none of the believers were there. Then Forden turned to Dr. Nogel because he was standing at the very end of that building, which means he didn't flee the city but came to that place. That Nogel and that woman were there, and he said he couldn't leave his favorite city. She said that she had been waiting for them for a long time. She asked them if they had come to take the child. Then Kim shouted at her loudly and very threateningly. He asked where his child Tisin was. She smiled very evilly and said that he had been sacrificed as a result of her powers, but that Kim shouldn't worry. That boy was alive. Kim was shocked when he heard what she said, and she continued. She said that everyone thinks that her powers are just foresight, but that's only a part of her power. She showed me a special item she had created. She said that in fact her power is that she can create special items that can grant omnipotence. This is possible because to create those items you need to make sacrifices of people with superpowers. Then Forden asked her what she wanted to do with this incredible power. She smiled evilly again and said that she was going to enclose all of humanity in that object. She said that they would all live there peacefully and happily, just like that boy Tazin. She turned to Forden and said that doesn't he know that there are many different monsters outside the streets? She also said only the mayor and Sanbanul prevent those horrible monsters from breaking into the street and then into the city itself. She also said that the mayor is very strong, but his assistant does not have superpowers, and that if one of them dies, then the end will come and the city will be in danger. Then Kim shouted that that was why that crazy woman decided to imprison all the people in that jewelry. That thing in her hand could have been in the air. It was very beautiful and glowed very beautifully. And woman, we said that when all the people are there, it will be an ark for them. She also said that society needs a god who can be stronger than the mayor. She threw that jewelry up the mountain and said loudly that they were about to witness the birth of a new world. Suddenly, a loud shot rang out, and it was clear that the bullet had hit that woman Wee. She fell to the ground, and that jewelry was also lying next to her. And Kim and Panda were just in a huge shock from what they had just seen. It was that Dr. Noggle. He shot her. He started saying that she talked too much. He also said that she could see the future, but that her power was not accurate because she could only see approximate events, so she didn't suspect anything. He started to bring up that thing and also said that that weak woman thought he was on her side only because he was hostile to the new government. In a moment, that jewelry started flying into the air and glowing very brightly. He said he was going to use it. Then Kim froze for a moment. He was thinking through everything that had happened from the very beginning to the moment they first met. Then he realized who was to blame for all his troubles. At that moment, Noggle was transformed, and the jewelry stuck to his forehead, and he became young. Kim's anger was overwhelming because the culprit was that Noggle. Although he became younger, he was still not a normal creature and very scary looking at certain moments. He laughed very angrily and said that he had arranged the whole story with the kidnapping of Forden's daughter. He also said that he used specialists for the kidnapping. He said that the city's blue blood involvement in that story made it so that there were no difficulties at all. He said that with his technology, he could produce medicine for the head of the South on an industrial scale. But his plan was different, and he succeeded. Everything went according to his plan. He said that he never needed Forden's granddaughter, and that the fact that they came was just a small inaccuracy, but in general, he was very satisfied with the result. In an instant, he started creating some kind of holographic ball. He asked if they could feel that energy. He said that V had told them what it was, of course, but how to use it. In a split second, Forden was already flying at it at high speed to destroy it. He stood calmly and said that he knew Forden would not miss this opportunity. He had almost reached him and thought he had to destroy him quickly before he realized the power he had gained. The attack was successful, and Forden quickly found himself on the back of the enemy. He almost didn't realize what had happened, or did the sword go through him? So he started attacking again to make it as unexpected as possible. That Noggle just put his hand out to the side, and that powerful punch just smashed against an invisible wall. Fordon was not confused, and in order not to waste time, he immediately continued a series of attacks. He created a lot of spikes from the ice. When it was not yet clear what was wrong with that doctor, Forden stood and prepared for the right moment to attack again. The enemy just started to float out of that ice like a spirit, he said. Has Forden finished his own show yet? At that moment, he was shocked by the incredible power that this crazy doctor had mastered. He realized that he had to keep trying to attack because there was no other way out. In some very strange way, that Noggle made it so that Forden was on the ground in an instant, but with very heavy damage. The panda immediately started shouting for him to come to her. Noggle kept laughing and saying that someone as powerful as Forden had been defeated. In a moment, that Noggle lifted Forden into the air as if by the power of thought. He was surrounded by some kind of blue energy, and immediately after that, he started throwing it on the ground many times. It was very horrible. That crazy man just kept laughing like he was crazy. In a moment, Kim's fist was already on the enemy's ass. Both Kim and Panda simultaneously launched the fastest attacks possible to get him, but they just went right through him. Noggle could fly. He went up the mountain and said to Forden that he had joined the rebels and betrayed blue blood in order not to be defeated. So he said he had no choice but to deal with it himself. Kim screamed, "What is that crazy man going to do with that power?" Noggle said they should let him explain something to them. He said he hated the mayor. Kim and Panda didn't think it would be a story about the mayor at all. In the past, when one of the subjects freed himself, he crippled his eyes, nose, and mouth, and then the mayor came to see him. While he was writhing in pain, the mayor said that the doctor was very disappointed because he had forbidden such cruel experiments. The mayor then said a very terrible thing to the doctor. He forbade him to treat those wounds so that the doctor would always remember that pain, and if he healed those wounds, the mayor would punish him himself. And in the end, the mayor added that he was not the head of Blue Blood. Now he went completely crazy, shouting that he was conducting research for the future of that city. He just started shaking, saying that he had tried very hard for the city and for the mayor, and he just took it upon himself to treat him so cruelly. Then Kim decided to ask if Noggle had done all of this just because the mayor had hurt him. Noggle just started laughing. He said he was actually joking. He then said that he wanted to be on top of the world, that it was a simple lust for conquest. He also said that even during the kingdom, he had incited people to start rebellions. Kim and Panda couldn't stop marveling at this crazy Noggle. At that time, a man in a red mask appeared, and he failed. But now he said that everything would be different because he had that mighty power. Suddenly, he began to say that he was done talking, and it was time to say goodbye, and a big blue sphere appeared from his hand. Every second, it was getting bigger and closer to the ground. In an instant, the panda went on the attack. She shouted that she would stop him. The panda hoped for its own superpower. It started to use the power of density. It collided with that big ball, and there was a lot of heat in the place of collision, and little sparks appeared there. Then she realized with horror that her superpower of density was powerless in that case. In a moment, that panda's grip completely dissolved, and he realized that his power erased everything he touched. Kim realized that Panda was in trouble, and in a moment, he jumped up and quickly saved her. Now he wanted to try it. He threw it back and prepared to defend himself. He tensed his whole body so that the thing couldn't melt him, and when they touched, it was as if his body was not subject to dissolution. And so it was. Noggle noticed and appeared in front of Kim. He said that Kim was causing him a lot of problems. Kim did not hesitate to strike him with a powerful fist, but it was as if there was an invisible wall. The blow was of really extraordinary strength, and even that perfect armor cracked, and Kim was able to break through it. But something very unexpected happened, as if Kim's hand had hit him. Dr. Noggle said it was very interesting because Kim was able to break through the super barrier with ease, and Forden couldn't even scratch it. Then Noggle seemed to get scared. He said that then it turns out that Kim is his main threat. Noggle shouted for Kim to disappear from the world forever. It turned out that the power worked on Kim. He just didn't feel any pain, and there was no visible effect of the dissolution. His arm just disappeared from the world. In an instant, The same effect began on the other side of his body. He was very confused. He was shouting, "What is this?" A few seconds passed, and only a piece of his head remained. He screamed with all his might, but it was useless, and at one point it completely disappeared, leaving only a small blue glow. Panada was in a stupor. She was screaming for Kim. She was alone. The moment the same effect was applied to her, she was immediately in the area of the weapon's impact. The panda could not move, and Noggle said that now he understood the power of that jewelry. He touched her with his finger, but she didn't even react. He said that he could control space as he pleased, and if he tried hard enough, he could control time. He looked at the panda and said that he was now really an omnipotent entity. As a result, he left her in that position and walked away from that place. Meanwhile, far beyond the ghetto and the streets, and even further beyond the city, in the endless desert, there was a mayor in that cave, and he said that it was not easy and that the monster invasion had intensified recently. Suddenly, his deputy, Sanbaluni, came up to me and said that the city had asked for help. He asked the mayor if they shouldn't come back and check everything out. The mayor was standing there looking into the distance, and he said that it was a very bad time. They were standing in front of a huge hole from which there were just horrible sounds, and the mayor asked his assistant if he thought that something more horrible was waiting for them in the city than from the bottom of that hole. So he started picking through the gambling stones in the stream and said that he was a little aware of the situation. He knew that not long ago a good man had appeared in the city. His assistant asked the mayor if he meant the guy who had killed the head of the Blue Bloods. Then the aide added that the mayor had not even seen him in person. But when the mayor said that he had already seen him even before his assistant was born, he was very surprised. Suddenly, a terrible sound came from that huge gap. The mayor immediately told us to prepare for defense because they are rising again. Later, Noggle was shown on TV saying that he welcomed all citizens and announced that he was the new mayor. He said that he would rid that city of chaos and make it an efficient system, so from that day on, they all obeyed him. He said himself that people might ask who he is and where is the old mayor. Then he laughed again, very viciously, and asked if they had a choice. People weren't happy, they were outraged, so Noggle said that maybe he needed to demonstrate his authority. In an instant, all the people noticed that huge blue balls were falling on the city. They were like meteors. As soon as they came into contact with matter, the process of decay began. Noggle said that personal freedom creates very stupid conflicts. He was flying around in the middle of a burning city and saying that they were just components that would keep the city stable. In a very short time, special forces were called up, who were very well armed. They all took up positions and started firing at the enemy. But there was that general. He was shouting for the soldiers to shoot because they had to defend the city. There will be a lot of bullets fired at that moment. The whole city was in complete ruins after Noggle's arrival. Senbo, that guard, survived and was crawling out of the rubble of the police station. He was very badly wounded. He had severe wounds on his head and stomach. Suddenly, Noggle noticed him, recognized him, and said that he was the policeman who had helped Kim at the city gate. Senbo looked at him in horror, and Noggle asked him if he was going to continue to resist. Then Noggle told him to betray Kim and go over to his side, as he usually does. In a moment, Noglu had to create a barrier because several bullets were flying at him. The sun shot him and said that although he was a coward, he was full of determination at that moment. He shouted that he would fight to protect citizens and their well-being to the very end. Noggle began to say that he would create a beautiful city. He created another sphere in customs, and he said, so why are all these people starting to resist? But suddenly, some unknown force was able to destroy that destructive ball, and it all cracked. That zombie got very excited when he spotted the commander. And Blacqua boldly said that it wasn't the same Noggle who was hiding like a rat when he was snooping around his lab. At that moment, the detective who had been interrogating Kim appeared from behind. Noggle felt him approaching at the last moment and was shocked that he was not walking on the ground. He immediately threw a large cube at it to quickly neutralize it, but he easily managed to appear right in front of Noggle and strike him the first blow. He was happy, he said, that his plan had worked and that he had already learned how to fight someone like that asshole. Noggle got the first blow, but kept laughing like a deranged entity. In a flash, the two of them launched a swift attack on Noggle. He stood in the center and said that the two with superpowers that can control space, he also has this type of power. A few moments passed, and he finally just said that he was very grateful. He was leaving them. He defeated them both. He said that thanks to them, he learned something very interesting. Noggle said that even the strongest Black Kwa couldn't stop him, even with the support of an assistant. As a result, that Noggle came up to Seongbei, who was still standing in a defensive position all that time. He kept his weapon pointed at the enemy the whole time, and Noggle suggested they pick up where they left off. In a moment, a man appeared from the shadows and calmly asked Noggle how he was doing. He sighed and said that this turn of events was a bit disappointing. It was unbelievable, but it was Kim. Noggle started to say that he hated the citizens of the city, so why was he defending them now? Noggle asked him to stick to his previous views. Kim told him that he hadn't had such beliefs from the beginning, and Seongbei was very happy when he noticed him. He started to do something with the ball and said that he was very surprised that he was able to come back after Noggle had erased him from the world. In a flash, Kim was covered in the same net as Panda, and Noggle said he didn't have time to play with him. The son thought that it was simply not fair, because what could any person with any strength do against such a technique that stops space? But in a moment, Kim pressed his foot very hard on the ground, and the thing collapsed. His steps became very strong. He began to approach and said that no matter how, he would overcome him. Noggle wondered how Kim had managed to destroy his equipment since he couldn't control space, but how had he managed to do it? In an instant, he snapped his fingers, and a hole in space opened up, and he said it was time to change locations. In an instant, Kim appeared in a completely different space. It was like a parallel world. He was shocked. There was no sun in that city, and stones were just flying in the air. Kim couldn't imagine that such a force could exist, and Noggle said that the place was a hole in space that he had created through a distorted reality. That world was soulless. There was not even wind. Noggle said he didn't want to turn that beautiful city into ruins, so he decided to deal with Kim in that isolated space. Kim said that Noggle means that everything that happens in that world will not carry over to the real world. Kim added that he was very sorry to realize that, because he really wanted to show everyone how he would destroy it. All Noggle could come up with was that Kim's speech was very banal. Kim threw himself into the attack with all his might to finish him off for good. Noggle was as calm as the devil. He just waved his hand down and something happened. As soon as Kim was a moment away from a strong attack, it became clear that a huge stone was moving toward him from above. That stone was accelerated to a frantic speed to inflict maximum damage on Kim. In a moment, there would be loud explosions. They were at intervals of several seconds. This went on for some time. Noggle just stood in the city, and those explosions from the collision of stones continued. Noggle was very thoughtful. He thought it was very good that he moved them there. Kim continued to make his way to the attack, but it was no use. Noggle thought he had already killed Kim 10,000 times every time he thought he had finally killed him. That Kim resurrects every time and continues the battle as if nothing had happened before. Noggle thought that it didn't look like regeneration, but more like someone was just restarting time by force. Just as Noggle instantly changed his location and moved into the real world, he began to think about what Kim's secret was. Kim was furious. He was shouting, "Where is Noggle?" And Noggle said that sometimes there are people who have superpowers that contradict the general concepts. For example, releasing fire from your hand or holding fire in your hand makes a huge difference because in the second case, you can create fire of any type and shape. Then he thought that if Kim's property was not physical but atypical, then perhaps the body and the mask would need to be returned. Kim stopped smashing everything for a moment because he heard a very loud laugh. Noggle just appeared in the space and said that he realized what Kim's strength was. He said that the concepts of Y and space are very closely related, that the simple is a certain matter that permeates time everywhere. Kim stood there shocked. He didn't realize what the crazy man was saying, and Noggle said he was apologizing because up until that point he thought Kim's strength was pretty simple. It just turned out that Kim can control time. And in an instant, there were hundreds of loud explosions, all directed at the same spot. Immediately after the explosions, laser beams were used to cut through flesh like butter. Crazy Noggle said that he had a lot of questions, like how his superpower was related to time. He was asking if there was a certain turning point in time. Can Kim go back in time? Noggle said that he was perfect for the role of the test subject. In an instant, he closed Kim into that cube and just crushed him there. The doctor was screaming for Kim to show him something else he could do. Then Noggle made another such cube. It was a cube within a cube, and then he shrunk those cubes to a small size. He asked Kim what he would do now that he was closed in the middle of several spaces. Suddenly, a very powerful fist hit Nog's head. The blow was of extraordinary force, and only his legs remained. Kim said that he had just taken it out, but behind his back, Noggle, who had been torn to pieces, was slowly putting himself back together. He started asking Kim again if he had just gone back in time for a moment. He also said that the time that Kim was gone was quite long, but it still amazes him. Suddenly, the doctor said that he was tired of it, and they had been fighting for a week, so he was just leaving. Kim was very confused. Noggle said that there was no point in continuing to fight Kim there because he realized that he couldn't kill him. He said that it would be easier to leave Kim there until the end of his days, and sometimes Noggle would come to do experiments. Kim jumped out of his seat in a second to catch Noggle and prevent him from doing what he said. But as soon as Kim approached, Noggle changed the space of his own presence. At that moment, Kim realized for a second how much trouble he was in. He was very embarrassed. He shouted that Noggle was not joking with him. Meanwhile, his children were talking about whether the teacher would be okay, and he heard their voices at that moment. The children said that the city was so noisy that their ears hurt. It was as if Kim was manifesting himself in reality through his connection with the children. One of them said that everything would be fine because they had all seen how great the teacher was, and he was sure that those thieves were crying now. Suddenly, all the children turned their attention to the side because someone appeared there. He said that he was very sorry, but he would not cry. It was Noggle. He came out of the portal and said that it was not he who would cry, but their teacher. All the children were alert and very scared, and Noggle said that he had long thought that it would be the worst for Kim. He said, as if he were an insane person, that the worst thing for Kim would be their death. Noggle started to make that sphere and said that he thought Kim would cry a lot if he tore off all their heads and threw them into the space where Kim was sitting. Kim heard everything. He was just shaking because he didn't know how to help them. The crazy Noggle started laughing loudly and frightened the children even more and made her terrified. Kim started yelling for him to stop. He hoped he would hear him. The fox boy activated his power and covered everyone with his big hand, but it wouldn't have helped. Kim kept yelling for Noggle to stop. At the decisive moment, Kim shouted even louder for him to stop and hit that floor, hoping that he would fall into the other world. Suddenly, everything moved to another place. There was a very strange man there. He calmly said that it was Kim who needed to stop. He also said to Kim that does he really want to destroy the TV program by destroying the TV set? Kim still hadn't realized what had happened. He was still in a furious rage. During the customs, he looked around and noticed that he was in a room, and in front of him was a very strange man. Then Kim asked him who he was and told him to say what he wanted to because he didn't have time. The man told him that the ace was stopped right now. Then Kim calmed down and decided to ask him if he was a god. He smiled and said that he didn't know because he had never seen God himself and that he was a demon. He said he was a demon of contracts and opportunities. He said he gave superpowers to those who needed them. The demon began to say that Kim's friend Panda and his family member Hajin and Raya from Ramaun and Bandit and South, everyone who has superpowers, were in that place. Kim was just shocked and stunned. He said that none of them had told him about that place. He said that they had no reason to tell him that because they also thought that Kim had superpowers, but that those were the properties of the mask, not his own. Then Kim asked him why he appeared to him. The demon said that he thought Kim needed help. Then the demon said that he, as a professional businessman, should be able to sell his own goods and services at the most ideal time and at the most favorable price. Then he decided to offer Kim a contract. The demon said that the yogi's clothes were in danger and he was stuck in another dimension and he had no way to do anything. The demon said that he would improve his mask. Kim looked at him closely and asked him what he would need to do. The demon said that as soon as the battle was over, he would take the mask away from him because the properties of that mask were not meant to be used in this way from the very beginning. The demon went on to say that the mask was his only mistake and that he hadn't paid attention to it for a while, but as soon as Kim started using it, a situation arose where the balance of power was upset. Kim immediately replied that he agreed, and Demon noticed that it was a very quick answer. Kim said that if it helped save his children, the demon could take his soul. The demon just started laughing and said that he did not need his soul. In a moment, the contract was concluded, and Kim became the axis of time. Noggle continued to have fun as he liked it, but the balloon was getting bigger and bigger. He wanted to do it slowly, but in an instant, a red line was drawn on his sphere, and even beyond it, he was confused and did not understand what this red thread was and where it came from. At one point, that thread opened up, and there was an emptiness in the middle of it. As a result, it all went through a hole in space. Noggle didn't even think anything. He was just shocked. Suddenly, a big and terrible hand appeared, and a voice was heard saying that space is a certain substance. When Noggle saw what came out of that portal, he almost died of shock. It was Kim who said that now nothing prevents him from penetrating time. In an instant, that red thread pierced Noggle, and he didn't even change his mind. Noggle was in a stupor, thinking that the thread had pierced him, but what could it do to him? At that moment, Kim screamed very loudly. He was in the middle of the hole that had opened, and immediately Noggle began to fly forward, but the red thread began to pull him into that dark hole. As a result, Kim managed to drag him into that space. He stood there in tremendous shock at what had happened, and the thread let go of him. Then he realized everything. He asked Kim how he could turn back time. Kim had changed a lot. He had horns, he said, with a smile that when he killed the heads of the blue moon, he felt nothing. But the doctor's confused face would definitely give him a lot of pleasure. Kim started to walk over and said he would rip that thing off his head with his baby in the middle. That space changed. It became darker, and there were red lightning bolts everywhere. Noggle kept wondering. He couldn't realize what was happening because he knew that he was the most powerful in that world. He looked at Kim's enormous power and asked him who the hell he was. But again, the essence of Dr. Nog manifested itself. He began to shout that he was not the mayor or even a citizen of the city, and not even someone who came out of the streets and made a name for himself in the city. He was shouting that Kim was not superior to him in any way, so he would beat him. While he was speaking, Kim was already flying at breakneck speed to strike the first blow. Noggle noticed him in time and also activated all his strength to put up a block. There was a crazy explosion of energy that was completely different. As a result, Nog was a pitiful sight. His hands were torn off the block he had inserted. Kim approached him and said that he had finally gotten his revenge. Kim reached out and began to tear the stone off his head. The more I pulled away from it, the more the space around me changed, because that space was controlled by the power of the jewelry. When Kim was removing the thing from his head, Noggle was screaming like a madman in pain, and the space around them was changing very rapidly. Suddenly, they appeared in the desert because that thing was still under Nog's control, and he mentally moved them there, hoping that he would be able to escape. The next teleportation took them into orbit, and it was at this moment that Kim managed to remove the jewelry from Nog's head. He screamed like he was not normal, although he was not normal, and his life was over. Kim was immediately happy that he had finally succeeded. He said that now he had to go back, but he felt that his power was gone, that he could not go back in time again. Then he remembered the demon's words. As soon as the battle was over, he would take the mask. It happened, and the demon even started laughing because he didn't know that Kim would end up in space. He said that their contract had been successfully completed and he had that mask in his hands. He also said that this is what a pact with the devil means, and he hopes that Kim has no regrets because he achieved what he wanted. Kim began to fall rapidly to the ground at a high speed. While he was falling, he tried to do something with the jewelry, but he failed. Then he resigned himself and just closed his eyes, and a fire was already starting to burn around him as he entered the atmosphere. It was falling like a meteorite, and the trail was red. A girl who was left alone at school looked up at the sky. Raya and Ramaon's girls also noticed and stopped to watch. The romantic Rajul lay on the roof of the house and enjoyed the stars and that meteorite. The mayor's assistant could also see it, and he began to follow the meteorite with his eyes. Meanwhile, the panda came too because the thing was off and it was able to move, and it helped and got Forden out of that building. They both noticed that something was falling into the business like meteors, and she realized that it was Kim. It was the most beautiful meteorite ever to fall to Earth. As a result, a large funnel was formed, and in the center was a small black dot. 3 years passed, the city prospered and developed, and everything got better. One of the TV programs discussed the main principles of the new city, and the most important was that everyone should have equal opportunities. There was a boom official who was outraged. He asked why they were still monopolists in the field of food delivery through pipes. Shaman was also there. He was an opponent. It was a debate. He said that the person he was talking about was using bingo delivery The man slammed his hand on the table and said that this was the whole point, that bingo delivery was controlled by the freezer. Huran was the host there, and he asked the guests to be a little more reserved with each other because people were watching the show live. The girl said that there was such chaos on TV, and her grandfather said that he needed someone very worthy to pass the pipeline to him. He also said that if they gave it to the wrong person, blue blood could be born again. Because human greed can always bring back bad practices that have been left in the past, so you always have to be careful. Meanwhile, in the desert, far beyond the streets, she was riding a motorcycle and a man told her that gasoline was 11,000 UVL per liter. She was outraged and said that she knew it was much cheaper. The man was sitting on a rocking chair and had cans of fuel next to him, and he said that judging by her clothes, she was not from here, so how could she know about their prices? Rajul was with her, and he told her that it was better not to let that man deceive her. He came up and grabbed his hand. He said, unless, of course, the man wanted to become her slave. He noticed right away that the man had a mechanical arm, and he said that he seemed to have come to the right place. Meanwhile, in the fashionable neighborhood, a group of bandits seized it and said that from then on it was theirs. They shouted that they would kill everyone who got in their way. He was also an agent of the organization Castle Alcyone, and he was shocked because those bandits killed his wife. Raya said that the man was losing the bat again, and he asked her if he should call for help. She told me that I shouldn't call anyone because she could handle it. In a short time, all the robbers were tied up, and someone said that the reward fell into Raya's hands. It was the same policeman, and he praised her for doing a good job for a gate guard. Raya was angry and said that she was not a gatekeeper and that he should not call her that anymore. Then Raya asked if he would have any free time that evening. He became alarmed and asked if there were plans for a bandit attack that evening. Raya was a little embarrassed and said that she didn't mean it that way, but that a new restaurant had opened in their neighborhood and they could go there together for dinner. Sanbei was shocked. He never expected to receive such an offer. He replied that he worked at night, but Raya immediately slapped him in the face. Then she didn't ask him a second time, but simply told him that they were going to a restaurant. Then the events moved to a renovated school in a fashionable neighborhood. That boy ran to the classroom and he thought he was the first to come to class, but he didn't really have time because everyone was already there. It was all the same kids, but the girl laughed as usual and said that she was also late because of extra classes. But the girl was very thoughtful and she asked what kind of day it was because why were they all gathered after school? Those boys said that they had heard that they would have some additional assignment, but they were all from different classes of primary school. Suddenly, a panda came into their classroom and greeted them all. Another boy asked her why she came, because she teaches high school. She said that she was just accompanying a new teacher who came to a trendy neighborhood. Hajin immediately started asking Panda if she was a girl, and she thought it would be nice if he reacted to her like that. Panda said it was not a girl but a man. Then Hajin said he was not interested, and the girl Yura made a remark to him that it was not nice to do that to a new teacher. Then Panda said that Kim should go to that class because Hajin said he was not interested in him. At that moment, those children just froze, surprised. They all started running to the door and started crying and rejoicing. In the past, the director came to the demon and asked him if the demon was looking for him. The demon asked if he would like to talk about that arrangement. The director immediately answered clearly that he wanted the demon to take away his superpowers. The demon jumped up and asked if he understood what he was about to do because he would die with just one bullet, because he would be a simple old man. The director asked the demon if he remembered the day they met. The demon said that he remembered and that he heard his desire to protect his family, and so he gave the director power. The demon said that he thought that the man was a funny little guy in a mask, and the demon could not even think that he would become a rebel. The director said that from the very beginning, it was not his strength. He said that now he has a new family, but he is too old to protect anyone with those forces. He said that he, like the devil, had no pity, but since it would be his first contract with a person in power, he would make concessions. The devil asked what the director wanted. He said if he died and his family was in danger, so that the demon would give them a chance. It looked like Kim was back, and all the kids were with him. Then the demon was thinking about it after he received the mask and said that the essence of the old director's contract was very vague. The demon wonders if Red's husband is happy.